Chapter 2231. There was a gap between the Tao Source Realm and the Emperor Realm. If a Tao Source Realm cultivator's spiritual energy was compared to a wooden stick, then the Emperor Realm was an iron stick. In terms of sturdiness, the latter was naturally superior. In the First Order Tao Source Realm, the difference between the Second Order and Third Order realms was only the thickness and length of the wooden stick. If one wanted to upgrade their wooden stick to an iron stick, they had to cross that gap. Yang Kai was currently in the middle of that gap and had not completely crossed it yet, but because he had touched upon Emperor intent, his wooden stick had been plated with a layer of iron. It had some of the capital that only the Emperor Realm could have, but it was still very different from the Emperor Realm. But this was enough. In this world, besides him, who else in the First Order Tao Source Realm had touched upon the existence of Emperor intent? Even the 10 great emperors who were famous throughout the star boundary could not do this when they were at Yang Kai's level. Touching upon Emperor intent in advance would naturally be of great benefit to his future growth. Yang Kai was still watching the battlefield intently. The double impact of the visual and spiritual energy that was unbearable for others was like a gentle breeze to him. He didn't need to care too much about it, because as soon as the impact was transmitted to his soul avatar, it was completely neutralized by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so it had no effect on him at all. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai's harvest was getting bigger and bigger, and on the battlefield, the battle between the two masters had obviously entered a white-hot level. Zhou Dian roared from time to time, his anger unstoppable. Yi Quan's expression was dignified. He was no longer as relaxed as before. His long sword moved leisurely as he unleashed secret techniques one after another, fighting endlessly with Zhou Dian. With Yang Kai's cultivation and eyesight, he could not tell who was stronger between the two or who had the upper hand. He only felt that the two of them were evenly matched. However, judging from Zhou Dian's gradually fretful voice, it seemed that he was at a slight disadvantage. This was not surprising. From the bits and pieces he had heard before, Yang Kai had inferred that Zhou Dian and Yi Quan had once fought 2,000 years ago. At that time, Zhou Dian should have been injured and Yi Quan won. Now that 2,000 years had passed, both of them had grown, but Yi Quan had obtained an Emperor-grade soul-type artifact. On top of his strong foundation, he naturally had an additional advantage. It was natural for him to be able to suppress Zhou Dian, but if they wanted to determine the victor, it would be difficult. Yang Kai estimated that even if these two fought for 10 days to half a month, they would not be able to end the battle. He was happy to see such a situation because in this way, he would have plenty of time to continue observing and comprehending at this moment. But Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He keenly sensed that there seemed to be a trace of abnormal energy fluctuation in the space. His face sank as he turned to look at Bai Lu and Yuan Fei, only to find that the two of them did not react. Immediately thinking that it was just his imagination, Yang Kai was preparing to continue watching the battle when he suddenly discovered something, and his expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Senior, be careful!" Before he could finish his words, another figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the anxious battlefield. This figure was tall and mysterious. The newcomer was completely wrapped in a black cloak, making it impossible to distinguish his body shape, and he was also wearing a demon face mask. It was a terrifying sight to behold. This person had appeared without warning, and even masters like Yi Quan and Zhou Dian had failed to notice him. If it were not for Yang Kai cultivating the Tao of space and being proficient in the space divine technique, he would not have noticed him either. Although the other party acted mysteriously, Yang Kai still keenly sensed the slight fluctuation in space when he arrived. But his words were still too late. As soon as the masked man appeared, he arrived next to Yi Quan and slowly pushed out a palm towards Yi Quan. Yi Quan's expression changed drastically as he retracted his sword and stabbed to the side, trying to defend himself by attacking. He had already put his full strength into this attack. Above his sword, Energy surged like a tsunami, seemingly capable of swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor whole. The demon face's attack was barely blocked. However, Zhou Jian took the opportunity to attack. With a stab and a flick of his halberd, he broke through Yi Quan's defenses and directly opened a hole in his shoulder. Ugh, Yi Quan grunted as his figure retreated rapidly. When he stood still, he reached out and patted his shoulder repeatedly in an attempt to relieve his injuries. However, how could Zhou Dian's full-powered attack be so easily neutralized? The shock wave that had penetrated Yi Quan's body had clearly injured him severely, and pure spiritual energy was leaking out from his wounds, flowing freely between the heavens and earth. Master, the expressions of Bai Lu, Yuan Fei, and the other monster race masters changed drastically as they cried out in alarm, their figures flickering as they rushed over to help. Yi Quan raised his hand and stopped them, his eyes slightly sinking as he stared at the demon face who had suddenly appeared, his expression fluctuating. Zhou Jian did not seem to have expected that this demon face would appear here and take advantage of his battle with Yi Quan to launch a sneak attack. If not for this person interfering, he would not have been able to hurt Yi Quan at all. The other party's actions displeased Zhou Jian and made him feel that this sacred battle was being sullied. Even so, Zhou Jian did not dare to show the slightest neglect, cupping his fists and bowing. "Your Majesty, why have you come?" "To help you," the demon face slowly replied, his voice hoarse, like the friction of metal, extremely uncomfortable to listen to. But this subordinate, Zhou Jian, seemed to want to argue. The demon face directly interrupted him. "There's no need to say more. Take him back to the palace. I'm here." Zhou Jian had no choice but to obey the orders of His Majesty, so he could only grit his teeth and shout, "Yes." Saying so, he glanced at Yi Quan helplessly before his figure flickered, and he flew towards where Yang Kai was. Yi Quan turned his head slightly, looked at Yang Kai, and said concisely, "Run." Yang Kai also reacted quickly. Although the change in front of him was extremely sudden, he had vaguely deduced everything in this short period of time. This demon face was undoubtedly Zhou Dian's master, and also the one who gave the order to capture him. Since this person could order Zhou Jian to act for him, it was obvious that he was also a third-order Emperor Realm Master. And judging from this person's appearance and the method he used to launch a sneak attack on Yi Quan, his strength was probably even higher than Yi Quan's. With this person restraining Yi Quan, Zhou Jian would be invincible. How could Yang Kai hesitate? When Yi Quan shouted the word "run," his figure flickered, and he instantly traversed 1,000 meters. At this moment, he had already used the Space Divine technique. In front of a third-order Emperor Realm Master like Zhou Jian, he couldn't think of any other way to escape other than using the Space Divine technique. At the same time that Yang Kai left, Bai Lu and Yuan Fei stood side by side, blocking Zhou Dian's path. Seeing that a powerful enemy was approaching, these two monster race masters couldn't help but let out a deep roar and reveal their true forms in a flash of light. Roar! Yuan Fei roared and took the initiative to meet Zhou Jian, wanting to stop him. As for Bai Lu, she was shrouded in white light. It was unknown what kind of mysterious source secret technique she had used, but it actually turned an area of 30 kilometers into a pure white world, making it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. "Those who block me will die," Zhou Jian roared angrily, his halberd dancing in his hand. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the sound of something tearing through the void rang out. Before Yuan Fei could get close to Zhou Jian, he was sent flying by an inexplicable attack and fell far away, his fate unknown. The difference in strength between the two was too great, and Yuan Fei was no match for Zhou Jian at all. The pure, white world also emitted cracking sounds, and in less than 2 breaths of time, it had already shattered. Bai Lu's figure reappeared, but the light radiating from her body was extremely dim. Zhou Jian turned into a streak of light and flew over the two's heads, not even sparing them a glance as he chased after Yang Kai. He runs so fast. Zhou Jian couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the figure in the distance. He originally thought that with a master like himself taking action, capturing Yang Kai would be a piece of cake, but when he really tried, he discovered that this boy from the third order Tao source realm actually knew a mysterious secret technique. When this secret technique was used, it completely ignored the obstruction of space and rapidly moved from one place to the next. In the little bit of time he was delayed by Yuan Fei, and by Lu, Yang Kai had almost escaped the range of his divine sense. Interesting, Zhou Jian snorted coldly. His speed, which was already as fast as lightning, suddenly increased by several notches. On the other side, Lian Yan, who came with Zhou Jian, saw that the situation was bad and took advantage of the fact that no one had recovered to quietly escape from Heavenly Monster Valley. In Heavenly Monster Mountain, Yang Kai was running for his life, using his space secret technique from time to time to hide his aura. He didn't dare to run in a straight line and constantly changed directions in an attempt to escape from Zhou Jian. However, all his efforts were in vain. No matter how he moved, there was always a powerful divine sense that locked onto him. It was just that he couldn't understand it when he was watching, but when he really faced it, Yang Kai deeply understood the terror of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The huge gap in cultivation between him and Zhou Jian wasn't something the space divine technique could make up for. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, and for the first time, Yang Kai understood what despair was. The space divine technique couldn't get rid of the other party, and he didn't know how to resolve this crisis. His soul-devouring insects probably wouldn't work because Yiquan had said that they weren't strong enough. Yiquan had even suppressed them before. Zhou Jian and Yiquan were masters of the same level, so what Yiquan could do, Zhou Jian could do as well. The soul-splitting saber might have some hope, but it wasn't very likely. After all, Yang Kai hadn't refined it and couldn't display its full power. The reason why he was able to successfully sneak attack Ban Qing was that Ban Qing wasn't strong enough, and Yang Kai had caught him off guard. After thinking about it, Yang Kai found that he had no countermeasures left. It seemed that he could only wait to be captured, and just as he was thinking, Zhou Jian was only 30 kilometers away from him. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind him. He hastily turned his head to look, and in the next moment, his face turned ashen, because he found that Zhou Jian had directly thrown the sky piercer in his hand at him. Although he didn't know what mysteries this attack had, Yang Kai still tried his best to dodge. Chapter 2232. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao. Asterisk Yang Kai's figure fluttered left and right in an extremely nimble manner. Under the effect of the space divine technique, he was constantly teleporting, but he still couldn't get rid of the flying halberd. The halberd followed him like a shadow, constantly closing the distance between it and Yang Kai. At this critical moment, Yang Kai couldn't care too much. Pure spiritual energy burst out of his body and turned into a violent attack to meet the halberd head-on, trying to stop it. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook and his face instantly dimmed, but the halberd remained motionless and continued to descend. Kai Yang's all-out attack was unable to stop it in the slightest. In the next moment, the halberd landed not too far away from Yang Kai. Half of the halberd's body had sunk into the ground, and at the same time, a clearly discernible ripple spread out from the point of impact. In just a breath's time, the area within a 10-kilometer radius was bound and imprisoned by an invisible force. This force was so strong and overbearing that Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a sense of despair that he couldn't resist. He wanted to use his space force to teleport again, but he helplessly found that under the influence of this mysterious force, he couldn't move. Even his thoughts had become slow. In his field of vision, Zhou Dian's tall and sturdy figure slowly walked over, his face as cold as ice. After a short while, he arrived in front of Yang Kai and looked down at him, contemptuously, coldly snorting, "Boy, you have some skill, but that's all you have." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger. A burst of energy flew out from his fingertip and entered Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's body stiffened. In an instant, he felt that his strength had been completely sealed, and he couldn't use it at all. "It's over." Yang Kai's face was ashen. Although he knew that he probably couldn't escape under the nose of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. After being captured, Yang Kai realized how insignificant he was. If it weren't for the Space Divine technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to struggle. A third-order Emperor Realm Master wasn't someone he could compete with right now. Zhou Dian waved his hand, and the halberd stuck in the ground flew back to his hand and was immediately sucked into his body. The Divine Ascension country's National Guardian General turned his head again and glanced in the direction of Heavenly Monster Valley. His expression fluctuated. After a while, he sighed heavily and lifted Yang Kai with endless regret. He flew out of Heavenly Monster Mountain. He understood that since the king had personally taken action, Yi Quan didn't have a chance. Even as someone who had been following him for many years, he couldn't understand. If possible, Zhou Dian naturally hoped that he would be the one to defeat Yi Quan. But this time, he obviously didn't expect Yang. There was Yang was Yang Kai's. What kind of secret did Yang Kai have that caused the king to leave the palace and personally take action? No matter how he looked at it, Yang Kai was just a cultivator in the third-order Dao source realm. There wasn't anything special about him. If he had to say something, it would be that this boy's escape secret technique was amazing. If he hadn't chased after Yang Kai and had called Lian Yan over, Yang Kai might have really escaped. "Boy, do you know why the king is looking for you?" Zhou Dian suddenly asked. Yang Kai was depressed. Hearing this, he replied angrily, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" He hadn't even finished speaking when his entire body stiffened, while he revealed an expression of pain, because Zhou Dian had actually secretly attacked him, and the pain he felt from his soul was simply heart-wrenching. Realizing that he was under someone else's roof, Yang Kai didn't dare to be too arrogant, and could only say, "Senior, did you catch the wrong person? I heard that you were looking for some kind of star of calamity. Look carefully, do I look like one? This general is only responsible for catching people. Everything else has nothing to do with me." Zhou Dian replied indifferently. After a pause, he continued, "Let me ask you, where is Ban Qing? You met him before, right? Why can't I see him?" "Ban Qing? You mean that short, sneaky guy?" Yang Kai pretended to be confused and casually said he was killed by a demonic beast race master. Hearing this, Zhou Dian's eyes flashed coldly and his murderous intent almost solidified, causing Yang Kai to shiver. But soon he restrained his murderous intent and coldly snorted, "This debt will be settled sooner or later." He didn't ask Yang Kai too much, nor did he suspect that Ban Qing had died at Yang Kai's hands, because he felt that this was impossible. Only a demonic beast race master had the ability to kill Ban Qing. Half an hour later, Zhou Dian brought Yang Kai back to where they had been previously stationed. At this moment, almost all of the human race masters who had followed Zhou Dian into Heavenly Monster Mountain were gathered here. Yu Man, Yuan Qing, and even Lian Yan, who had escaped from Heavenly Monster Valley, were all here, but Ban Qing was nowhere to be seen. Beside these people, there was a group of dispirited people who had been captured with helpless expressions on their faces. Seeing Zhou Dian return, everyone hurriedly came forward to salute him. "Take everyone back to the palace." At Zhou Dian's command, everyone responded in unison. As he spoke, he had already casually tossed Yang Kai into the group of people who had been captured. Chun Muji discreetly helped Yang Kai up so that he wouldn't fall to the ground, then nodded slightly at him. Yang Kai looked around and immediately saw his fellow sufferers. When their eyes met, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. None of them had expected that after just 1 month of training in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, they would be captured by a native cultivator. The group moved very quickly. 10 breaths after Zhou Jian gave the order, they had already set off in the direction of Divine Ascension City. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't dare to exchange information with the others, so he could only remain silent. Even now, he still didn't know why he and the others had been captured, nor did he know what the Star of Calamity Banqing had mentioned was. However, it was obvious that this matter was very important. Otherwise, there would be no need to mobilize so many masters, including Zhou Jian and that devil-masked human king. Yang Kai faintly felt as if he had fallen into a giant whirlpool. It seemed as if he couldn't escape. One day later, Heavenly Monster Valley, Yi Quan sat cross-legged on the ground. He circulated his qi and adjusted his breathing, a divine light flickering on his face. Many demonic beast race masters looked at him worriedly and spread out in all directions. Yesterday, Yi Quan had fought a great battle with Zhou Jian, then fought with that devil-masked human. So he had expended a lot of energy, coupled with the fact that Zhou Jian had injured him when he was ambushed by the devil-masked human. He had suffered even more injuries in the final battle. If not for the devil-masked human not being strong enough to crush Yi Quan, the master of Heavenly Monster Mountain would have already lost his life, and Heavenly Monster Valley would no longer exist. Fortunately, the devil-masked human's purpose this time seemed to be to capture someone and not to eradicate Heavenly Monster Valley, so after fighting with Yi Quan, he took the initiative to retreat. Even so, Yi Quan's injuries were not something that could be healed in a short time. Just as he was silently adjusting his breathing, Bai Lu's tender voice suddenly rang out in his ears. "Who is it?" Yi Quan abruptly opened his eyes and stared ahead, his eyes overflowing with light. In front of him, an old man with white hair and a white beard was strolling over. This old man didn't have the slightest energy fluctuation, as if he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. It was unknown where he came from, but after arriving here, he walked straight towards Yi Quan. The demonic beast race masters naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. At this moment, Yi Quan was at a critical juncture of healing and couldn't be disturbed in the slightest, regardless of whether this old man was friend or foe. They couldn't let him approach. So, after Bai Lu shouted those words, her figure flickered, and she turned into a white streak of light that rushed towards the old man. But what shocked this First-Order Emperor Realm Master was that she was clearly rushing towards the old man, but when she revealed herself, she found that her path had inexplicably changed, and she had fallen behind the old man. Shio, shio, shio. Countless monster race masters responded and moved to block the old man's path, but none of them succeeded. All the masters who rushed towards the old man froze in place in a very short time, their eyes wide open, as if they had seen an extremely terrifying scene. They didn't see any signs of the old man making a move, but all of them failed. The old man's pace was not fast, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yi Quan and lowered his head to stare at him. Yi Quan frowned and looked at the newcomer seriously with a suspicious look on his face. But in the next moment, his eyes flashed as if he had thought of something, and he said in shock, "You are." The old man raised his hand slightly, stopping Yi Quan from speaking, and then placed his seemingly withered hand on Yi Quan's shoulder. A pure energy slowly poured into Yi Quan's body. Even someone as strong as Yi Quan couldn't help showing a satisfied look. Obviously, under the nourishment of this energy, the injuries in his body had been alleviated. After a short while, the old man withdrew his hand. Yi Quan was shocked to find that most of the injuries in his body had been healed, and the rest would only require the accumulation of time to recover without leaving any hidden dangers. He stood up and cupped his fists respectfully to the old man in front of him, Junior Equan thanks Senior for his helps. As soon as these words came out, there was complete silence inside, and outside, Heavenly Monster Valley. Countless monster race masters looked at Equan in horror, almost unable to believe what they had just heard. In this world, Equan could be said to be one of the most powerful and most senior people, but in front of this human race old man, he actually called himself Junior. What kind of seniority did this old man have? Who was this person? The monster race masters were completely dumbfounded. Since you recognize this old master, you should know why this old master is here. The old man finally spoke and looked at Equan seriously. Where is it? Equan showed a look of shame and replied, "It was taken away." The old man raised his brow. Who took it away? And where did they take it? Divine Ascension Country, Royal Palace. The old man nodded slightly. It seems that I was still a step too late. Fine. This old master will make another trip. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly blurred and faded, disappearing from this world in less than 3 breaths. Equan stood in place with a look of awe and yearning, but soon he couldn't help laughing out loud. His laughter rolled like thunder and spread throughout Heavenly Monster Valley, attracting the attention of countless monster race masters. Chapter 2233. None of the monster race masters knew why Equan was smiling so happily. In the end, Bai Lu stepped forward and asked softly, "Master, this old man, who is he?" Of course, she could tell that the old man was extraordinary, but she could not recall such a person in this world. Equan looked in a certain direction and slowly said, 10,000 years ago, during the Holy War. Bai Lu's tender body trembled as a terrifying light flashed across her beautiful eyes. She cried out involuntarily. Could it be that this old man, Equan nodded lightly, with this old man, young boy will definitely be safe. At this point, he frowned slightly, as if he was worried about something. Divine Ascension City. Inside the palace, 3,000 meters underground, there was a heavenly prison. The environment inside was so bad that it was unbearable. Although this heavenly prison was a place to imprison prisoners, it was not very useful normally because no one dared to break the law in the entire Divine Ascension country. Once they did, they would be killed on the spot, so there was no need to use this prison. Therefore, the heavenly prison was only a symbolic existence. Many people did not even know if it was just a rumor or not. At this moment, Yang Kai and the others were imprisoned in the heavenly prison, looking at each other through the bars. The surrounding area was filled with the cries of grievances of the captured martial artists. None of the prison guards paid any attention to them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai and the others quietly exchanged the information they had. In fact, there was not much information. It was just that Zhou Jian had brought people into the heavenly monster mountains to capture the Star of Calamity. Basically, all the human race cultivator in the heavenly monster mountains had been captured. Yang Kai and the others naturally could not escape this calamity. Everyone thought that they were innocent bystanders who had been caught in the crossfire. Things had come to this point. Everyone could only place all their hopes on Gao Shueting. This time, Gao Shueting was the one leading the team into the Divine Ascension world, but she left alone after sending everyone into the heavenly monster mountains. No one knew what she was doing. If she could get the news, she would definitely find a way to rescue them. However, with her First Order Emperor realm strength, she might not be able to do so. Yang Kai could only hope that she had a way to contact Wen Zishan outside. If Temple Master Wen personally entered the Divine Ascension world, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Just as he was thinking about this, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside the prison cell. At the same time, a wave of pressure from the Emperor realm descended from the sky. In an instant, everyone kept quiet out of fear. The sound of footsteps continued to move deeper into the prison. When it reached a certain location, It stopped and pointed at the cultivator locked up in the cell. "The king has ordered you to bring him out." Listen to the sound. It seemed to belong to Deputy Commander Yuman. "Yes, sir." The prison guard quickly opened the door of the cell. Yang Kai and the others all paled. The person Yuman was referring to was none other than Xia Sheng, the chief disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Soon, Xia Sheng's side was filled with shouts. He seemed to be struggling, but after being taught a lesson by the prison guard, he gave up. Xia Sheng had no choice but to behave. He obediently accepted his fate. After a while, Yuman took Xia Sheng away. Although Yang Kai and the others wanted to help, there was nothing they could do. They could only secretly pray that Xia Sheng would be blessed by the heavens. After waiting anxiously for less than a quarter of an hour, the sound of footsteps came from outside again. Kai Yang hurriedly looked outside, and what he saw caused his face to sink. He saw that Xia Sheng's eyes were dull, and his body was trembling and spasming, as if he had suffered great damage. Under the lead of the prison guard, he returned to his cell like a walking corpse. No one knew what had happened to him that caused him to be in such a miserable state, but when they saw this scene, they naturally felt sorrow in their hearts. As for Murong Xiao Xiao, her heart was filled with sorrow, and she began to cry. She did not dare to call out to Xia Sheng and could only cry silently. Yuman also returned. He stood at a certain spot and looked around. Then he pointed and said, "This." Xiao Baiyi's face suddenly changed, because the person Yuman was pointing at was actually him. The prison guard opened the cell door again and took Xiao Baiyi away. After they left, Yang Kai hurriedly looked at Xia Sheng and whispered to him, but Xia Sheng seemed to have lost his soul at the moment and did not respond. "Junior brother Yang, brother Xia, will something happen to him?" Murong Xiao Xiao asked worriedly. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know, but looking at brother Xia, he doesn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Perhaps his soul is just a little unstable, and he will be fine after some rest." At this moment, he was more curious about what happened to Xia Sheng that caused him to become like this. If the power in his body was not imprisoned, he could release his divine sense to investigate carefully and maybe find some clues. Unfortunately, he could not use any of his power now and could only rely on his own observations to speculate. He casually comforted Murong Xiao Xiao with a few words, but deep down he was anxious. Looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Yang Kai quickly ran to a dark corner and sat down cross-legged. He tried his best to calm his mind and adjust his divine sense. The seal in his body was personally issued by Zhou Jian, so it was impossible to rely on his own ability to break it, unless a master like Zhou Jian took action. However, Yang Kai had the soul-devouring insects. The power of the seal was also a kind of spiritual energy, so it was still suppressed by the soul-devouring insects. As long as he could mobilize the soul-devouring insects, he had hope of breaking the seal and restoring his strength. As for what to do next, he could only take it one step at a time. Time passed slowly. While Yang Kai was trying to use the soul-devouring insects to break the seal, Chunmu Ji and Murong Xiao Xiao were taken out one by one. Without exception, their situation was the same as Xia Sheng and Xiao Baiyi. Yang Kai did not know what happened, but after returning, they were in a trance, and their eyes were dull. They did not respond to the calls of others at all. Obviously, their souls were greatly shaken, and they could no longer maintain a clear mind. Kai Yang gradually realized that something wasn't quite right. This time, the number of cultivator captured by Zhou Jian and the others from Heavenly Monster Mountain was as many as 70 to 80. Among these cultivators' cultivations, there were different levels of strength. However, the others were all fine. On the other hand, the people from Azure Sun Temple were all taken out. This was obviously not a coincidence. It was some kind of targeting. Was there any difference between him and the other cultivator, who had entered the divine ascension mirror world from the outside. Yang Kai could not help but suspect this. Otherwise, how could he explain why everyone else was fine while Xia Sheng and the others suffered? However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not figure it out. Just as he was about to break the seal, Yu Man suddenly came to his cell and pointed at him with a smile. "Take him away." Just like the previous situation, the prison guard opened the door and carried Yang Kai out of the prison. Following closely behind Yu Man, Yang Kai remained silent the entire way, only constantly observing the situation around him. This place should be the Divine Ascension Country's palace. The interior of the palace was extremely luxurious, but it looked very quiet, as if there were not many people living here. Yu Man led Yang Kai around the palace and soon arrived in front of a large hall. They walked here. Yu Man stopped and turned around to look coldly at Yang Kai. "Go in by yourself. His Majesty is inside." Yang Kai nodded and showed no intention of resisting. He stepped forward. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around to look at Yu Man. He asked, "Big sister, who are you calling big sister?" Yu Man smiled charmingly. The prison guard stood next to her and did not dare to look at her, as if he was afraid that his soul would be taken away if he did. Yang Kai also showed an infatuated expression, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. He did not do this on purpose, but because his strength was sealed, he was affected by Yu Man's charm technique. However, Yu Man did not dare to continue like this. His Majesty was waiting inside, so if she delayed this important matter, she would not be able to bear the consequences. So, in the next moment, Yu Man withdrew her charms. Yang Kai shuddered and came back to his senses, cursing in his heart. If he had not been sealed, he would not have been so easily tempted. He continued, "This little brother wants to ask, Big sister, why did you only bring those people here? What is different about them from the others?" Yu Man curled her lips and said, "I am just following orders." "His Majesty's orders?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. "Boy, you talk too much." Yu Man's face suddenly turned cold, her expression changing faster than flipping a book. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Just asking. Hurry up and go in." Yu Man shouted, "Yes, yes." Yang Kai responded and stepped forward again. Not long after, he came to the front of the hall and pushed open the door. As soon as he entered the hall, Yang Kai felt a delicate fragrance hit him in the face. When the fragrance entered his nose, he felt light, as if he was floating in the clouds. Looking around, Yang Kai could not help feeling surprised, because this hall looked no different from a woman's boudoir. The decorations here gave off a feminine charm, with pink curtains and light red carpets, giving off an elegant and noble aura. At the same time as he entered the hall, a pair of bright eyes stared at him from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in that direction. A dozen steps away from him, there was a pink gauze curtain, faintly revealing the scenery inside. Behind the curtain, there was a lazy figure reclining on a bench, and the bright eyes came from this lazy figure. A powerful divine sense swept towards Yang Kai, as if wanting to penetrate his soul avatar and unearth the deepest secrets buried inside. Yang Kai raised his brow and frowned for a moment before calling out, "That masked man?" He suddenly discovered that the aura fluctuations coming from the person behind the curtain were exactly the same as the one he had sensed in Heavenly Monster Valley. This person was obviously the master who had attacked Iquan. Yang Kai never expected that this person would be a woman. Although he could not see her face clearly with such an enchanting figure, her appearance was definitely not bad, not to mention her earth-shattering strength. Chapter 2234. Ghost Face Man. While Yang Kai was still in shock, a soft and pleasant voice came from behind the pink curtain. This voice seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul and set off invisible ripples, causing Yang Kai's mind to become unsteady for a long time. Yang Kai quickly took a deep breath and calmed his soul. If you call this queen, that it's not unreasonable. The woman behind the curtain continued speaking, her tone neither too fast nor too slow. Could it be that Senior is the ruler of this divine ascension country? Yang Kai frowned. Indeed, the woman admitted frankly, but no one has ever known this queen's true face, not even Zhou Jian. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this, but soon a bad premonition arose in the depths of his heart. Although her words didn't reveal any important information, it gave Yang Kai a very bad feeling. It was as if she had exposed a big secret of hers in front of Yang Kai, and Yang Kai had to pay a price for it. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling awkwardly and said, "Junior is honored, but why does Senior want to treat me so well?" As he spoke, his mind was racing, but he couldn't think of any key points. Because this queen must... The languid figure on the couch finally got up slowly, sat up straight, and gently beckoned to Yang Kai through the curtain. "Come here." Yang Kai frowned. His eyes filled with a cold light as he said lightly, "Junior can't refuse, can he?" "You can try." Yang Kai couldn't help curling his lips and could only slowly walk forward. As he walked forward, he clearly sensed that the woman's soul fluctuated unstably for a moment. It was as if she was looking forward to something, longing for something. This kind of expectation and longing almost made it impossible for such a master to stabilize their soul. Yang Kai wasn't naive enough to think that the other party had taken a fancy to him. If that was the case, the other party didn't need to go through so much trouble. With the strength she had shown before, she could have easily forced him to submit to her. Since she hadn't taken a fancy to him, she must have taken a fancy to something on him. Considering this, Yang Kai was startled. He arrived in front of the curtain. Yang Kai took a deep breath, raised his hand, and looked inside. Not far away, the woman's appearance was instantly imprinted in his eyes. Yang Kai couldn't help but become a little absent-minded. His opponent's appearance was truly devastatingly beautiful, capable of toppling cities and overturning all living things. There was almost no flaw to be found. She was so perfect that it didn't seem to belong to this world. But the moment Kai Yang saw this woman, he didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling. He seemed to recognize this woman. It was as if he had seen her somewhere before. Carefully recalling the faces of all the experts from the Emperor realm that he had encountered, Yang Kai found that there was no one to compare them to. Deep in his heart, he was puzzled. When their eyes met, the woman's beautiful eyes burst out with a terrifying light. The light almost materialized and enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai froze on the spot. He felt as if he was about to fall into an abyss. There was no end. He hurriedly exclaimed in shock. "Senior." The woman didn't pay any attention to him, and instead said excitedly, "You are the last person left. As expected, that thing must be in your possession. If I can obtain that treasure, this queen can refine this world and truly become the master of this world. Cooperate obediently, and this queen may spare your life and guarantee you a lifetime of glory and wealth. If you dare to resist, I'll make you wish you were dead." When she said the last sentence, the woman's originally beautiful face became extremely ferocious. Her tone was also extremely eerie, as if she had gone mad. Yang Kai listened with a blank face. He had no idea what kind of treasure the woman was talking about was used to refine this world by the last person she was talking about. He wanted to resist, but under the influence of the woman's soul-secret technique, he was powerless to even think, let alone fight. The woman stood up and arrived in front of Yang Kai in a flash. She stretched out a jade finger and tapped Yang Kai's forehead. In the next moment, a pure spiritual energy entered Yang Kai's body. Through her finger, Yang Kai trembled, and his eyes suddenly became dull. At the same time, his whole body convulsed and trembled, as if he was suffering unbearable torture. His consciousness was sinking, and his thoughts were in chaos. This was a normal reaction when one's soul was disturbed. Yang Kai finally understood why Xia Sheng and the others became like that after being brought back. They had obviously encountered the same thing as him, under the powerful soul attack of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. How could a Tao Source realm cultivator maintain their sense of self? The fact that their souls were not scattered was proof of their strength. The woman continued to cast her secret technique, as if she was searching for something in Yang Kai's body. Her expression kept changing, but Yang Kai's mind was in a daze, as if he was half awake. While he was in a daze, he heard the woman exclaim in admiration, "What a pure spiritual energy! Little brat, you're really different from the masses. You actually possess such powerful spiritual energy with just a first-order Tao Source realm cultivation. In time, you'll definitely become a great talent." After a short while, the woman suddenly laughed wildly. "Found it? Ha 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 ha. It really is the soul-warming lotus. It really is the soul-warming lotus. This queen was right, and it has reached the seven-colored realm, so it can bear the needs of the realm soul. When Zishan, when this queen refines this world, I will not let you off easily." As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely ruthless look bloomed in her beautiful eyes. Her delicate body turned into a stream of light and shot directly into Yang Kai's forehead, entering Yang Kai's soul avatar, as if it was nothing. If this scene was seen by others, they would probably be greatly shocked because such a method was extremely dangerous. It was impossible for two different souls to merge easily, and the slightest carelessness would lead to the destruction of one's soul. Unless one had an extremely strong ability to control one's soul. Otherwise, even if one succeeded, they might be contaminated by the other's thoughts and lose themselves. But the woman obviously had a strong ability to control her soul, so she was not worried that Yang Kai's thoughts would contaminate her soul. She shot into Yang Kai's soul avatar and went straight to the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. In an instant, she landed in the center of the soul-warming lotus. Pure energy enveloped her from all directions, and that kind of gentle feeling made her involuntarily moan. The soul-warming lotus was a treasure that nourished the soul between heaven and earth. There was no other treasure that could compare to it, even in the entire star boundary. It was a treasure that could only be found but not sought. Although the soul-warming lotus was recorded in ancient books, it had only appeared 2 or 3 times in the past tens of millions of years. If it were not for a coincidence, the woman would not have known that Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus. She laughed happily, as if she saw a broad road stretching out in front of her. However, just as she was about to refine the soul-warming lotus, a 7-colored light suddenly bloomed from the treasure, forming a layer of 7-colored halo. The halo seemed to have an unstoppable force of heaven and earth, and it collided with the woman's soul avatar, causing her face to darken. Her expression changed drastically as she shouted again and again, trying to resist the repulsion from the soul-warming lotus. But before she could do anything, a strange buzzing sound suddenly entered her ears. The woman was startled and looked up, only to see a dense swarm of tiny insects in front of her. They had gathered into a swarm of insects and were flying towards her like a swarm of locusts, soul-devouring insects. The woman's expression changed drastically as she cried out, "How can there be soul-devouring insects?" The next moment, she suddenly recovered and shouted in disbelief, "Boy, you actually raised soul-devouring insects on the soul-warming lotus? You're crazy. You're crazy." Asterisk Hong Hong. Asterisk, as soon as these words fell, the 7-colored halo of the soul-warming lotus rushed over again, and even someone as strong as the woman had no choice but to retreat. She was simply unable to resist because this was the repulsion from the treasure itself, a counterattack to any aura other than its owner. The light on the woman's body dimmed again, and seeing more halos rushing towards her and the soul-devouring insect swarm, She shouted in exasperation and had no choice but to retreat for the time being. Inside the room, a light flashed and the woman's figure reappeared, but compared to her previous calmness, she was now in a slightly difficult situation. Before she could regain her footing, a chill suddenly fell from the sky and slammed towards her. This chill was so strong that it actually made her feel slightly threatened. The woman was shocked, and her tender body shook as an invisible force burst out like a tsunami, radiating in all directions. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's figure was sent flying. Asterisk, wung wung, wung. Asterisk, the soul-devouring insect swarm flew out from Yang Kai's body and enveloped the woman. For the soul-devouring insects, a powerful soul like this woman was the most delicious meal in the world. So, even without Yang Kai's deliberate command, the soul-devouring insects swarmed towards the woman like they had gone crazy. In an instant, she was completely surrounded by 3 layers of insects, leaving no room for escape. Seeing this, the woman did not dare to be careless. With a shake of her tender body, she formed a layer of protection on the surface of her body, preventing the soul-devouring insects from hurting her soul source. The soul-devouring insects were the nemesis of all souls, so even if the woman had a powerful cultivation, she could not kill them. At most, she could only suppress them and guard against their attacks. However, this was not a long-term solution. The protection she formed on the surface of her body was also condensed from her spiritual energy, and the soul-devouring insects gnawed on it for a while, weakening it greatly. The woman had no choice but to continue urging her strength to maintain this layer of protection. She turned her head again and looked gloomily at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes fixed on the long saber in Yang Kai's hand. Slightly moved, she exclaimed in shock, "An Emperor artifact! And it's actually a Soul Emperor artifact!" The chill she felt before, and the attack that could threaten her, obviously came from this Emperor artifact. Only an artifact of this grade could achieve this. She could not help but sneer coldly as she looked at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, you have some skill. Not to mention the help of these strange treasures. You were actually able to undo the seal and restore your strength right under this queen's nose. That alone is enough to make this queen look at you in a new light." Chapter 2235. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai struggled to stand up and pointed the soul-splitting blade at the woman from afar. The corners of his mouth rose into a subtle smile as he said, "This junior is truly honored to receive such praise from Granny." The woman's expression changed slightly as she said coldly, "What did you say?" Yang Kai shook his head and sneered. "Are you still going to play dumb at a time like this? Do you really need this junior to point out your identity? Granny you—" As soon as the 3 words "Granny you" came out of his mouth, the woman's expression suddenly became as cold as ice. Yang Kai continued, "This junior was also a little confused at first. I didn't know where I had seen you before, but I kept feeling that your appearance was a little familiar. But no matter how I thought about it, I couldn't figure it out. Then when did you remember?" The woman didn't seem to have any intention of denying Yang Kai's guess, and instead asked with great interest. She also ignored the soul-devouring insects that had gathered around her body. "I just connected the past and the future." Yang Kai grinned. "There are so many people locked up in the heavenly prison. So why did you only see the cultivator from Azure Sun Temple? There's obviously a special reason. Either you know all these people, or there's something different about them compared to the local cultivator. Everyone's souls are condensed, so there's naturally not much difference. In other words, the reason you only saw them is because you know them and want to find something from them. And as for what you're looking for, it's probably the soul-warming lotus. Earlier, you even said Temple Master Wen's name and acted like you had an irreconcilable hatred for him. That ferocious expression of yours at that moment." Yang Kai smiled faintly. I can't help but think of a lot of things. It was also when he heard the other party call out Wen Zishan's name in his hazy state. Only then did he suddenly understand. The woman in front of him was Granny Yu, who was guarding the Divine Ascension mirror, which was why he found her familiar at first glance. Since Granny Yu guarded the Divine Ascension mirror all year round, she could naturally enter and exit it freely. It was just that Granny Yu was old while the woman in front of him was as beautiful as a flower, so Yang Kai didn't connect the two at first. So, you recognize this consort? Yang Kai sneered. An old woman came here and transformed into a stunning beauty. You have the nerve to call yourself this queen? Granny Yu sneered. Are you trying to provoke me? If so, then your method is too childish. Yang Kai couldn't help curling his lips when he saw that his scheme had been seen through. Yang Kai knew very well that facing a master like Grandma Yu, if they were outside, he might still have a chance of survival, but in this Divine Ascension world, Grandma Yu's strength would be greatly enhanced, so he had no hope of winning or even escaping. He could only hope that the other party would make a mistake in her rage. That was why he had been so sharp-tongued. Who would have thought that the other party would see through him with a single glance? At least this kid has some brains. Grandma, you nodded slightly at Yang Kai and praised. If I'm not wrong, you used these soul-devouring insects to break the seal in your body, right? So what if I am? Yang Kai's attitude suddenly became arrogant, and he pointed his soul-severing saber at Granny Yu from afar. He said, Old woman, you'd better be sensible. Since you recognize these soul-devouring insects, you naturally know how powerful they are. Obediently let this uncle out. Otherwise, this uncle will order them to devour you until not even your bones remain. He said it as if he could really kill Granny Yu here. Humph, if they were to grow for a few decades or 100 years, this queen might be a little afraid. But with these soul-devouring insects of yours, Granny Yu sneered disdainfully, and with a shake of her delicate body, she sent the soul-devouring insects surrounding her flying. Many of the soul-devouring insects were shaken to the point of dizziness. They flew around like headless flies, but they soon recovered and surrounded Granny Yu again. Since we've come to this point, then this consort will be frank with you. Granny Yu ignored the soul-devouring insects outside her body and said to Yang Kai, obediently erase the mark on the soul-warming lotus and give this treasure to this queen. This queen will definitely not treat you unfairly. Why should I? Yang Kai said angrily. What do you think? Granny Yu sneered. Yang Kai had a helpless expression on his face and hesitated for a while before saying, let's not talk about this for now. Before that, I want to ask you something. What is it? Granny, how did you know that I have the soul-warming lotus? I hid it very well, and no one has ever known about it. Granny Yu frowned and said, there's no harm in telling you. This queen has guarded the Divine Ascension mirror for more than 2,000 years, and although this treasure has not recognized me as its master, this queen has done some research on it. When your soul avatars passed through the Divine Ascension mirror and entered this place, this queen was able to pry into the situation inside your bodies. It was at that time that this queen caught a glimpse and discovered something. But you didn't dare to confirm it, right? That's why you didn't know if you were mistaken, and you didn't know who had the soul-warming lotus. You also knew that we would head to Heavenly Monster Mountain to train after entering the Divine Ascension mirror. So, you ordered Zhou Jian to lead people to Heavenly Monster Mountain to capture the so-called Star of Calamity. After capturing us, you checked us one by one. Yang Kai continued to speculate. That's right. However, this queen thought that the soul-warming lotus was with that brat Xia Sheng, or at the very least with Xiaobai Yi. I never expected that it would be with you, the weakest among us. This queen is truly surprised. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. He finally understood why Xia Sheng and the others were the only ones who had been brought out of the heavenly prison despite so many people being imprisoned. He also understood what Granny Yu meant when she said he was the last person. She had checked Xia Sheng and the others but hadn't found anything. So, of course, he was the last person when it was her turn. There's one more question, Yang Kai suddenly said. Brat, you better not push your luck. Granny Yu's expression turned cold. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Granny, if you don't want to see my soul burial's soul, warming lotus, you better not talk to me like that. Also, you're getting old, so don't get angry too often. It's bad for your health. His expression of extreme concern made Granny Yu furious, but there was nothing she could do. After glaring at Yang Kai for a while, Granny Yu said gloomily, Brat, you better understand your situation. I understand. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. I hope Granny will cooperate. Otherwise, I'll really kill Soul Burial. Anyway, I won't have a good time after falling into your hands. So it's better for us to just go our separate ways. Granny Yu really didn't dare to be rough with him when he kept calling him Soul Burial. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Over thousands of years, it would only appear once in a blue moon and be obtained by a lucky person. If the owner of the soul-warming lotus died, the soul-warming lotus would not disappear, but would instead absorb all of its former owner's spiritual energy and leave it in this world, waiting for the next fated person. When Yang Kai obtained the soul-warming lotus back then, it was only in its tricolor form. At the time, it had retained its former owner's spiritual energy, allowing Yang Kai to benefit greatly. Although the soul-warming lotus would not disappear with the death of its master, if a special method like Hunzong was used, the soul-warming lotus could be erased from existence by using the power of a cultivator's soul. Granny Yu was much stronger than Yang Kai. Even though Yang Kai had the soul-severing saber and the soul-devouring insects, if Granny Yu really wanted to attack Yang Kai, how was he supposed to avoid her? The reason why she did not act rashly was because she had her reservations. She was worried that Yang Kai would fight to the death with her in desperation and use soul burial to kill the soul-warming lotus. Previously, Yang Kai's strength had been sealed, and his spiritual energy had been attacked by her. Yang Kai could not resist at all, and could only let her do whatever she wanted. But now that Yang Kai had regained his freedom, he had the opportunity to use soul burial. Granny Yu stared deeply at Yang Kai for a long time before closing her eyes. When she opened them again, they were completely calm. This is the last question. Kid, you should know when to stop. Of course. Yang Kai grinned. Granny is cooperating with me, so this kid naturally won't mess around. That would be for the best. Granny Yu nodded. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he asked, Granny, what do you want the soul-warming lotus for? Granny Yu frowned and fell silent with a frosty expression. Yang Kai said, You definitely don't just want to nourish your spiritual energy. Granny, you said some things before, as if you can harm Temple Master if you obtain this soul-warming lotus. How about this? This kid will ask another question. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes became extremely sharp as he stared straight into Granny Yu's eyes. That so-called mirror soul, what is it? Why does it need the soul-warming lotus to bear it? As soon as he said this, a ruthless look immediately appeared on Granny Yu's pretty face as killing intent faintly seeped out. Granny, we had an agreement. You're going back on your word. If you do this kid will also go back on his word. You can't blame me for being unjust. Don't cry your eyes out after I soul burial the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai hurriedly urged when he saw that she did not answer. Granny Yu laughed in anger. You really dare to soul burial? If you really dare, you can try it. This queen will wait and see. She suddenly assumed a posture of watching a good show. Yang Kai could not help rubbing his nose and shaking his head. In any case, Granny, don't force me. If you force me, I'll soul burial. Humph, little brat. Granny was in a bad mood and cursed angrily. For a master like her to be threatened by Yang Kai, her mood was naturally not good. After a long silence, she gritted her teeth and said, Boy, you should know that in this world, there are some artifacts that by chance, give birth to their own wills over the years. These special wills are called artifact spirits. When Yong-kai heard that she was going to explain, he immediately perked up and listened attentively, nodding, "Of course I know this." Lu Yen was an artifact spirit, so Yong-kai naturally had a deep understanding of this. Artifacts with artifact spirits often have great power and are much stronger than those without artifact spirits. There are hundreds of millions of artifacts in the world, but there are not many that can give birth to artifact spirits. Artifact spirits are also extremely rare. Chapter 2236. The birth of an artifact spirit is based on the luck of heaven and earth and is more of a coincidence. It doesn't have much to do with the grade of the artifact itself. Of course, some people say that the higher the grade of the artifact, the higher the chance of an artifact spirit being born. This may be true. After all, it takes a very long time for an artifact spirit to be born, perhaps thousands or even tens of thousands of years. If the grade of the artifact is too low, it won't be able to be preserved for that long. Grandma, you continued. Yong-kai didn't say a word as he listened quietly. And this divine ascension mirror has its own artifact spirit. Grandma, you stared deeply at Yong-kai when she said this. Is this the mirror soul you speak of? Yong-kai raised his brow. That's right. Grandma, you nodded lightly. Ever since this queen discovered this divine ascension mirror, this queen has studied it for thousands of years, but has never been able to refine it for her own use. That was until one day, when I coincidentally sensed the will of this world, and that was the mirror soul. Without subduing the mirror soul, there is no way to refine this world. But how could subduing the mirror soul be so easy? That's the world force of this world. And even a soul avatar of this queen's cultivation isn't enough to bear its will. If I forcefully tried to subdue it, my soul would be destroyed. The strength of that will, perhaps even a cultivator on the level of great emperors wouldn't be able to contain it. Yong-kai couldn't help but be moved as he exclaimed in shock. So you thought of using something else as a medium to bear the will of this world? Grandma, you coldly snorted. Is there any other method besides this? And the requirements for this method are far too harsh. In this world, how many divine artifacts can achieve this? After saying this, she suddenly looked towards Yong-kai with a fiery gaze. She continued, and the soul-warming lotus you possess is one of those. This is one of them. So that's how it is. Yong-kai nodded, suddenly enlightened. As long as this queen can obtain the soul-warming lotus, this queen can use this treasure as a medium to fuse with the mirror soul of the divine ascension mirror and completely refine this world. At that time, this queen's soul will be able to reach the level of great emperors. A mere Wenzishan. She sneered and shouted, "What does he amount to?" Granny, you have such a deep resentment towards Temple Master Wen. Yong-kai sighed. Don't mention that bastard to me. Grandma, you suddenly became furious. If it weren't for him, this queen would have been able to study this divine ascension mirror in peace, and this precious treasure would have been mine. But 800 years ago, he suddenly came to the Azure Sun Mountain Range. After defeating me, he actually wanted to get his hands on this treasure. I couldn't stand it. Is that so? Yong-kai answered casually. Granny, you glanced at him, the anger on her face slowly receding. Her tone also began to soften as she said, Kid, I've already told you everything you need to know. It's time to hand over the soul-warming lotus to me. Don't worry. This queen only wants to deal with Wenzishan. After this wish was fulfilled, you can do whatever you want. Then I'll have to thank Granny. Yong-kai grinned and changed the topic, but this matter will be difficult to handle. Granny Yu's expression turned cold as she stared at Yong-kai and said coldly, Kid, are you going to go back on your word? No. Yong-kai denied. It's just that even if I wanted to, Temple Master Wen wouldn't agree. Don't you think so? Temple Master Wen... As he finished his last sentence, he suddenly shouted at the void beside him. What? Granny Yu's expression changed drastically when she saw this, and she looked around as she shouted. She cried out in alarm. When Zishan is here? She looked like a mouse that had seen a cat, as if she was extremely afraid of Wen Zishan. But in the next moment, she understood that she had fallen into a trap. There was no sign of Wen Zishan in that void. Instead, it was Yang Kai who took advantage of the moment she panicked and lost her composure that Yang Kai flew out. Damn you, kid! Granny Yu was furious, and her pretty face had turned completely ferocious. With a flicker of her tender body, she chased after Yang Kai. Even though Yang Kai had used his space secret technique, he could not get rid of Granny Yu's figure. As soon as he ran out of the palace, Granny Yu caught up and blocked his path. Granny Yu pointed a finger at Yang Kai, and at the tip of her finger, an energy vortex surged, seemingly containing great power. Yang Kai was shocked, and his expression changed drastically. But he still shouted without hesitation, "Blossoming Lotus!" As soon as he finished speaking, a white lotus bud suddenly bloomed around his body. Unlike when he used the Blossoming Lotus secret technique in the outside world, when he directly used this supreme soul-type artifact in his soul avatar, the lotus bud directly revealed itself, allowing Granny Yu to see it clearly. Soul-warming lotus. Granny Yu's face lit up with joy when she saw this, and her hand movements paused slightly. At this moment, the lotus bud shook slightly and suddenly disappeared, turning into a stream of light that shot into Granny Yu's body. And even someone as strong as Granny Yu could not help but groan, and her tender body swayed slightly. The next moment, her delicate face turned pale. This was because she sensed that the spiritual energy in her body was rapidly depleting, as if something in her body was devouring her spiritual energy. As her spiritual energy was depleting, the lotus bud quickly bloomed and emitted an enchanting fragrance. Yang Kai did not stop after his move succeeded, and with the soul-splitting saber in his hand, he viciously slashed at Granny Yu. Although Granny Yu was slightly affected by the Blossoming Lotus secret technique, she was not completely defenseless. She just raised her hand, and a sudden gust of wind blew Yang Kai's body from side to side. The difference in strength between them was too great, and even if Yang Kai used all his tricks, he still could not do anything to her. Yang Kai cursed and did not dare to stay any longer. Activating his space secret technique, his figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he fled out of the palace. Granny Yu's angry roar came from behind him. Inside the palace, everyone was silent. Zhou, Jian, Yu Man, and Yuan Qing all looked towards the source of the sound, their faces filled with shock. After a short while, outside the palace, Yang Kai's figure moved like a meteor. He did not know what to do now, but he knew that once he was caught by Granny Yu again, he would not be as lucky as before. At that time, Granny Yu would definitely suppress him with absolute strength and forcibly take away the soul-warming lotus in his body. He could only take one step at a time. But just as he was pondering, an astonishing pressure spread out from behind him, pressing down on him like a mountain. Yang Kai staggered and almost fell down. Taking the time to look back, he saw Granny Yu chasing after him from a few dozen kilometers away. Her aura was fierce, and as she chased after him, she did not forget to threaten Yang Kai. Boy, this queen will make you die a horrible death. How could Yang Kai care about her? He had already pushed his space principles to the limit and was busy running for his life. But with the difference in strength, this method of his could only prolong his last breath. Even Zhou Jian was able to capture him, let alone Granny Yu. Although both of them were third-order Emperor Realm Masters, Granny Yu had studied the Divine Ascension Mirror for thousands of years. Even if she could not refine it, she could still use some of its divine technique. In less than 30 breaths of time, Granny Yu's figure arrived. She grinned from afar and with a single thought, used a shocking method to lock down the space around Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to use his space force to teleport. This time, she obviously did not intend to waste any more words with Yang Kai. She directly flew over and stretched out her hand in an attempt to capture and suppress Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face turned green as he racked his brains, but he could not think of a good way to resolve the crisis in front of him. Han Zhang's soul-warming lotus was probably not enough to make Granny Yu stop. This was only a last resort, and a last resort. Yang Kai did not dare to use it until the very last moment. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Yang Kai was prepared to fight to the death once Granny Yu got close. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. However, from the west, a stream of light suddenly appeared and blocked Yang Kai's path. A beautiful figure with cold, murderous intent. A beautiful face with a piercingly cold sword chi. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this person's beautiful back. He called out in a low voice, "Elder Gao." This person was Gao Shueting, who had separated from them at the beginning. For some reason, she suddenly appeared and stood in front of Yang Kai. At this critical moment, Yang Kai noticed that she was holding a long sword in her hand. The blade of this long sword was extremely sharp, and the aura it gave off was extraordinary. This was an Emperor artifact, soul-type artifact. But looking at the appearance of this Emperor artifact, it seemed to have just been refined. But soon, Yang Kai realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Elder Gao, you're no match for her. Run." Gao Shueting was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Even if she had entered the Divine Ascension Mirror World 4 times, and her spiritual energy was slightly stronger than her physical cultivation, she would still be no match for Granny Yu. She would be of no help here. Facing Yang Kai's shout, Gao Shueting was indifferent. She just stood there calmly and said calmly, "Don't be nervous." On the other side, Granny Yu also recognized Gao Shueting. Her expression changed slightly as she stopped and shouted, "Get lost." She didn't seem to dare to attack Gao Shueting, and her face was filled with fear. Gao Shueting ignored her and turned to look at Yang Kai, asking with concern, "Are you hurt?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm fine. What about Xia Sheng and the others? They're all locked up in the heavenly prison, but Brother Xia and the other souls are a little shaken. Fortunately, their lives aren't in danger." "That's good." Gao Shueting also let out a sigh of relief. "Elder Gao, why are you here?" Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. "I went to Heavenly Monster Mountain and wanted to secretly investigate your training, but I didn't expect to find out some information that I didn't want to hear, so I chased you all the way here. Fortunately, I arrived in time." Hearing this, a look of understanding appeared on Yang Kai's face. However, Gao Shueting had indeed arrived in time. If she had been a little later, he would have been captured by Granny Yu. Chapter 2237. Outside the palace, on the plain, Gao Shueting was facing the Third Order Emperor Realm Grandma Yu with her First Order Emperor Realm cultivation. But she was fearless. She brushed her hair behind her ear and said calmly, "Grandma, how about we end this matter here?" Grandma Yu was slightly taken aback when she heard this, but she soon laughed out loud and shouted, "Little girl, who do you think you're talking to?" "Of course, I'm talking to you, Grandma." Gao Shueting was indifferent, her expression still cold. "If you agree to end this matter here, the Temple Master and Master may be lenient and not make things difficult for you. But if you insist—" "Grandma, I've known you for hundreds of years, and although you're not a member of my temple, we still have some feelings for each other. There are some things that I don't want to go too far." "Are you threatening me?" Grandma Yu's expression turned fierce, and her voice became sharp. Gao Shueting shook her head. "Grandma is a senior, so Shueting doesn't dare to threaten you." It's just that Xue Ting is under the orders of the temple master to bring a few disciples into this divine ascension mirror to train. So I must ensure their safety. No one can hurt them. Not even you, Grandma. Not even you. Ha ha. Grandma, you laughed. Little girl, you're not very strong, but you talk big. What do you think you can do to this queen with your abilities? If it weren't for the fact that you've been obedient all these years, do you think this queen would talk to you nicely? Does Grandma still remember when Xue Ting secretly brought you food when she was young? Gao Xue Ting suddenly brought up the past. Grandma Yu's expression turned cold as she said coldly, "Why bring that up?" A look of reminiscence involuntarily flashed across her eyes, and her violent expression softened for a moment. Xue Ting sincerely hopes so. Grandma won't stop here. Gao Xue Ting sighed, slightly. Impossible. The coldness in Grandma Yu's eyes reappeared. She said coldly, "This queen has waited for so many years, and now there's finally a little hope. You want this queen to give up with just a few words? Dream on." Gao Xue Ting frowned. "I don't know what Grandma is waiting for or what you hope for, but, Grandma, do you have to do this? It's been 800 years, and although you haven't entered the temple, Xue Ting has long regarded you as a member of the temple. Xue Ting's elder. Xue Ting really doesn't want to hurt you." Cut the crap. Granny Yu also lost her patience and snapped, "You can either scram right now, or I will kill you. You can choose between the two." Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help but become nervous. Although Gao Xue Ting was also considered a powerhouse, Yang Kai estimated that she was definitely no match for someone like Granny Yu. If Gao Xue Ting was implicated because of him, he would feel guilty. Sigh. Gao Xue Ting suddenly sighed deeply. She stared at Grandma Yu and said, "Grandma, the temple master already knows that you've always held a grudge against him, and that you still hold a grudge against him for that battle. But even so, he still allowed me to lead the team into the divine ascension mirror. I'm not worried that you'll be able to control my vital points. Why do you think this is?" As soon as he said this, Granny Yu's expression changed slightly, and she frowned in contemplation. Gao Xue Ting continued, "Over the years, many of the temple's disciples who entered the divine ascension mirror died because of you, but the temple master didn't hold you responsible and only tacitly agreed that it was a test for the disciples. First, it's because you didn't do it yourself. Even if you sent your subordinates, you only sent a cultivator whose strength was on par with theirs, so it was indeed a test for them. Second, the temple master felt guilty towards you. After all, you were the one who discovered the divine ascension mirror. Although he didn't take it by force, he did treat it as the temple's most precious asset and repeatedly sent the disciples into this place to train. When Zishan felt guilty towards this queen, Granny, you suddenly sneered. How could someone like him, whose conscience has been eaten by dogs, feel like that? What a joke. Gao Xue Ting said indifferently, "That's why the temple master instructed me not to use this method unless it was absolutely necessary. That's because he sincerely hoped that the divine ascension mirror would always be guarded by you." What method? Granny Yu's expression suddenly became tense as she stared at Gao Xue Ting with wide eyes. Gao Xue Ting didn't answer her, however. Instead, she quickly formed a seal with her hands and said, "Granny, don't worry. I've already informed the temple master of this matter through a secret technique. He should be waiting in the cave right now. When your soul returns, you can discuss it with him in detail." After saying this, she held her hands together, and a circle of light bloomed between them. She gently pushed forward, and the light shot straight towards Granny Yu. This light clearly didn't have any killing power, nor did it pose any threat, but Granny Yu's expression changed drastically when she saw this light, and she cried out in fear, "No!" As she spoke, she actually turned around and tried to flee. But even though she was fast, the light was even faster. In an instant, it hit her body and merged with her soul. In the next moment, an inexplicable force rose up and a vortex strangely appeared above Granny Yu's head. The vortex spun and emitted a powerful suction force that tried to suck Granny Yu away. Granny Yu naturally wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. In her anger, she let out a hysterical roar, and an extremely pure spiritual energy shot out towards Gao Shueting. Gao Shueting's expression changed drastically. Granny Yu's attack was obviously the full extent of her strength. It wasn't something Gao Shueting could resist, so her only option was to dodge. But just as she was about to dodge, a figure suddenly appeared in midair. This figure was an old man with a transcendent aura. His hair and beard were all white, and his entire appearance was ordinary. If he hadn't taken the initiative to appear, no one present would have noticed his existence. As soon as this old man appeared, he waved his sleeve. A gentle force spread out and dissolved Granny Yu's soul attack into nothingness. Granny Yu's eyes widened as she stared at the old man. Her face was filled with disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At that moment, the power from the vortex above her head finally couldn't be resisted, and her body was sucked in as she let out an unwilling roar. Immediately after, the vortex disappeared, and so did Granny Yu's figure. Yang Kai's thoughts raced as he watched the scene. Granny Yu's body had probably been tampered with by Wen Zishan. Perhaps he had used some kind of secret technique on her, and he had taught Gao Shueting how to use this secret technique. Once the secret technique was used, Granny Yu's body would automatically suck in her soul. This was the reason for the current situation. After Granny Yu, who was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, was struck by this secret technique, she couldn't remain in the divine Ascension Mirror world. Although this was only Yang Kai's guess, it should be pretty close to the truth. After all, only the physical body and the soul were inseparable, so the only thing that could attract Granny Yu's soul was her own physical body. While Yang Kai was speculating, Gao Shueting was looking at the old man who had suddenly appeared suspiciously. She released her divine sense, but when she came into contact with the old man, she was shocked to find that he didn't exist at all. In other words, her divine sense couldn't detect any trace of him. This discovery made Gao Shueting's expression turn solemn, because even if it was someone like Granny Yu or Wen Zishan with her current cultivation, if she released her divine sense, she would still be able to detect some details about the other party. However, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation when facing this old man. There was only one explanation for this situation. This old man's cultivation was higher than both Granny Yu and Wen Zishan. The former two were already third-order Emperor Realm Masters, so existences higher than them had a special name in this world, Great Emperors. There was actually a Great Emperor in the divine Ascension Mirror world. Wen Zishan had never told her about this, so perhaps even Wen Zishan didn't know about it. Gao Shueting was filled with respect and bowed. Junior Gao Shueting greets Senior. The old man nodded lightly. Senior, are you with Granny Yu? Gao Shueting asked again. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Gao Shueting with a strange expression, suddenly discovering that this frosty elder Gao actually had such a cute side to her. If this old man was with Granny Yu, he wouldn't have needed to help her just now. He would have already subdued her and wouldn't have given her a chance to use her secret technique. No, the old man slowly shook his head. Junior thanks Senior for saving my life, but Senior, Gao Shueting asked tentatively. Although she didn't feel the slightest hostility from this old man, she didn't dare to be careless in the slightest because of his divine transcendence cultivation. She was afraid that she would accidentally anger him. If that was the case, then even Wen Zishan wouldn't be able to save her. This old master came here. As the old man spoke, his gaze turned to Yang Kai and continued, "For him? For me?" Yang Kai's face was filled with astonishment. Gao Shueting's expression was also quite interesting. She turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering what was so special about him that the great emperors had come to see him, because as far as she knew, this was the first time Yang Kai had entered the Divine Ascension Mirror, so he didn't even know about the existence of this unique treasure. It was impossible for the two of them to know each other before this. After calming herself down, Gao Shueting asked again, "May I ask why Senior is looking for him?" The old man smiled slightly and said with a kind expression, "Don't worry, this old master won't make things difficult for him. I just want to take him with me for a few days and need his help with some matters. I will send him away from this place later." Gao Shueting raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Leave this place? What does Senior know?" When the old man said, "Leave this place," it was obvious that he had revealed some unusual information. The old man smiled and said, "This old master can see some of the scenes in the outside world, so I know that you are not from this place." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Yi Quan only knew that this was the Divine Ascension Mirror world because when Zishan told him about it after he was drunk, but this old man was able to see the outside world with his own abilities. This meant that this old man's strength had truly reached the level of the great emperors. Only someone with this level of strength could see through the power of this world and see through reality and illusion, allowing him to freely use his divine sense to investigate the situation in the outside world. Chapter 2238. You don't have to worry about his safety. This old man won't hurt him. I just need his help for one thing, the old man patiently explained to Yan Xingting. The old man explained patiently to Gao Shueting. After that, he looked at the palace and said, "Your disciples are still inside. Although their souls aren't too damaged, they were still shaken up. It's best to take them away from here as soon as possible so that they can recuperate." "Thank you for your reminder, Senior," Gao Shueting quickly said, and the old man nodded lightly, then turned his gaze to Yang Kai and said kindly, "Little friend, come with me." After saying that, he waved his hand. Yang Kai immediately felt a gentle force wrap around him and involuntarily flew to the old man's side. Then he followed behind the old man and quickly rushed in a certain direction. Gao Shueting opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but the old man and Yang Kai were nowhere to be seen. They had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gao Shueting frowned slightly as she stared in the direction the two disappeared. She knew that with the old man's cultivation and strength, there was no need for him to lie to her. If the old man really had any hostility, he could crush her with just a finger. However, he had taken Yang Kai away so inexplicably, which made Gao Shueting feel a little uneasy. She didn't know what kind of power the old man wanted to borrow from Yang Kai, and what he wanted to do. After thinking for a while, she knew that she couldn't solve this problem. She didn't even have a way to track the old man's whereabouts. She could only go to the palace first and rescue Xia Sheng and the others. Then she would use a secret technique to send a message to Wen Zishan, asking him to find a way to retrieve their soul avatars. They traveled as fast as lightning, and the wind whistled in their ears. The ground was moving backwards rapidly. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. The old man beside him, he was the first master at the level of great emperors he had ever encountered. Before this, he had only heard about the existence of the great emperors, but had never seen them with his own eyes. Of course, Yang Inflammation might be one of the great emperors, but it was only a possibility. However, even if Yang Inflammation was one of the great emperors, he wasn't very strong when he was with Yang Kai. Only when she returned to the star boundary would her cultivation gradually recover. He had never really seen the means of the great emperors. But today, he was able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Granny Yu's third-order Emperor Realm trapped beast attack was like a light breeze in front of this old man, not even worth mentioning. At this moment, he was carrying Yang Kai, and he was actually dozens of times faster than Yang Kai using the Space Divine technique. Yang Kai couldn't even observe the scenery as he passed by. He was deeply shaken in the depths of his heart. Only now did he understand the height of the great emperors. It was simply not something an ordinary cultivator could reach. Along the way, Yang Kai remained silent. He didn't ask what the old man wanted him to do, because it was meaningless to ask at this moment. He would naturally know when the time came. The old man wasn't hostile, so he naturally didn't think about running away. He just silently sensed the emperor intent and emperor pressure emanating from the old man, using it to temper his own will. He didn't speak. The old man didn't seem to want to take the initiative to speak either. He just kept his head down and hurried along. From time to time, a complicated expression would appear on his face. After a long day, the old man brought Yang Kai to a mountain valley. Only after arriving here did the old man slow down. Yang Kai looked around and found that the mountain valley was covered by a thick fog. Once inside, he couldn't even see his own fingers in front of him. This thick fog was obviously not ordinary, because even when he probed it with his divine sense, he found nothing. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. After a while, the two landed on a flat ground in the mountain valley. The gentle force that had been enveloping Yang Kai slowly dissipated. After regaining his freedom, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked around. Soon, he discovered that this place seemed to be the only place in the valley that was not covered by the thick fog. The area was not large, and as far as his eyes could see, there was only a simple wooden house. In front of Muwu, there were 20 to 30 graves. In front of each grave, there was a wooden plaque with a person's name engraved on it. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he knew that there must be no corpses in these graves, or even nothing at all when he saw these graves, he inexplicably felt that there were many great master beings lying here. His eyes swept over these names one by one, but he didn't recognize any of them. These names were written in a flamboyant style, and each stroke and line of handwriting was natural and smooth, faintly containing the heavenly way, causing Yang Kai's heart to tremble. "Little friend, how should I address you?" the old man suddenly asked, looking kindly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fists and introduced himself. "So it's little friend Yang. Nice to meet you." The old man nodded slightly. Yang Kai asked solemnly, "May I ask Senior's name?" The old man was silent for a moment, then said, "This old man is Tian Yen." Yang Kai bowed solemnly once again. After Tian Yen responded, he pointed to the dozens of graves in front of them and said, "Little friend Yang, do you know who these people are?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Although this junior doesn't recognize any of their names, I know that these seniors must have been some great master beings whose cultivation was extraordinary and whose hands and eyes reached the heavens." "Ha ha!" Tian Yen smiled slightly. "You're right. Then do you know, how did they die?" Yang Kai shook his head blankly. In fact, he was also thinking about this question at this moment. Tian Yen was such an extraordinary master, but he seemed to have been guarding this place, and that simple wooden house was obviously the place where Tian Yen usually meditated and rested. For an existence at the level of great emperors like Tian Yen to guard these graves, these dead masters were definitely not nobodies. But since they were not nobodies, who could have killed them? Could it be that Tian Yen did it himself? Yang Kai didn't think the old man was the kind of person who liked to kill. Tian Yen said, "A long time ago, the martial Tao flourished in this world. Masters at the Third Order Emperor realm emerged one after another, and various sects flourished and flourished." He didn't answer the previous question, but suddenly recalled the past. Yang Kai didn't dare to interrupt him, and quickly put on a focused expression to listen. Back then, this old man was only a third-order Emperor Realm Master, the same cultivation as the woman you met today, Tian Yen continued, and Yang Kai knew that he was referring to Grandma Yu. Although this world is very different from the outside world, since it exists, it has its own trajectory and principles. Many masters explored the path to becoming stronger under the trajectory and principles of this world, seeking common ground while reserving differences. It was a happy and harmonious life. Tian Yan's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling that there was going to be a big twist or something. Sure enough, Tian Yan continued, but the appearance of an object changed this world greatly. What object? Yang Kai asked in surprise. He really couldn't think of what it was that could cause such a drastic change in the entire world, and the masters buried here obviously died because of that object. In other words, that object had the power to destroy an entire world. Tian Yan looked at him meaningfully and said unhurriedly, "A swarm of insects." Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly remembered what Quan had said to him before and cried out involuntarily, "Soul-devouring insects!" Back at Heavenly Monster Mountain, Quan had told Yang Kai that the Divine Ascension Mirror World had almost been destroyed because of the soul-devouring insects. Quan had warned him that if he ever had the chance to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror World again, he shouldn't bring the soul-devouring insects in before he could fully control them. He also shouldn't leave them behind when he left. Yang Kai clearly remembered Quan's serious expression and solemn tone when he said those words. Combined with Quan's words, Yang Kai suddenly realized what the old man was talking about. That's right. Tian Yan nodded seriously. That swarm of insects, I don't know where they came from. In the beginning, they were very weak, so not many people paid them any attention. However, their unique characteristics and their ability to restrain this world allowed them to rapidly grow stronger as they continued to kill and devour. Wherever they went, all living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering. Any living being with their own would be devoured by them, and no one was able to resist. Families were destroyed one after another, and cities were devoured one after another. In just a few short years, their growth was unimaginable. When Tian Yan said this, a dark look flashed through his eyes. By the time the powerhouses of this world realized that something was wrong, this swarm of insects had already grown to a point where no one could suppress them. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. As the master of the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai understood better than anyone else just how destructive the soul-devouring insects were to this world. He had once predicted that if the soul-devouring insects were given enough time, they would definitely grow into an existence that could dominate everything in this world. However, this was just a hypothesis, and Yang Kai did not know if it would actually succeed. However, from Tian Yan, Yang Kai learned that this hypothesis had really happened. Even though he had not personally experienced that scene, Yang Kai could almost imagine that sorrowful scene. Wherever the soul-devouring insects passed, there would be a deathly stillness, and there would be no more signs of life. They were too powerful, and their ability to restrain the living beings of this world was too obvious. Furthermore, they could continuously devour the souls of powerhouses to strengthen themselves, becoming stronger and stronger. Tian Yan took a deep breath and continued, therefore, at that time, almost all the powerhouses joined forces to fight the soul-devouring insects to the death for themselves and for this world. Yang Kai felt his blood boil inexplicably. Even though Tian Yan did not describe the scene of that battle, he seemed to see the magnificent scene of dozens of powerhouses from the Emperor realm fearlessly using their divine technique to besiege the swarm of soul-devouring insects. That battle would definitely cause the world to lose its color. That battle would definitely cause the sun and moon to lose their light. That battle was destined to be forgotten by the world. This was because after that battle, all the experts had turned into empty tombs with only their names recorded on them. Chapter 2239. Tens of millions of years later, their names have been forgotten in the long river of history. The people who lived and worked peacefully in this world did not know that such a soul-stirring battle had taken place so long ago. Only an old man silently guarded their tombs. Only these tombs recorded the great achievements they had made, and only here could they recall the contributions they had made to this world. I'm sure you've seen the result of that battle. Tian Yen looked sad as he pointed at the dozens of tombs in front of him. Yang Kai was filled with deep veneration and bowed deeply to these tombs. Straightening up, he asked again, "What about the soul-devouring insects? Were they killed?" Tian Yen slowly shook his head and said sadly, "I'm ashamed to say this. Although we paid a huge price, the soul-devouring insects are not things that the creatures of this world can kill." Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. He said in shock, "Senior, you mean the soul-devouring insects are still alive?" Tian Yen nodded. "How can this be?" Yang Kai suddenly felt a little sad. So many experts here had died in order to exterminate the soul-devouring insects, but they had paid the price with their lives. In the end, they did not succeed. Didn't this mean that their sacrifice was not worth much? Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked. He said, "Where are the soul-devouring insects now?" "Come with me," the old man said before using his strength to wrap Yang Kai up again. In a flash, the two of them arrived in front of the pitch-black altar. Waving his hand, the old man dispersed the thick fog, revealing the altar before pointing to it with a look of dread and saying, "The insects that wreaked havoc in this world all those years ago. They are all sealed here." There was no need for him to say it. Yang Kai had already sensed it, because when he first appeared here, the soul-devouring insects in the soul-warming lotus began to riot uncontrollably, as if they wanted to break free from Yang Kai's restraints and fly out of the body. At the same time, a buzzing sound came from the altar, forming a strange resonance with the soul-devouring insects in the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai's face changed dramatically. "You really do have soul-devouring insects." The old man glanced at him with a complicated gaze. This old man was also stirred up by them. "That's why I sensed something and went to Heavenly Monster Mountain to find out the reason. But I didn't expect that by the time I got there, you were already gone. However, this old man has guarded this place for tens of thousands of years and is extremely familiar with the aura of the soul-devouring insects. I sensed a unique aura in the Heavenly Monster Mountain, and after asking the Monster King of the Heavenly Monster Mountain, I chased after it to Divine Ascension City. Senior, don't worry. My soul-devouring insects aren't strong and won't cause any harm to this world. Also, I'll take them with me when I leave this place," Yang Kai said hurriedly. He thought that Tian Yen had brought him here to keep the soul-devouring insects, so he quickly explained. "Little friend Yang misunderstands." Tian Yen slowly shook his head. "This old man doesn't want your soul-devouring insects. This world was almost destroyed because of these insects. So how could this old man leave behind more soul-devouring insects? I just brought you here to ask you for a favor." "What favor?" Yang Kai was confused. "This old man asks you to take them with you," Tian Yen said as he pointed at the dark altar. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he said dryly, "Senior must be joking." He explained, "Because my soul-devouring insects are still considered weak, and because I obtained them a long time ago, this junior can still control a few of them. But the soul-devouring insects sealed here. Please forgive this junior for being unable to do anything." These sealed soul-devouring insects had even devoured several dozen Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. How could Yang Kai dare to touch them? If he really took them into the soul-warming lotus, it wouldn't be long before he died without a burial place. "They are no longer as strong as they used to be," Tian Yen said. "They have been sealed for tens of thousands of years, and without the nourishment of their souls, they have become extremely weak. Since Little Friend has a way to control your soul-devouring insects, why can't you control them?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Senior thinks too highly of me. I could still control my soul-devouring insects before, but after being here for less than 20 days, my insects are already disobeying my orders. After leaving this place, I will have to think of a way myself. At this point, Yang Kai suddenly paused and fell into deep thought. Seeing him like this, Tianyan couldn't help but be shocked and looked at him expectantly. He had been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years and had never left Misty Valley. Firstly, it was to guard the graves of his old friends, and secondly, to guard the soul-devouring insects. However, leaving the soul-devouring insects in this world was always a hidden danger. If he could send them out of this world and prevent future troubles, that was definitely what Tianyan wanted to see the most. Therefore, when he sensed that the soul-devouring insects in the altar had awakened, he immediately went to find Yang Kai and made this request to him. After a while, Yang Kai raised his head, his eyes shining brightly, and asked, "Senior, may I ask how strong these sealed soul-devouring insects are now?" Hearing this, Tianyan answered seriously, "According to this old man's estimates, they are now slightly stronger than your soul-devouring insects, but not by much. That's all." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "If that's all, we might still have a chance." "What do you mean?" Tianyan asked, puzzled. Yang Kai said seriously, "Senior must also know that the outside world is very different from here. Although the soul-devouring insects are lawless here, there are many methods to deal with them in the outside world. This junior has a unique treasure that is born with the nemesis of various exotic insects. There is such a thing?" Tianyan was shocked. "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "This junior originally planned to use this unique treasure to subdue my own soul-devouring insects after leaving this place so that they will listen to my orders obediently in the future. If the soul-devouring insects sealed here are not too strong, this junior may be able to subdue them as well." The item he was referring to was naturally the insect enslavement bracelet left behind by the insect emperor. This thing was very effective against exotic insects, and the soul-devouring insects would definitely not be able to resist its power. Of course, this was on the premise that the soul-devouring insects were not too strong. If they were strong enough to devour even the Emperor realm, Yang Kai would not dare to act rashly. However, after receiving Tianyan's answer, Yang Kai had an idea that made him restless. "With the help of this treasure, we can indeed give it a try." Tianyan looked excited. "But how confident are you, my young friend? This old master brought you here and made this request just to give it a try. If it is too dangerous, this old master will just guard this place for a few tens of thousands of years." Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "I'm quite confident, but I still need Senior's help." Tianyan said, "What do you need? Just tell me." Yang Kai said, "My soul-devouring insects are fine. Although they are a little arrogant now, they are not harmful to me. However, if the soul-devouring insects sealed here are handed over to me, they will definitely enter my soul avatar. Junior would like to ask Senior to seal them slightly, so that this junior will not be able to contend against them." This was exactly what he was worried about. If he wanted to take away the soul-devouring insects, he would first have to absorb them into his body. If they suddenly attacked, how could Yang Kai resist? What's more, after he left this time, he still needed to refine the insect enslavement bracelet, so he definitely could not be disturbed too much. If he was caught in a battle with the soul-devouring insects, he would not be able to refine the Emperor artifact. What Yang Kai did not expect was that after he made this request, Tianyan actually showed a troubled look. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Is this a very difficult matter for Senior?" Tianyan glanced at him and nodded lightly. Yang Kai was shocked. How could that be? According to Senior, these soul-devouring insects are already extremely weak, but Senior's cultivation is so high. With this old master's strength, it is naturally easy to intimidate them for a while, but This old master cannot leave this world with you. Without this old master, the soul-devouring insects will definitely be unrestrained. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he looked at Tianyan in astonishment, pointing to the altar and asking, "But Senior, how did you seal them back then?" The soul-devouring insects back then were definitely 10,000 times stronger than they were now. At that time, the soul-devouring insects were sealed. So why couldn't they be sealed now? Yang Kai could not understand. Tianyan said, "I am ashamed. This seal is not the soul master's work." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Could it be that it was the combined strength of everyone back then?" "Sort of." Tianyan nodded slightly, but there was another force added to it. Otherwise, how could it seal them for such a long time? "What force?" Yang Kai asked. Tianyan did not speak, but pointed to the sky. Yang Kai was at a loss at first, then suddenly understood, and then was shocked. He cried out involuntarily, "The mighty power of heaven and earth! Mirror soul?" Tianyan said, "This world has its own will and laws. The soul-devouring insects destroyed all living things and destroyed this world. The mighty power of heaven and earth could not tolerate it. And under the influence of the laws, we had the chance to seal the soul-devouring insects back then. After all, no matter how strong we were just food to the soul-devouring insects. Only the mighty power of heaven and earth formed a layer of protection between the soul-devouring insects, and our power could stop them from devouring." With his explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. This seal was roughly divided into 2 layers. One layer was the will of the mirror soul, which was the mighty power of heaven and earth, while the other layer was the power of the many masters. The 2 layers of power combined to seal the soul-devouring insects for tens of thousands of years, and neither could be missing. "Senior, can you allow this junior to communicate with the mighty power of heaven and earth?" Yang Kai asked with bright eyes, because at this moment, he suddenly remembered Grandma Yu's previous plan. She wanted to steal the soul-warming lotus, and her main goal was to use the soul-warming lotus as a medium to carry the mirror soul and refine this world. If Yang Kai could communicate with the mirror soul, he might have a chance to accomplish this. Once he succeeded, he would become the master of the divine ascension mirror and be able to enter it at any time to temper his soul. Chapter 2240. But that wasn't all. More importantly, there were quite a few masters in the divine ascension mirror, such as Yiquan, Bai Lu, Yuan Fei, Zhou Dian, Yuan Qing, Lian Yan, and even this great emperor realm existence, Tianyan. If he could refine the flesh incarnation pill in the future, Yang Kai could summon a power that could sweep through the star boundary at any time. Just thinking about it made Yang Kai's blood boil. Tianyan smiled, but didn't say anything. His smile was meaningful. Yang Kai looked at his expression and immediately understood that his conversation with Grandma Yu had probably reached this master's ears. That was why he knew he had the soul-warming lotus and why he wanted to communicate with the world will. He couldn't help but feel awkward. After a while, Tianyan said, "It's not that this old master doesn't want to help you, but your cultivation is too low. Unless this world will take the initiative to communicate with you, you won't be able to sense it no matter what, even if this old master helps you." The power of emperor pressure can control principles? Yang Kai thought about it. Although a Tao source realm cultivator could understand the power of principles, they could only use them and borrow them. However, those in the emperor realm could control them because they themselves were principles. The world force was the greatest principle in this world. If one wanted to communicate with it, they naturally had to have a corresponding cultivation. "That's right," Tianyan nodded. "Then, that's a pity," Yang Kai sighed. Tianyan said, Since you have the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, you may still have a chance, but you'll have to improve your own strength a little more. If you can really subdue the mirror soul like that woman said, then you'll have a chance. If you say you can refine this world, this might be a good thing for the living beings in this world. This old master will wait and see. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and cupped his fists. Junior will definitely do his best. Tianyan praised, that day will come. Right now, the most important thing is to deal with these soul-devouring insects. But Senior, Yang Kai looked troubled. You can't seal these soul-devouring insects. This Junior doesn't dare to take them away. Tianyan smiled and said, of course, I can't do it alone. However, if I can borrow the power of heaven and earth to recreate the events of the past, it won't be a problem. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said eagerly, then there's no time to lose. Thank you, Senior. Tianyan nodded slightly. Suddenly, he sat down cross-legged and remained motionless. Yang Kai stood quietly in place and waited. He knew that the other party wanted to communicate with the will of this world. He contacted the Divine Ascension Mirror's mirror soul. Tianyan was in existence at the level of great emperors. He should have a high chance of accomplishing this. Suddenly, a divine perception that was vast like an ocean spread out and shot towards the surroundings. It vanished into the void and moved about indeterminately. In front of this pure and powerful divine sense, the divine sense was extremely powerful. Kai Yang felt as if he was as small as an ant. His heart trembled, and a look of fascination appeared on his face. This scene lasted for a full 4 hours. Just as Yang Kai was worrying about his gains and losses, Tianyan suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Little friend Yang, are you ready?" As soon as he said this, Yang Kai's mind shook as he realized that Tianyan had successfully borrowed the power of heaven and earth. He hurriedly nodded and said, "This Junior is ready." Tianyan said, "You have the soul-warming lotus. Then this old master will use your soul-warming lotus as a cage and seal the soul-devouring insects inside." However, you must remember that even though this old master has borrowed the power of heaven and earth and is using his own divine sense to support it, this seal won't be able to last long once you leave this world. You must deal with the soul-devouring insects before the time limit is up. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. This Junior will remember. Yang Kai nodded seriously. The seal on the altar had been able to last for tens of thousands of years because it had always been in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, affected by the will of the mirror soul, and nourished by the power of heaven and earth. However, if Yang Kai left this place, the power of the seal would be like a tree without roots or water without a source, so it wouldn't be able to last for long. He had to completely subdue the soul-devouring insects before the seal was broken or banish them. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. If there was really no other way, he would banish these soul-devouring insects into the void. After all, with his space divine technique, he could tear space apart at any time. Open your mind. Tianyan roared again. Yang Kai hurriedly sat up straight and held his breath. In the next instant, he saw the pitch-black altar suddenly melt in front of his eyes. At the same time, a series of rapid buzzing sounds rang out, and countless soul-devouring insects flew out from the altar. Upon closer inspection, these soul-devouring insects seemed to be even more violent and unruly than the ones he had, and the aura they gave off was also incredibly ferocious. After all, these soul-devouring insects used to be incredibly powerful, but they had become weak after being sealed for tens of thousands of years. Even so, they were still stronger than the ones Yang Kai had. For some reason, they all flew towards Yang Kai as soon as they escaped, as if there was something about Yang Kai that attracted them. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai naturally felt his scalp go numb. He was currently a soul avatar, And this group of soul-devouring insects was not the same as the ones he had always controlled. If they surrounded him, it wouldn't take long for him to be completely devoured. Even his own conflagrated knowledge, C might not be able to restrain them. However, even though he felt scared, he didn't try to avoid them. At this critical moment, Tian Yen leisurely made his move. Pure, rich, and powerful great emperor-level divine sense poured out. At the same time, a rainbow bridge suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. One end was connected to the other end of the bridge, while the other end was connected to Tian Yen. The aura emitted by this rainbow bridge was so majestic that it seemed to be able to control the world. As soon as this rainbow bridge appeared, the soul-devouring insects suddenly fell silent for a moment, as if they were extremely afraid of it. Tian Yen didn't stop in the slightest, his hands forming a series of seals, fusing his own power into the rainbow bridge, turning it into a ball of light that slowly wrapped around the soul-devouring insects. In less than 10 breaths of time, only the ball of light remained in front of Yang Kai. After doing all this, the light on Tian Yan's body faintly dimmed, as if communicating with the world force was extremely difficult for him. However, he remained indifferent, his face solemn as he stretched out his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. The ball of light flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't dodge, instead opening his mind to receive it. After a short while, the ball of light fused into Yang Kai's soul avatar, and under his guidance, it fell into the soul-warming lotus, where it stabilized. Yang Kai stared inside his body, and soon found the ball of light that sealed the countless soul-devouring insects at the stamen of the soul-warming lotus. Even though it was sealed, Yang Kai could still feel a great threat from it. He knew better than anyone that once this ball of light was destroyed, the soul-devouring insects would swarm out and eat him clean from the inside out. At that time, no one would be able to save him. I'll teach you a set of seals. Familiarize yourself with it and strengthen the seal. Tian Yan's voice sounded. Yang Kai nodded seriously. The next moment, Tian Yan taught Yang Kai a set of sealing techniques in great detail. Yang Kai learned very quickly, mastering it in just 2 hours, earning Tian Yan's praise. After using this method to strengthen the seal, Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange expression and looked up in a certain direction. In the direction he was looking, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Fog Valley, there was a small city. The city wasn't big, and there weren't many people. Just as Yang Kai looked in that direction, a chubby, simple-minded little boy of 7 or 8 years old suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Fog Valley. After a short while, the little boy's expression became very ugly as he muttered, "What a loss, what a loss. Tian Yen, that old bastard, he really dragged this young master into this mess. I shouldn't have responded to him. What a loss." He muttered to himself for a while, but no one paid him any attention. At this time, a little girl with 2 ponytails suddenly walked in front of him. She put her hands on her waist and shouted fiercely at him, "Little fatty, what are you doing? Hurry up and follow this young master out of the city. If we're late by 1 o'clock, we won't be able to leave the city." The little girl was only 7 or 8 years old and had a strange appearance. At this moment, her long, shapely eyebrows were furrowed, and she spoke in an old-fashioned tone. "You actually called me little fatty." The little boy was instantly angry. He clenched his pinkish-white fist and said in a show of force, "You little girl, you know who this young master is." There was a thud. Before he could finish speaking, the little girl jumped up and punched him in the head. His neck shrank back and his eyes turned red. "Don't go too far," he shouted. What responded to him was a pair of fists that came straight at him. After a short while, the little girl raised her head and strode towards the city gate. She was even carrying a little fatty in her hand. The little fatty's face was filled with grief and indignation. He had an extremely resentful expression as he was dragged behind the little girl. Both of his eyes were swollen from the beating. In Misty Valley, Tian Yen looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Little friend Yang, have you noticed something?" Yang Kai came back to his senses and looked at him in surprise. "Senior, you already knew this would happen?" Tian Yen smiled and said, "Little friend Yang has a precious treasure like the soul-warming lotus, and the seal from before contained a trace of this world's world energy. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, little friend Yang can easily detect that person's location." Hearing this, Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Senior." Tian Yen waved his hand and said, "This is all I can help you with. If you really want to become the master of this world, you still have to work hard. That person is not easy to communicate with. This junior understands. If there is a chance, this junior will definitely try. This old master also hopes that such a day will come. At that time, this old master may be able to break through the shackles of this power of law and take a look at the outside world." Tian Yen showed a yearning look. His thoughts were basically the same as Yi Kwan's. They both wanted to see the outside world with their own eyes. However, the two had different starting points. Yi Kwan wanted to reach a higher level of martial Tao, while Tian Yen was purely doing it for his own interests. Chapter 2241. 3 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes in one of the stone rooms in the forbidden area of Azure Sun Temple. His soul had returned to his physical body, and the feeling at this moment was incomparably wonderful. He couldn't help but feel as if he had been reborn. After moving his arms and legs a little, Yang Kai didn't feel any major problems. Although he had stayed in the stone room for almost a month, his cultivation hadn't suffered any damage. On the other hand, his soul had greatly improved after being tempered in the divine ascension mirror world. He wasn't in a hurry to leave, and instead checked his current situation. Using his inner sight, he found that his knowledge sea was calm, but the seawater was much stronger than it had been a month ago. Before entering the divine ascension mirror world, Yang Kai's soul sense was already comparable to that of a cultivator in the third-order Tao source realm. After absorbing so much soul sources in the divine ascension mirror world, his soul sense had naturally become much stronger. Moreover, he had also obtained a peerless grade soul jade. However, the power of that soul jade couldn't be manifested in a short period of time. It would slowly be fed back to his soul through the soul-warming lotus in the future. Right now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his soul sense was the strongest under the Emperor realm. He was already half a step into the Emperor realm. Once his physical body caught up, he would be able to smoothly break through this barrier. Inside the soul-warming lotus, the ball of light that sealed the soul-devouring insects was still there without any abnormalities. However, Yang Kai knew that he had to deal with it as soon as possible. Leaving such a thing in his knowledge, sea would always be a hidden danger that might suddenly erupt at any moment. This was especially true when his soul was injured. This matter couldn't be delayed. Meanwhile, inside his knowledge sea, there was also a soul-type artifact. It was currently dim and lightless. It was the purple sun profound light shield that Gao Shueting had given him. This soul-type artifact spirituality had been destroyed by Ban Qing when Yang Kai was fighting against him. It couldn't be used anymore and had to be properly nurtured. Yang Kai sorted out the things he needed to deal with in his mind and came up with a plan. Only then did he take out the restriction token that Gao Shueting had given him before, open the stone room's barrier, and walk out. He turned his head and looked around. As expected, the other stone rooms were empty. Presumably, Xia Sheng and the others had been brought back here by Wen Zishan during the few days she was with Tian Yen. They should have been taken away to recuperate now. As for the divine ascension mirror, It remained at the center of the cave, slowly rotating. It emitted a mysterious light. Looking at this rare treasure, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he could feel that there was a slight connection between him and this divine ascension mirror. This connection originated from the seal on the soul-warming lotus, because within the seal, there was no one else. It had the power of the mirror soul. "You're out." In the darkness, a person's voice suddenly sounded. Yang Kai was startled for a moment, then hurriedly cupped his fists in that direction. "Elder Gao." Gao Shueting was undoubtedly waiting for Yang Kai here. After seeing him return safely, she nodded slightly and said, "There was a slight problem during this training that almost caused you to suffer a great disaster. It was this queen's fault for not being able to take good care of you." She was from the Emperor realm, yet she admitted her mistake in front of Yang Kai without any intention of shirking her responsibility. This greatly moved Yang Kai. He spoke up. This wasn't Elder Gao's fault. It was Grandma Yu who was scheming. "Right. How is Grandma Yu now?" Gao Shueting said. "The temple master will deal with Grandma. You don't need to worry about it." "What about Brother Xia and the others?" Yang Kai asked again. "Although Xia Sheng and the other souls were shaken up, it's not too serious. They'll recover after a few months of rest." "That's good." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't think that there was anything wrong with Xia Sheng and the others before, and Grandma, you didn't do anything to them when they were searching for the soul-warming lotus, it wasn't until now that he could truly relax. "Since this matter is over, come with me. The temple master, the master, wants to see you," Gao Shueting said as she led Yang Kai outside, not forgetting to remind him before leaving. "The divine ascension mirror is the biggest secret of the temple. It's enough for you to know about it, but you must not reveal it to anyone else." "Yes," Yang Kai replied seriously. Gao Shueting remained silent along the way, only bringing Yang Kai with her, as she flew towards Myriad Saints Peak. However, Yang Kai noticed that she wanted to say something several times but hesitated, as if she wanted to ask something but didn't in the end. Yang Kai felt that she probably wanted to ask about Tianyan, even when Zishan wanted to see him as soon as he came out because of Tianyan. There was a great emperors in the divine ascension mirror. This was simply too shocking, and even when Zishan probably didn't expect this. After a short while, the two arrived at Myriad Saints Peak. Gao Shueting stopped outside the hall and said to Yang Kai, "Go in by yourself. The temple master is inside." Yang Kai nodded lightly and walked towards the hall with familiarity. Inside the hall, when Zishan was alone, sitting cross-legged with a serious expression on his face. When he saw Yang Kai push open the door and enter, his eyes lit up and he smiled. "Boy, you're finally back." Yang Kai took a few steps forward and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Temple Master Wen. I was delayed for a few days because of some matters. And it's good that you've returned safely." When Zishan extended his hand towards Yang Kai, "Come, drink a cup of spirit wine to calm your nerves." As he spoke, he waved his hand and a table, chair, and jug of wine appeared in front of him. Yang Kai was stunned, but he didn't refuse. He strode forward and sat down in front of Wen Zishan. "This king has many things to ask you." Wen Zishan filled his cup and poured one for Yang Kai, not bothering with trifles, as he said, "If you think you can answer this king's questions, then speak freely. If you think you can't, then this king won't force you. Just pretend this king didn't ask. Okay?" His attitude was very amiable, so Yang Kai quickly said, "Many thanks for Temple Master." Wen's understanding. When Zishan nodded and didn't say anything else, as if he was thinking about where to start. Yang Kai had already picked up his cup and took a sip. Seeing that when Zishan didn't say anything, he smiled and said, "Temple Master Wen, this wine can't compare to the monkey god wine." When Zishan heard this and looked at Yang Kai in surprise, You met Iquan? Yang Kai nodded and said, I met him. Senior Iquan also told this junior some interesting things about you. Did that old boy tell you that this king got drunk with a few jars of monkey god wine? When Zishan curled his lips, Yang Kai laughed and said, That's right. Humph. When Zishan snorted coldly, if this king didn't show that he couldn't handle the wine and talked nonsense, how could that old boy be willing to let me drink so much? Everything was within this king's plan. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know who won the battle of wits and courage between these two third-order Emperor Realm Masters who lived in two different worlds. Senior Iquan still misses Temple Master Wen very much. He said that after you went there once a few hundred years ago, you never showed up again. He was really disappointed, so he has prepared a lot of monkey god wine and is just waiting for Temple Master Wen to come. Ha ha ha. When Zishan laughed, at least he still has some conscience. And this king didn't go in all these years because he was afraid that the old woman would think too much. But since she is already locked up by this king can enter the divine ascension mirror whenever he wants. I just don't know if Iquan's monkey god wine is enough for this king to drink. After saying this, his expression suddenly turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, This king heard from little Shueting that outside the divine ascension kingdom's king city, a great emperors suddenly appeared and took you away? Yes. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Are you sure that the other party's cultivation is that of one of the great emperors? When Zishan's expression was extremely serious, Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, This junior's cultivation is too low. Although I can't determine the other party's true realm, please forgive this junior for offending Temple Master Wen. It's fine. That person is much stronger than you, Temple Master Wen. When Zishan's expression turned serious, since Temple Master Wen has entered the divine ascension mirror and knows Senior Iquan, you should naturally know about Zhou Jian. Oh, right, Grandma Yu's soul avatar is also a third-order Emperor Realm Master. In comparison, that senior has already surpassed your level. Then there's no doubt that he's one of the great emperors. When Zishan took a deep breath and said in disbelief, It's unbelievable that great emperors were born in that place. If this matter were to spread, it would probably shake the entire star boundary. By the way, how should I address the senior? He calls himself Tianyan. Yang Kai replied, Tianyan, great emperors. When Zishan muttered, then looked at Yang Kai and asked, Tianyan, why did Master Tianyan take you away? In this world, any great emperors were recognized and respected by the world, so even though when Zishan had never met Tianyan, he still respectfully called him master. This was not only respect for the master, but also respect for the heavenly way and martial Tao. For the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai replied. He felt that there was no need to hide this matter. Of course, this was only limited to Wen Zishan. Although this temple master Wen had a unique way of doing things and was usually not serious, Yang Kai could feel that he was a very reliable and righteous senior at critical moments. If not for this, he would not have taken the initiative to reveal information about the divine ascension mirror to Yang Kai and arranged for Yang Kai to enter the divine ascension mirror to train. As for the reward of those star seals, when Zishan could have just let Yang Kai enter the treasury and take 3 of them. Just based on the fact that when Zishan could reveal the sex secret, the divine ascension mirror, to Yang Kai felt that there was no need to hide it from him. Soul-devouring insects. When Zishan raised his eyebrows, but soon he seemed to have thought of something and said, I heard from Iquan that there was a war called the Holy War in that world, and the source seemed to be a group of saint insects. Could it be? And the source was the soul-devouring insects. Senior Tianyan asked this junior to take the soul-devouring insects out of that world, so it was delayed for a few days. The soul-devouring insects are the nemesis of souls. Although I don't know what kind of method you used to restrain them, or what Tianyan Master did to help you. Even if you have a treasure like the soul-warming lotus, you can't be careless. When Zishan warned with a serious expression. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai immediately understood. He had probably talked to Grandma Yu in detail and knew about the soul-warming lotus. Chapter 2242. As for the soul-devouring insects, Junior knows what to do, Yang Kai said seriously. That's good. When Zishan looked at him and said, You don't look like someone who would mess around. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell this king. Many thanks, Temple Master One. Over the next 4 hours, when Zishan asked about the various details of the divine ascension mirror world in detail, Yang Kai also told him everything he knew and didn't hide anything. 4 hours later, Yang Kai walked out of the hall. Gao Shueting seemed to have been standing outside the entire time. When she saw him come out, she glanced at him and said lightly, The temple master sent a message saying that you need a secret room. Yang Kai nodded and said, Yes. Before leaving Wen Zishan's place, Yang Kai had indeed mentioned this request to him. Because he wanted to refine the insect enslavement bracelet, he needed a safe secret room. Wen Zishan naturally agreed to such a small request and directly told him to come out and find Gao Shueting. Come with me, Gao Shueting said as she turned around and flew out. Yang Kai followed closely behind. Half an hour later, Gao Shueting landed on a mountain peak that was neither too high nor too low. This mountain peak wasn't considered as majestic or extraordinary in the entire Qingyang mountain range. It looked very ordinary. However, this mountain peak was obviously blessed by some kind of a ray formation. Therefore, the spirit chi of heaven and earth was higher than in other places. There were no traces of buildings on the mountain peak, but large patches of purple bamboo could be faintly seen. The environment was also very elegant. Gao Shueting led Yang Kai directly to a cave mansion halfway up the mountain and formed a seal with her hands to open the barrier. She said, This purple bamboo peak is where I live. I usually live in one of the cave mansions above. If you need anything, just call out and I'll come over in a moment. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai felt a little flattered and cupped his fists. Many thanks, Elder Gao. He originally just wanted to find Wen Zishan and ask for a quiet and safe secret room, but he didn't expect Gao Shueting to bring him to Purple Bamboo Peak, where she lived. She even arranged for him to live in a neighboring cave mansion. It was obvious that he wanted to take care of him. Gao Shueting nodded and tossed a restriction token to Yang Kai, saying, Go in by yourself. Yang Kai took the token, scanned it with his divine sense, and thanked him again before entering the cave mansion. Looking around, the cave was neither too big nor too small. There were several secret rooms that could be used. Although no one had lived here for a long time, it was as clean as new. This cave should be where Gao Shueting used to live. He wondered why she had changed to another one. With a powerhouse like Gao Shueting in the vicinity, Yang Kai naturally felt at ease. With this, he didn't need to worry about anything when refining the insect enslavement bracelet. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai didn't dare to delay. He first familiarized himself with the restriction token. Then he activated all the restrictions in the cave. Only then did he enter a secret chamber and sit down cross-legged to adjust his state of mind. Refining an Emperor artifact was not a simple matter. This was because Emperor artifacts were different from ordinary artifacts. Each Emperor artifact was full of Emperor intent and Emperor aura. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough during the refinement process, it was very likely that they would suffer backlash from the Emperor artifact. Therefore, when a cultivator with insufficient cultivation was refining an Emperor artifact, they had to adjust their state to the best possible level. After 3 days, Yang Kai felt that his essence, chi, and soul had reached their peak. Only then did he take a deep breath and take out the long-forgotten insect enslavement bracelet from a corner of the sealed world bead. Since he obtained this insect enslavement bracelet, he hadn't studied it properly. He had never thought about refining it either. It was just that this thing had played a miraculous role in two dangerous situations. The first time was when he and Shui Yu encountered a group of strange butterflies in the severed world. The insect enslavement bracelet scared them away. The other time was when he encountered the monster insect queen in the ice valley of the Blue Feather sect. At that time, if it weren't for the insect enslavement bracelet deterring the monster insect queen, Yang Kai would not have been able to subdue it. Both miraculous effects saved Yang Kai's life, and the insect enslavement bracelet played a major role. Although his current cultivation was only in the First Order Tao Source realm, his divine sense had barely touched the Emperor realm, so refining this insect enslavement bracelet should not be a problem. Thinking so, he placed the palm-sized, bracelet-shaped Emperor artifact in the palm of his hand and put his palms together to cover it. He then pushed his divine sense and source chi at the same time and poured them into it. There was no reaction. The insect enslavement bracelet was like a piece of wood, not accepting any of his power. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. This was only to be expected. He slowly released his power and constantly attacked the insect enslavement bracelet, trying to open a gap in this Emperor artifact and engrave his own brand. Dozens of kilometers below Myriad Saints Peak, there was a dark underground secret room. At this moment, in this secret room, Grandma Yu was in a deranged state. Although her cultivation was imprisoned by an invisible force, she was still cursing incessantly. Wen Zishan, you little beast, you little bastard, you'll die a horrible death. Even if this old woman turns into a ghost, I won't let you off easily. She seemed to have been cursing for a while, and even her voice was extremely hoarse, making her already unpleasant voice even more unpleasant. A person's voice suddenly rang out in this dark space. Grandma, you've been cursing and swearing for so long. It's so boring. My ears are getting calluses from listening to it. Granny Yu's cursing abruptly paused for a moment, but soon she screamed hysterically. Wen Zishan, ha ha! Temple Master Wen smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, there was some light in this space. In the dim light, Grandma Yu's hair was disheveled, and she looked like an evil spirit, looking extremely terrifying. Wen Zishan, however, turned a blind eye to this and looked at Grandma Yu amiably. Grandma, you're tired of cursing. Why don't you take a break? I brought you something to eat to moisten your throat. While speaking, he actually took out a plate of delicious and fragrant spirit fruits from his space ring, and with a slight force of his wrist, the plate of spirit fruits flew to Grandma Yu. The latter glared at him fiercely, her eyes bloodshot and filled with endless hatred. Perhaps she really needed to moisten her throat, but after a moment of silence, Grandma Yu reached out and picked up the spirit fruit and ate it in big bites. However, during the process, her pair of vicious eyes never left Wen Zishan as she chewed noisily. From the looks of it, she did not seem to be eating spirit fruits, but Wen Zishan's flesh and blood. In less than a quarter of an hour, the plate of spirit fruits had been eaten clean by Grandma Yu. Little bastard, you didn't poison the fruit? Grandma Yu wiped the corners of her mouth and looked at Wen Zishan sarcastically. Temple Master Wen looked hurt and said with an aggrieved expression, Grandma, you and I have known each other for hundreds of years. How can you still maliciously speculate about me? Humph. It's because we've known each other for hundreds of years that this old woman can see through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Grandma, you said coldly. Wen Zishan smiled bitterly. It seems that Grandma still has a big grudge against me. Grudge? Grandma, you sneered. You make it sound so simple. How can this old woman just have a grudge against you? I can't wait to drink your blood, eat your flesh, and gnaw on your bones. I can see that. When Zishan looked helpless, Don't say it so horribly. Grandma, you suddenly changed the topic and said sarcastically, how is that young boy now? When Zishan looked at her in surprise and said, Grandma, you can't even protect yourself now, yet you still have the heart to care about others? I didn't know you had such good intentions. You already know the answer. Grandma, you raised her voice. I'm afraid you've already killed that boy, right? Why would I kill him? When Zishan curled his lips, for the soul-warming lotus. Of course. Grandma, you said, if you can get the soul-warming lotus. So what if I get the soul-warming lotus? This time, when Zishan didn't wait for her to finish and directly interrupted her, I'm already a third-order Emperor, Realm Master. And above that are the great emperors. Do you think that the soul-warming lotus is enough to reach that realm? Or do you think I should snatch his soul-warming lotus and do the same thing as you? Grandma, you looked at Wen Zishan coldly and said, it seems that you've talked to young boy in detail, and know why this old woman wants the soul-warming lotus. Wen Zishan nodded and said bluntly, although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that your idea is very good, Grandma. The soul-warming lotus is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, and it is indeed enough to bear the divine ascension mirror's mirror soul. If you use it as a bridge, you really have a good chance of refining that world. Humph, but Grandma. When Zishan's expression suddenly became serious, and he said earnestly, have you ever thought about how you'll refine the soul-warming lotus if the mirror soul doesn't respond to you even if you get it? How can the mirror soul not respond to me? Grandma, you screamed. This old woman has guarded the divine ascension mirror for 2,000 years and knows more about it than any of you. As long as this old woman gets the soul-warming lotus, this old woman is confident that she can fuse with the mirror soul. Are you sure? When Zishan stared at her meaningfully, are you sure it's that simple? He paused for a moment before his tone suddenly became sharp. Or, are you just deceiving yourself, Grandma? Is this just your obsession to defeat me? Grandma, you suddenly froze. When Zishan continued, Grandma, do you know why you are still a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, even though you were already a First-Order Emperor Realm Master 2,000 years ago? What have you been doing for these 2,000 years? What do you see in your eyes? Grandma Yu's expression gradually changed, and her eyes that were filled with hatred and bloodshot gradually became blank, empty, and then confused. When Zishan's words seemed to have touched something buried deep in her heart. You clearly know that even if you get the soul-warming lotus, you won't necessarily be able to subdue the mirror soul. When Zishan sighed slightly. Bullshit. Grandma, you cursed. Then let me ask you, if it's really so easy to subdue the mirror soul, why didn't the great emperors who took young boy away do it? They should have the ability to do so. As soon as he said this, Grandma, you was surprised and speechless. Chapter 2243. Let go. Grandma, if you don't let go, you'll be stuck here for the rest of your life. When Zishan persuaded earnestly, a cultivator like us can only forge ahead when our thoughts are clear. Grandma, you're still immersed in the defeat of that battle and are blinded by hatred. You want to kill me wholeheartedly, so how can you climb to a higher level of the martial Tao? Boy, are you lecturing me? Grandma, you glared at Wen Zishan. The latter shrugged and said, I'm just telling the truth. It's not like you don't understand these principles, you just don't want to admit them. He sighed again and said, Young boy and little Shui Ting probably think that the woman in front of them is your true appearance, and that the peerless woman in the divine ascension mirror is just an illusion of yours, but only you and I know that the appearance in the divine ascension mirror is your true appearance. Right now, you're just a disguise. Grandma, you're also a woman, so why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Why are you saying this? Grandma Yu's tone was much calmer for some reason. I just want to say that your aptitude is not necessarily below mine. If you can resolve the knot in your heart, You may be able to ascend to the position of great emperors in the future." As soon as he said this, Grandma Yu trembled and looked sharply at Wen Zishan, shouting in a low voice, "Are you speaking from the bottom of your heart?" Wen Zishan smiled and said, "To be honest, I didn't say that." "Then who said it?" "A sloppy, unrestrained old fart said it." Wen Zishan seemed to be very reluctant to mention that person's name. Although he did not say that person's name, Grandma Yu's eyes shone brightly. She seemed to have understood something. "I can't support Azure Sun Temple alone. Grandma, are you willing to help me?" When Zishan looked at Grandma Yu sincerely and asked, Grandma Yu looked at him for a while before suddenly laughing out loud and mocking. "This old woman killed many of your Azure Sun Temple's elite disciples. Don't you have any resentment towards this old woman? The heavenly way is constant, and fate is unpredictable. They can't cross that threshold. It's because their cultivation isn't high enough." When Zishan said seriously, Grandma Yu's expression changed, and she fell silent. After a while, she suddenly shouted, "Scram, scram." When Zishan smiled slightly and said, "Granny, please think about it carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure gradually vanished from this expanse of space, as if he had never appeared. Granny Yu was the only one left, her face cold and her expression fluctuating. Time passed quickly. It had been a month since Yang Kai followed Gao Shueting to the Purple Bamboo Peak Cave Mansion. During this time, he had been in seclusion to refine the insect enslavement bracelet. At first, the insect enslavement bracelet didn't react at all. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and kept using his own strength to attack the insect enslavement bracelet's restriction. As time passed, this emperor artifact also gradually underwent some changes. It slowly began to accept Yang Kai's divine sense and origin energy. This time, he refined it. Like pulling a dead cocoon, Yang Kai took great pains. Only when all the hindrances were removed would Yang Kai have the opportunity to refine the insect enslavement bracelet and engrave his soul brand inside, making it his possession. On this day, Yang Kai continued with his usual actions, but at a certain moment, a strange buzzing sound suddenly rang out, followed by a slight tremor in the air in the secret room. At the same time, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation in his hand, as if the insect enslavement bracelet was on fire. Seeing this, Yang Kai wasn't surprised but delighted, knowing that this was a sign that the refinement was about to succeed. He immediately spared no effort to urge his strength and madly poured it into the insect enslavement bracelet. The burning sensation in his hand became more and more obvious, and the insect enslavement bracelet seemed to have regained its spirituality, constantly bouncing in Yang Kai's palm, trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. But how could Yang Kai let it do as it wished? He firmly controlled it in his hand. Slowly, the burning sensation changed. Kai Yang's palm felt like it was being nibbled on by tens of thousands of ants. The itchiness was unbearable, and the numbness spread from his palm to every part of his body, penetrating deep into his soul, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The numbing sensation gradually turned into pain, not only on his body, but also on his soul, as if it was being cut into countless pieces. Yang Kai couldn't help but roar. More surging divine sense and source qi continued to pour into his body. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and endured the unimaginable torture. 2 days later, Yang Kai suddenly felt his body lighten, and all the strange sensations disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the insect enslavement bracelet suddenly began to shine brightly, and on the surface of the small bracelet, rice-sized runes began to flutter like fireflies, making the entire secret room look a little more beautiful. These runes were extremely complex and mysterious, and at first glance, they seemed to have a life of their own, constantly flickering in and out of existence. The ordinary insect enslavement bracelet gradually became filled with Emperor aura and Emperor intent. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai not only did not feel the slightest joy, but instead his expression became dignified. After a short while, the complex runes all converged into the insect enslavement bracelet, and Yang Kai heard a crisp cracking sound, as if something had broken. Immediately afterward, his divine sense and source chi poured into the insect enslavement bracelet without any obstruction. The sound that came from his soul was undoubtedly the sound of the last barrier of the insect enslavement bracelet being broken. This also meant that the refinement was more than half complete. However, because the insect enslavement bracelet was not a newly born artifact, it had a previous owner, so the biggest test came next. As his divine sense poured in, Yang Kai soon noticed that there was a pure power inside the insect enslavement bracelet that was fighting back. This power was not vast, but it was extremely pure. This was the soul and life brand left behind in the insect enslavement bracelet by the insect emperor. Only by completely crushing this brand would Yang Kai have a chance to leave his mark on it. The insect emperor's true cultivation was at least third-order emperor realm, but unfortunately, tens of thousands of years ago, he was defeated and killed in a great battle with Yang Yen. In desperation, he could only place his soul in the origin essence crystal, and in the end, he had to rely on possession to be reborn. However, he was no longer as powerful as he used to be. After tens of thousands of years, the brand in the insect enslavement bracelet had long since weakened. If it were not for this reason, Yang Kai would not have had a chance to refine the insect enslavement bracelet, unless he asked Wen Zishan to help him get rid of this brand. However, although this brand was pure, its strength was barely on the level of the Emperor realm, which was basically the same as Yang Kai's divine sense. This brand counterattacked head-on, trying to stop Yang Kai's next move. Yang Kai naturally could not back down. He was not afraid, and he mobilized his divine sense to meet it head-on. Asterisk Hong, asterisk with a loud noise, Yang Kai's body shook slightly, and he felt a little dizzy. This was a collision of souls, without the slightest bit of fancy. It was a battle of the tenacity and strength of one's divine sense. After this collision, neither Yang Kai nor the original brand gained the upper hand, and they were evenly matched. After taking a short breath, Yang Kai mobilized his divine sense again and blasted it into the interior of the insect enslavement bracelet. With another noise, blood flowed out of Yang Kai's mouth and nose, and his whole face turned slightly pale. However, after this collision, Yang Kai's divine sense clearly gained the upper hand, and the brand of the insect emperor had been weakened by more than half. Yang Kai did not stop, and in a spurt of energy, he mobilized his divine sense for the third time. Asterisk Hong, asterisk on the insect enslavement bracelet. There was a flash of brilliance, as if something had been broken. Yang Kai's divine sense was also extremely smooth, without the slightest obstruction. At this point, the brand of the insect emperor was completely destroyed. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet, endured the discomfort in his body, and struck while the iron was hot, carving his own soul brand into the insect enslavement bracelet. After doing this, Yang Kai grinned and fell to the ground, not wanting to move anymore. Now, the insect enslavement bracelet was already his emperor artifact, but as for what use this insect enslavement bracelet had, he would need to slowly examine and develop it in the future. The silent battle consumed a lot of Yang Kai's spiritual strength and stamina, but fortunately, he had the soul-warming lotus. Otherwise, he would never have dared to use such a violent and direct method to erase the brand of the insect emperor. However, under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai was not worried that his soul would suffer any fundamental damage, so he had the capital to act recklessly. After resting for half a day, Yang Kai felt a little better, sat up again, and carefully examined the insect enslavement bracelet in front of him. After refining it, the insect enslavement bracelet did not change much, but now it could be sent and received at will. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet, wanting to see what mysteries this artifact had, and how to use it to restrain the soul-devouring insects. A scene that surprised him appeared. As soon as he poured his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet, he discovered that there was a strange space inside the bracelet. This space was not like the internal space of the sealed world bead, where people could not freely enter and leave. It was quite similar to the space inside a space ring, but there were some subtle differences. Because Yang Kai could feel that there seemed to be some strange energy surging in this space. This energy was neither beneficial nor harmful to the soul, so he did not know what it was used for. Yang Kai's eyes were quickly attracted by the wine jars of different sizes and shapes in this space. Some of these wine jars were as tall as a person, while others were as tall as a foot. They were neatly arranged on the side, and Yang Kai did not know what was inside. Curious, Yang Kai swept the jars with his divine sense to investigate. But soon, his face changed dramatically, and his divine sense retreated, quickly distancing himself from these wine jars. This was because he sensed that many of those jars were filled with something. Only a few of them were empty. He did not know what those things were. He only heard a series of strange noises coming from the jars. There were some wriggling sounds, some buzzing sounds, and some remaining silent. However, every item in these wine jars gave Yang Kai an extremely dangerous feeling. Even though he was now the owner of the insect enslavement bracelet, he did not dare to open these wine jars to explore the inside. Just as he was feeling uncertain, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that on the surface of each of the wine jars, some words had appeared. He quickly fixed his eyes on them. Chapter 2244. Blood aphid, two-legged silkworm, steel ant, silver-striped six-horned spider. Overlord bee above each wine jar was the name of an exotic insect. Yang Kai had almost never heard of these names. Only a small number of them were known to him. As for the small number of 1 to 2 existences, all of them were terrifying existences that struck terror into the hearts of cultivators. Yang Kai's mind was shaken as he made some bold guesses. At this moment, in the internal space of the insect enslavement bracelet, a brilliant light suddenly flashed, and in the light, something like an ancient book slowly appeared in Yang Kai's divine sense. Curious, Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate. On the front of the ancient book, there were a few large words: exotic insect scripture. Divine sense book, Yang Kai exclaimed in his heart. In this world, there were some extremely brilliant secret arts and secret techniques that did not exist in physical form, but in a way that could not be observed with the naked eye, recorded in some secret places. Recording in this way could prevent some precious information from being easily obtained, and it was also a method used by many masters before the end of their lives. Divine sense books were one of these methods. The divine sense book in the insect enslavement bracelet was probably written by the insect emperor, because Yang Kai sensed the aura of the insect emperor from this exotic insect scripture. Although many years had passed, Yang Kai could still remember the special aura fluctuations. Yang Kai moved his divine sense again, opened the exotic insect scripture, and read it carefully. This exotic insect scripture was indeed written by the insect emperor, because on the first page of this ancient book, there was a preface written by the insect emperor. Yang Kai was not interested in this. After a quick glance, he turned to the next page. List of exotic insects. These 3 large words were immediately imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes, and he could not help but look at them carefully. This list of exotic insects was divided into heaven and earth lists by the insect emperor. All the exotic insects that could be on this list were extremely rare and difficult to deal with in the world. The heaven lists were 36 and the earth lists were 72. A total of 108 kinds of exotic insects were recorded. Each of them had a detailed introduction and ranking. Yang Kai quickly found the description of the strange insects in the wine jars. Blood aphid, 13th on the earth rankings. It moves when it smells blood. It is extremely weak and is extremely difficult to detect. The blood in the body of the victim will be sucked dry, and the victim will become a dried corpse. Two-legged silkworm, earth ranking 27th. Its entire body is snow white, and it stands on two legs. Its ice-type poison is the best in the world. There was no solution. Steel ants, earth ranking number 36. They live in groups. They devour iron and steel. They subdue all secret treasures in the world. Silver-striped six-horned spider, heaven leaderboard number 19. Silver stripes on its back. Highly toxic. Even emperor-level experts could not block it. The overlord, heaven leaderboard 21. The poison in the stinger was extremely potent and was one of the top 10 poisons in the world. There were so many of them. Yang Kai saw the description and introduction of the soul-devouring bug on the heaven ranking. Soul-devouring bug, number 11 on the heaven list. It specializes in devouring the power of the divine soul. It is the nemesis of the divine soul. When it is young and weak, it can be destroyed by the conflagration of spiritual sense and suppressed by the transcendent divine will. However, if it grows, it is extremely difficult to deal with. Even emperor-level experts cannot subdue it. In this exotic bug list, the soul-devouring bug was ranked 11th on the heaven leaderboard. It was already considered an extremely high existence. As for the 10 exotic bugs before the soul-devouring bug, Yang Kai had never even heard of them. In the annotations of the Insect Emperor, the 10 strongest exotic bugs had all gone extinct and no longer existed in the world. Of course, this was only his personal opinion. Whether they were really extinct or not, no one knew. Yang Kai vaguely felt that the reason why the soul-devouring bug was ranked so high should have something to do with its huge growth potential. Just like the Insect Emperor's annotations, the soul-devouring bug was not difficult to deal with when it was very weak. The conflagration of spiritual sense could kill it, and the powerful divine will could suppress it. However, if it grew up, it would be a huge problem. The holy war in the divine ascension world was the best example. Suddenly obtaining such a wondrous book, Kai Yang couldn't help but become interested and began to read it with relish. Since the Insect Emperor dared to call himself a bug, it meant that his research on exotic bugs in his territory was almost unparalleled. His knowledge was probably unique in the entire star boundary. If Yang Kai mastered it, if he encountered any exotic bugs on the heaven and earth leaderboard in the future, he would not be at a loss. In the exotic bug record after the heaven and earth leaderboard, it introduced in detail the living habits of each exotic bug, the way to raise it, and the methods to restrain it. Most exotic bugs had methods to restrain them. For example, the blood aphids, which were ranked 13th on the earth leaderboard, moved when they smelled blood. They were extremely small and could not be detected by the naked eye. Even divine sense might not be able to detect them. However, they were most afraid of fire. Any fire attribute secret technique or divine technique was enough to make them retreat. Another example was the steel ants, ranked 36th on the earth leaderboard. Although they were the nemesis of world treasures, they were afraid of a strange stone called moonlight stone. If the steel ants swallowed this moonlight stone, they would turn into a puddle of water and die. The key was that this moonlight stone was not very precious. It was just a kind of exotic bug used for illumination. It did not have much practical value. Looking at the entire star boundary, it could be found in many places. Yang Kai deliberately looked for a method to restrain the soul-devouring insects. The insect emperor only provided two methods. The first was to kill them with conflagrated knowledge, C, when they were still very weak. The second was to suppress them, because once they grew to the point where they were not afraid of conflagrated knowledge, C, they were basically impossible to kill. Apart from suppressing them, there was no other way. After flipping through the book, Yang Kai gained a lot and had some ideas on how to deal with the soul-devouring insects in his possession. Half a day later, Yang Kai put away the exotic bug record. Just like when it first appeared, it disappeared without any warning. With a flash of light, it was no longer in this space. However, Yang Kai was now the owner of the insect enslavement bracelet. If he wanted to read the exotic bug record again in the future, he could summon it at any time. Immediately after, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and immersed himself in releasing the power of the insect enslavement bracelet while controlling the soul-devouring insects in the soul-warming lotus, trying to move them into the insect enslavement bracelet. The soul-devouring insects he originally had were not difficult to deal with. Although these soul-devouring insects had shown a rebellious side in the divine ascension world, under the suppression of the insect enslavement bracelet's aura, they became obedient and were easily moved into the insect enslavement bracelet space by Yang Kai. It was the sealed soul-devouring insects that made Yang Kai cautious. Although the sealed ball of light was protected by the power of the great emperors and the world force of the divine ascension mirror's mirror soul, Yang Kai still did not dare to lower his guard. It took him a lot of effort to safely move them into the insect enslavement bracelet's world. Only now did he involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. There were no more soul-devouring insects in his body now, so he naturally did not have to worry about anything. The two batches of soul-devouring insects were moved into the insect enslavement bracelet by Yang Kai and placed in an unused wine jar. These wine jars were all containers that the insect emperor had used some extremely precious materials to create in the past. They were specifically used to raise exotic insects. The dangerous auras Yang Kai sensed from these containers were all from the exotic insects left behind by the insect emperor. Although they had been here for tens of thousands of years, under the nourishment of the insect enslavement bracelet's special environment, not only did these exotic insects not weaken, they were even stronger than before. Yang Kai did not dare to release them at all. These exotic insects were not raised by him, so Yang Kai did not have absolute confidence in being able to enslave them. If he released them and they did not listen to his orders, he would be shooting himself in the foot. He could only wait for his strength to increase in the future before gradually trying. Right now, the most important thing was to deal with the soul-devouring insects. The two batches of soul-devouring insects were placed in a wine jar. Yang Kai sealed the wine jar properly before using his divine sense to form a seal with his hands, using a secret technique to undo Tian Yan's seal. In the next moment, a buzzing sound could be heard from the wine jar. Yang Kai listened attentively for a moment, and his face could not help but turn slightly pale. He could clearly sense that the two batches of soul-devouring insects were like two armies that were currently engaged in an earth-shattering battle inside the wine jar. However, because the difference in strength between them was not very great, this battle was extremely intense and bloody. Inside the wine jar, there seemed to be a storm of blood and sword light. However, Yang Kai was not worried about anything. The exotic insect scripture also indicated that this was a way and means for the soul-devouring insects to survive and evolve. Although they did not have thoughts, they had their own instincts. Just like the goo art, the goo refiner would place some poisonous creatures in a space and allow them to kill each other. The one that survived in the end would be the most powerful goo. The soul-devouring insects' evolution and growth were driven by their instincts and could not be suppressed by any means. However, this evolution process could be stimulated by external objects. Thinking of this, Yong Kai withdrew his divine sense from the insect enslavement bracelet, shook the token in his hand, and opened the cave residence's restriction before flying out. After a short while, he arrived at the top of Purple Bamboo Peak and looked around. Soon, he found Gao Shueting's cave residence. Flying over, Yong Kai stood outside the secluded mansion. Just as he was about to shout, Gao Shueting's voice suddenly came from inside. "Come in." Yong Kai was stunned, but a trace of emotion appeared on his face. There were two reasons why Gao Shueting was able to detect his presence so quickly. Firstly, her cultivation was high, and secondly, she had been paying attention to his movements all this time. This was not surveillance, but protection. She had probably heard some news from Wen Zishan, so she had not slacked off during his closed-door cultivation. Yong Kai did not speak again and flew straight into the cave residence. After turning around in the cave, Yong Kai soon arrived at a stone room. This should be the place where Gao Shueting lived and rested. Looking around, Yong Kai was surprised to find that the cave residence was very simple. There were almost no furnishings, only a futon and a bamboo bed. Other than that, there was nothing else. Gao Shueting was sitting on the bamboo bed at this moment, looking at him indifferently. Chapter 2245. Elder Gao. Yong Kai cupped his fists and saluted. Gao Shueting gently nodded and asked with concern, "Did your retreat go smoothly?" Yong Kai said, "Thanks to Elder Gao's good fortune, there were no accidents." "What are you flattering me for?" Gao Shueting glared at him. "Your retreat has nothing to do with me." Yong Kai didn't expect Gao Shueting to be so blunt. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Gao Shueting regained her indifferent look. "Oh, it's like this." When it came to business, Yong Kai also quickly became serious and said, "I want to ask Elder Gao if there is any facetless profound grass in Azure Sun Temple." Facetless profound grass? Gao Shueting frowned when she heard this. It's a Dao Source grade, mid-rank spirit grass. It's not a rare item. Yong Kai was an alchemist himself, so he was naturally familiar with spirit flowers and herbs. "What do you want it for?" Gao Shueting asked curiously. "Alchemy," Yong Kai said insincerely. He looked away and said, "Elder Gao, you know that I'm an alchemist." "Of course. I want spirit grass for alchemy." The corners of Gao Shueting's mouth curled up slightly, as if revealing an imperceptible smile. However, she didn't continue to question Yong Kai's blatant denial. Instead, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it, while saying indifferently, "I'll ask around for you. Since this spirit grass isn't rare, the storehouse should have some in stock." "Many thanks, Elder Gao." Yong Kai quickly thanked her. What followed was a long silence. Inside this secluded home, Yong Kai felt like he was being stabbed in the back. He felt uncomfortable all over. He wanted to find something to talk to Gao Shueting about, but he was afraid that she would dislike him for being noisy. Silence was golden. Gao Shueting didn't want to talk to him anymore. She just closed her eyes and meditated, as if he didn't exist. After a while, the communication artifact in Gao Shueting's hand suddenly buzzed. She opened her beautiful eyes. After checking, he looked at Yong Kai and said, "There is indeed faceless, profound grass, and there is quite a lot of it. How many do you want?" "The more the better." Yong Kai's expression became serious. "Looks like you're going to refine a lot of pills." Gao Shueting snorted softly. Yong Kai laughed dryly. "What are you going to trade for it?" Yong Kai was stunned. Gao Shueting said, "I can't give you the faceless profound grass for free, right? That's an item from the temple. What are you going to trade for it?" "Elder Gao, are you doing business with me?" Yong Kai was shocked. He never expected Gao Shueting to have such a side to her. Just take it that way. Gao Shueting nodded. What do you mean? You want to take it for free? Yang Kai hurriedly said. How is that possible? I wanted to buy it anyway. He paused for a moment and asked timidly, Can I buy it with spirit stones? The Temple of Source Crystals doesn't lack them. Gao Shueting replied expressionlessly. Yang Kai was speechless. He said, Since we're doing business, what else can we use if not spirit stones? Humph! Gao Shueting sneered and looked at him meaningfully, saying, Forget it. I'll ask junior sister Chun how much this thing costs. Thank you for your trouble. Yang Kai hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Inexplicably, when he was with Gao Shueting, he felt extremely stressed. The pressure was especially great. This had never happened even when he was with Wen Zishan, and he didn't know why. After a while, Gao Shueting raised her head again and looked at Yang Kai, saying, Junior Sister Chen said that the faceless profound grass costs 1,000 spirit stones each. The price is reasonable. Yang Kai was immediately overjoyed. High grade, Gao Shueting added. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then jumped up and said in surprise, Are you robbing me? Gao Shueting said indifferently, Junior Sister Chun is in charge of the temple storehouse and everything in it. She has the final say. If she says it's 1,000 spirit stones, then it's 1,000 spirit stones. After saying that, she asked again, Why? Are you poor? Not really. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his expression was very complicated. It's just that the price is not right. Elder Gao, did you tell Elder Chen clearly that the faceless profound grass is a Dao source grade mid-rank spirit grass, and it's not a rare spirit grass? A large sect can cultivate it themselves. Why would it cost so many spirit stones? Who do you think this queen is? Am I your messenger? If you want to ask her yourself. Gao Shueting's indifferent face became even colder. Yang Kai didn't know why she was angry, but his expression suddenly became awkward, and he didn't know how to respond. But Gao Shueting suddenly changed the topic, and her beautiful eyes kept looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt a chill as he thought to himself, Could it be that Elder Gao looks cold on the surface, but she's actually passionate on the inside? This thought gave him a fright, and he felt uneasy all over. Junior Sister Chen said that if you don't have the money to buy it, you can, well, pay with your body. That's what Junior Sister Chen said. Gao Shueting didn't stop until she shocked him to death. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp as cold sweat rolled down his cheeks. Don't misunderstand. Gao Shueting explained. What Junior Martial Sister Chen means is that if you join the temple and become a disciple of the temple, you can enjoy great benefits. She can even give you all the faceless profound grass. You can refine as many pills as you want. Become a disciple of the temple? Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. You don't want to? Gao Shueting looked at him coldly, and her voice became much colder. Are you looking down on the temple? No, there's absolutely no such thing. Yang Kai kept waving his hand. It's just the Azure Sun Temple is such a big sect. How can it accept people so carelessly? Gao Shueting snorted. Usually if you want to join the temple, you naturally have to go through all kinds of inspections and tests. To put it bluntly, the temple only recruits disciples once every 10 years. Every time, at least hundreds of thousands of people come to the Azure Sun Mountain Range to participate in the trial, but only 300 people can truly become disciples of the temple. Even among these 300 people, only half of them can become true disciples, and the remaining half can only become disciples after various tests. They can only use the identity of an outer mountain disciple. They can never enter the inner sect. But if it's you, speaking up to this point, Gao Shueting glanced at Yang Kai from the corner of her eyes and continued, We might be able to make things easier for you. She looked like she was giving Yang Kai a great discount. as if Yang Kai would lose something if he refused. Ha ha! Yang Kai laughed dryly. Then I must thank Elder Gao and Elder Chen for your kindness. What's your choice? Gao Shueting didn't give Yang Kai time to think and asked. Yang Kai coughed a few times, realizing the seriousness of this problem. He looked calm on the surface, but his mind was racing. Very quickly he opened his mouth and said, Elder Gao, this junior has been used to being alone all these years, and I've never joined any sect. What's the situation with the Blue Feather sect? Gao Shueting interrupted him directly. Yang Kai stared at Gao Shueting with wide eyes. Elder Gao, are you secretly investigating me? Gao Shueting said lightly, it's just a casual investigation. It's not difficult to find information about you. The temple is a big family. Isn't it easy to investigate someone? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Then, how much does Elder Gao know about this junior? Gao Shueting said, other than the color of your underwear, I know everything else about you, including the fact that you're not a native of the star boundary. Yang Kai sweated profusely and wiped his forehead. Elder Gao is really well informed. In his heart, he cursed that bitch Bian Yuqing with a torrent of abuse. Gao Shueting's information was definitely obtained from Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing was just a third-order Dao source realm cultivator. If Gao Shueting really wanted to inquire about something from her, Bian Yuqing wouldn't be able to lie. It's just that Yang Kai didn't know when Gao Shueting did this. Since Elder Gao knows about the Blue Feather sect, then you must know why this junior joined the Blue Feather sect. And what happened after that? Yang Kai saw that he couldn't hide it, so he could only tell the truth. And Gao Shueting nodded. I was very unhappy during those few months in the Blue Feather sect. Yang Kai said seriously. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. The temple is different from a small sect like Blue Feather sect. It will definitely make you feel at home. If you are willing, this queen can even accept you as a disciple and teach you cultivation. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression brightened as he looked at Gao Shueting in surprise. She even said these words, which meant that Gao Shueting was sincerely trying to rope him in to join Azure Sun Temple. However, from another perspective, he did have the capital. He was young and had a good cultivation. He would be the target of all the major sects, wherever he went. What's more, he was a Dao Source grade alchemist and a cultivator from the lower star territory. He had a strong foundation and had taken an extraordinary treasure pill, due to various reasons. It was only a matter of time before he was promoted to the Emperor Realm and became a master in the Emperor Realm as long as there were no major accidents. Azure Sun Temple also didn't want to miss a future member of the Emperor Realm. His conditions were enough for Gao Shueting to try. Of course, with Gao Shueting's indifferent personality, she definitely wouldn't say this if there was no one else instigating her. So, who else could it be but Wen Zishan? Soon, Yang Kai figured everything out and his heart moved slightly. To be honest, although Gao Shueting's attempt to rope him in wasn't very clever, it was very sincere. During this time, Yang Kai also felt the care and concern of the seniors of Azure Sun Temple and got along well with Xiaosheng and the others. If he really joined Azure Sun Temple and became a member, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Joining a sect had its own benefits, especially a great force like Azure Sun Temple. In the future, when he went out with the name of a temple disciple, not many people would dare to provoke him. However, Yang Kai also had concerns in his heart. His biggest concern was the demon spirit sealed in his body. When he was eroded by the demon spirit and turned into a demon, he fought with Gao Shueting. If he really joined the temple, he didn't know what Gao Shueting would do to him if he accidentally exposed himself. The demon spirit of an ancient great demon couldn't be ignored casually. Chapter 2246. For a moment, Yang Kai was also a little hesitant. He didn't know if he should take the opportunity to join Azure Sun Temple and enjoy the shade under the big tree, or continue to be independent and free. Go back and think about it carefully for a few days. Give me an answer when you've thought it through. Gao Shueting seemed to see his dilemma and no longer forced him, but took the initiative to take a step back. Yang Kai immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Elder Gao. About the faceless, mysterious grass, the price remains the same. Put it down first. I've already asked someone to send you 1,000 stalks." Gao Shueting said lightly, "When you become a disciple of the temple, when will this account be settled?" Okay. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He thought that Azure Sun Temple really valued him and wanted to use this method to tie him down. What followed was another long period of silence. At a certain moment, Gao Shueting opened her beautiful eyes again and said, "You can go out. The person who sent the faceless, mysterious grass is already outside. You can talk to him yourself." "Thank you, Elder Gao." Yang Kai thanked her and turned to leave. Outside the cave mansion, Yang Kai saw a middle-aged man waiting outside. This man looked to be about 40 years old, but his cultivation was only at the first-order Dao source realm. This kind of cultivation might be very good elsewhere. For example, in Maplewood City, the old ancestors of the major families were only at this level. However, in Azure Sun Temple, it was quite inadequate. Obviously, it was because of the lack of aptitude. Yang Kai came out of Maplewood City this time and saw too many rising stars and young talents. His vision and experience were also much broader than before. When the middle-aged man saw Yang Kai walk out of Gao Shueting's cave mansion, he immediately smiled and said, "Yang Kai." Quickly putting on a big smile, he cupped his fists and said, "This one has been ordered by Elder Chin to deliver 1,000 pieces of faceless profound grass. I wonder if Your Excellency is Brother Yang Kai." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. The man's eyes lit up, and he praised, "I've heard of Brother Yang's name for a long time. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." "What, am I famous in the Azure Sun Temple?" Yang Kai touched his nose. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Brother Yang must have been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days. That's why I haven't heard about the news from the outside world. Brother Yang's name is not only widely spread in Azure Sun Temple, I'm afraid it has already spread throughout the entire Southern Territory." "Is there such a thing?" Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. He suddenly had a bad feeling in the depths of his heart. However, the other party didn't notice Yang Kai's strange expression and continued to flatter. Brother Yang refined an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, shocking the heavenly martial Holy Lands Wuchang. Brother Yang can be considered a very famous person now. As he spoke, he realized that Yang Kai's expression didn't look too good. Suddenly realizing the problem, the middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and stopped flattering, coughing dryly. "Brother Yang, this is the facetless profound grass Elder Chin asked me to deliver. Do you want to check it?" "No need." Yang Kai reached out and took the space ring the other party handed over. Cupping his fists, he thanked the other party. Turning around, he bid farewell. Although Yang Kai had expected that after the events in the Four Seasons realm, he felt that some of his secrets could no longer be concealed, but the news spread so quickly and spread so widely. He never expected it. If this was the case, he would have to consider Gao Shueting's proposal to join Azure Sun Temple. With the protection of Azure Sun Temple's disciples, he would be able to avoid a lot of trouble in the future. Otherwise, he would be coveted by others. The cultivator in the Four Seasons realm would definitely know that the extraordinary treasure pill was gone, but the extraordinary treasure pill had too many implications. Perhaps some people wouldn't believe it, and would come to Yang Kai to ask for the extraordinary treasure pill. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he felt. After returning to his secluded home on Purple Bamboo Peak, his mood gradually calmed down. There was no point in being irritated right now. If such a situation really happened, it would have nothing to do with him. Moreover, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although his physical cultivation hadn't improved after his experience in the divine ascension mirror world, his divine sense had improved greatly. It really wouldn't be easy for a normal cultivator to deal with him, unless the Emperor realm intervened. But even if it was a first-order Emperor realm master, if he couldn't defeat them, couldn't he run away? Thinking of this, his mind suddenly cleared up, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. His entire body was brimming with indescribable confidence, and he felt much more relaxed. After sitting down cross-legged, he took out the insect enslavement bracelet and put the 1,000 faceless profound grass into it before stuffing them into the wine jar where the soul-devouring insects were. According to the exotic insect scripture, faceless profound grass was the best herb to accelerate the evolution of the soul-devouring insects. This was because the medicinal aura of faceless profound grass had a great stimulating effect on the soul-devouring insects. Moreover, the medicinal efficacies of the spirit herb could also help the soul-devouring insects grow. In an instant, a series of crackling noises could be heard coming from the wine jar, as if the sounds of battle were ringing out. Yang Kai listened for a while, but didn't pay any more attention to it. He could no longer interfere with the evolution of the soul-devouring insects, so only time would tell what the final result would be. He withdrew his divine sense and took out another item, carefully examining it in his hand. This was the Insect Emperor's other Emperor artifact, the Soul-Splitting Blade. Before entering the divine ascension mirror world, he had never thought that the Soul-Splitting Blade was actually a soul-type Emperor artifact. If he hadn't brought it into the divine ascension mirror, Yang Kai would have had to wait a long time before discovering it. If it was just an ordinary Emperor artifact, Yang Kai wouldn't have bothered to refine it. Right now, he had a lot of methods to deal with his enemies, not to mention the various space divine technique he had comprehended. Just the Annihilation Thunder Bead and the Myriad Sword were already in his possession. Of course, he would still have to return the Myriad's sword to the Qin family when he returned to Maplewood City. However, one couldn't bite off more than they could chew. Yang Kai didn't refine the soul-splitting blade before because of this concern, and also because he wasn't strong enough. However, if it was a soul-type Emperor artifact, then things would be different. Yang Kai had a need to refine it. As such, he had already made up his mind to begin refining the soul-splitting blade after dealing with the soul-devouring insects. He originally thought that refining an Emperor artifact like this would definitely take a lot of effort and energy. After all, refining the insect enslavement bracelet took him an entire month, let alone refining the soul-splitting blade, which was mainly used for killing. However, in reality, refining the soul-splitting blade was even easier than refining the insect enslavement bracelet. In less than half a month, Yang Kai had already broken through the soul-splitting blade's restrictions and erased the brand of the Insect Emperor, leaving behind his own soul imprint inside. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai felt that there were two reasons for this. The first reason was that his divine sense was strong enough to shorten the time required to refine the soul-splitting blade. The second reason was that in the divine ascension mirror world, it had fused with his soul avatar and fought alongside him. This experience strengthened the mental connection between him and the soul-splitting blade, so it only took him half a month to successfully refine it. However, like all artifacts, it wasn't certain that one would be able to use all of its power after successfully refining it. If one wanted to use all of the power of an artifact, it would definitely be a gradual process. Yang Kai placed the soul-splitting blade in his knowledge sea and revealed his soul avatar. He didn't hesitate to expend a huge amount of mental and spiritual energy to refine it using a secret technique. He had learned the secret technique from Tianyan. During the last 2 days in the Divine Ascension Mirror World, Yang Kai had consulted Senior Tianyan about many things. After all, Tianyan was one of the great emperors. Even though he didn't have a physical body, since he had reached this level, wouldn't it be easy for him to give Yang Kai some pointers? Tianyan wasn't stingy with his experience and secret techniques in cultivating his soul, and imparted to Yang Kai a lot of knowledge that would benefit him for the rest of his life. However, in terms of secret techniques, Yang Kai had only learned one from Tianyan. Tianyan had said that secret techniques value quality over quantity. If one used them well, even just one of them would make one invincible, but if one didn't use them well, it would be useless no matter how much one learned. There were 3,000 paths, but they all led to the same destination. Martial skills and secret techniques all followed the same principle. As such, Tianyan had only taught Yang Kai one secret technique. This secret technique was called Heaven-Shattering Slash. Normally, he would use a special method to refine and nurture his weapon. When he needed it, he would unleash all the power he had accumulated during the nurturing process. Often, he would be able to achieve a one-hit kill effect and decide the outcome of the battle with a single strike. Tianyan didn't have a soul-type secret treasure, so he used this secret technique to nurture a weapon condensed from his own spiritual energy. Moreover, this was tens of thousands of years ago. It was a secret technique that he had comprehended on his own when he was in the Emperor realm. The current Tianyan no longer needed this secret technique. He was one of the great emperors and controlled the laws of heaven and earth. No one in the world was his match. So why would he need this secret technique? He could use it to teach Yang Kai. Although the heaven-shattering slash only had a miraculous effect on the first strike of a soul-type secret treasure, and the subsequent attacks could only display the original power of the secret treasure, the soul-splitting saber itself was an emperor artifact. Even if Yang Kai couldn't display its full power with his current strength, if he really forced it out, not many people would be able to withstand it. Coupled with the heaven-shattering slash secret technique, even the Emperor realm would have to retreat in one strike. This was another life-saving and desperate trump card, so Yang Kai naturally spared no effort to refine it. In his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared. His hands were constantly forming seals, and the seawater in his knowledge sea churned and gathered into waves that washed over the soul-splitting saber again and again. Every time the waves washed over, accompanied by Yang Kai's hand seals, the soul-splitting saber seemed to flash with a faint brilliance. Faintly, its power increased a little, although it was almost imperceptible. In the long run, its power would definitely be amazing. The first strike of the saber would definitely be earth-shattering. From time to time, Yang Kai would open his mouth and exhale pure spiritual energy onto the soul-splitting saber, cleansing its power. Days passed. Yang Kai stayed in Purple Bamboo Peak's secluded mansion, refining the soul-splitting saber with the heaven-shattering slash secret technique. However, he also took some time to visit Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi in the Sealed World Bead. Since the last time he gave the last extraordinary treasure pill to Hua Qingxi, the woman had unceremoniously consumed it. Moreover, her attitude towards Yang Kai had undergone a 180-degree change. Although she was no longer obedient, she no longer rejected him like before. When she was with Yang Kai, she was much more gentle and submissive. Chapter 2247. The world principles in the small sealed world weren't perfect yet. Although the small sealed world had absorbed a large number of principle fragments in the third layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, the world principles inside were still lacking and couldn't compare to the star boundary's own principle strength. For a master like Hua Qingxi, It wasn't a big problem for her to cultivate in the small sealed world. However, if she wanted to break through, it wasn't suitable for her to do so in the small sealed world, because the world principles weren't perfect, the heavenly way and martial Tao that she could comprehend when she broke through couldn't meet the requirements. However, when that time came, Yang Kai would definitely let her out and find a safe place for her to break through in peace. When that time came, Yang Kai would have a helper on the level of the Emperor realm under him. Just thinking about it made her excited. Zhang Ruo, she had also made rapid progress these days. Now, her cultivation had reached the second-order origin returning realm. All the heaven's prides and geniuses compared to her in terms of cultivation speed were like fireflies competing with the moon. Something in Zhang Ruo, she's body seemed to be gradually awakening. And as this power awakened, her cultivation speed became faster and faster. Her temperament also gradually changed. She was less delicate and timid and more confident and strong. This was something that Yang Kai was happy to see. About 2 months after returning from the Divine Ascension Mirror world, Yang Kai was refining the soul-splitting saber with the heaven-shattering slash in his cave mansion when he suddenly felt the cave mansion's barrier vibrate slightly. His mind moved, and he hurriedly stopped his technique. His soul avatar left his mind and returned to his physical body. He raised the token and waved it. The barrier was unlocked. A person's voice immediately came from outside. Young Master Yang. Young Master Yang. The voice sounded familiar. Yang Kai thought for a moment and immediately understood who it was. He replied, "Please come in, Deacon Tao." Outside the cave mansion, Tao Ming, who had some grudges with Yang Kai a few months ago, heard this and walked into the cave mansion with a serious expression. After a short while, arriving at the secret room, Tao Ming no longer had his usual arrogance and domineering attitude. With a face full of smiles, he cupped his fists towards Yang Kai and bowed, disturbing young Master Yang's cultivation. "This Tao is truly guilty." Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "Who asked you to come over? Is there any news?" When Tao Ming heard this, his expression turned serious and he said, "Under the orders of the palace master, I'm here to inform young Master Yang that the thing you need has been found." Yang Kai abruptly stood up, his eyes bursting with light as he shouted, "Really?" Tao Ming smiled and said, "The temple master personally gave the order. How can it be false?" "That's great. I finally found it." Yang Kai's face was full of joy, although Tao Ming didn't tell him what he had found. But other than the tribulation fruit, what else could it be? These days, although Yang Kai had been refining the insect enslavement bracelet, raising the soul-devouring insects, and nurturing the soul-severing saber, he had always been thinking about the tribulation fruit. It was just that the agreed time hadn't arrived yet, so he didn't rush it. Now the news had finally arrived. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His whole body relaxed, as if the burden he had been carrying for a long time had finally been lifted. After all, the tribulation fruit was related to Qin Yu's life and death. After all, the many opportunities he had in the past few months were all exchanged for by Qin Chaoyang with the bustling world token. If he couldn't get the tribulation fruit, he would be too ashamed to face Qin Chaoyang and give the Qin family an explanation. This matter would definitely become an obsession in his heart in the future, and it might even turn into a heart demon. But now, these worries were no longer there. Since when Zishan had ordered Tao Ming to pass a message to him, it meant that the tribulation fruit was already in his hands. In this way, he could also bring the spirit fruit back to Maplewood City and hand it over to the Qin family, resolving a knot in his heart. Tao Ming saw him beaming with joy, and although he didn't know what Yang Kai was looking for, he was happy for him and flattered him a few times. "By the way, Deacon Tao, did the temple master say where that thing is now?" Yang Kai came back to his senses and asked. Tao Ming replied, "The temple master said that the thing is already on the way, and we'll be back in less than 3 days. He said that you can rest assured that there won't be any accidents. Good, good, good. Thank Temple Master Wen for me. Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly. If young Master Yang has no other instructions, this Tao will take his leave. Tao Ming said with a smile. Deacon Tao, take care. After sending Tao Ming away, Yang Kai was in no mood to do anything else. Wen Zishan probably just wanted to reassure Yang Kai, so he sent the message in advance, but he probably didn't expect Yang Kai to value the tribulation fruit so much. After waiting in the cave mansion for 3 days like sitting on pins and needles, Yang Kai left Purple Bamboo Peak early in the morning and went straight to Myriad Saints Peak. When he arrived at the main hall on the peak, Yang Kai didn't have time to ask someone to inform him before when Zishan's voice came from inside the hall. Come in. Yang Kai was taken aback, but he wasn't too surprised. He straightened his clothes and stepped in. There was no one else in the hall except for Wen Zishan, who was sitting cross-legged and seemed to be circulating some kind of secret art. Yang Kai went in and didn't disturb him, just waiting silently. But in his heart, he was quite moved. Wen Zishan was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master and was extremely powerful, but he was still so diligent and didn't slack off. For a cultivator, it wasn't terrible to have talent, but it was terrible to not only have talent, but also work hard. When Zishan was undoubtedly such a person, it was definitely not a fluke that he could reach the third-order Emperor realm. After a while, when Zishan stopped and opened his eyes, looking at Yang Kai with a mocking smile. What's wrong? Can't wait anymore? Yang Kai said embarrassedly, the sooner I see you, the better. You're a righteous person. When Zishan nodded, the Qin family's bustling world token wasn't a shame or a waste. It's only human nature to keep one's promise, Yang Kai replied. When Zishan nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, what do you think about what little Shui Ting told you last time? Yang Kai heard this and smiled bitterly. So it was Temple Master Wen who asked Elder Gao to persuade me. That's what I meant. However, little Shui Ting also thinks highly of you. When Zishan admitted bluntly, moreover, you even entered the Divine Ascension Mirror, so you can be considered half a disciple of my temple, right? This is a secret that even ordinary disciples don't know about. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and he pondered for a long time, as if he was considering his words. After a while, he said, thanks to Temple Master Wen and Elder Gao's kindness, this junior has no intention of joining any sect. However, it's not because I dislike the temple. It's just that there are some inconvenient reasons. Of course, he was referring to the demon spirit. When Zishan stared deeply at him and nodded, very well, this king won't force you, but if one day you get tired of wandering outside, come to my temple. The temple's doors are always open for you. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he bowed deeply. Many thanks for Temple Master Wen's kindness. If that day really comes, it will be this junior's honor. When Zishan grinned, this king was like you back then, loving to be alone, loving to be free, loving to wander outside, until the corner of his mouth twitched. He then continued, in the wild, I picked up a little girl who fought with wild cats for food. Gao Shui Ting's face immediately appeared in Yang Kai's mind. In the future, I will travel the star boundary. You can pick up anything, but please don't pick up those little girls. When Zishan said earnestly, those little girls look cute, docile, and obedient when they are young, but when they grow up, they become lawless and heartless. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. When Zishan's extremely hurt expression made Yang Kai speechless. You want to cry? Huh? A cold voice suddenly came from outside the temple. When the voice came, the temperature in the temple dropped sharply, as if winter had suddenly arrived, chilling everyone's skin. When Zishan's whole body shivered, as if he had been struck by a paralysis technique, and he froze in place. his expression changed dramatically. When the voice fell, a beautiful figure walked in from outside. Gao Shui Ting's face was cold, and her beautiful eyes were like lightning as she glanced inside. When Zishan suddenly shrank, and even Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. Murderous intent filled the air, and the emperor's will was awe-inspiring. Lawless, huh? Gao Shui Ting raised the corner of her mouth and snorted softly. This. When Zishan's cold sweat flowed down like a waterfall, and his mouth was full of subservience. His eyes looked around, and he said with a flattering smile, Little Shui Ting, why are you here? Why didn't you let someone report your arrival? That's against the rules, isn't it? Gao Shui Ting said coldly, Give me the tribulation fruit. As she spoke, she threw a jade box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he reached out to catch it. With a flick of his finger, he opened the jade box. Cold air filled the box, and an ice crystal-like spirit fruit lay quietly inside. The tribulation fruit. Although Yang Kai had never seen the real thing, he could still recognize it at a glance. Looking at the appearance of this tribulation fruit, it seemed to have been picked not long ago. If he was not mistaken, it should be the one in the Four Seasons realm's winter territory. Yang Kai didn't know which Force Azure Sun Temple had exchanged it with, but it seemed that Azure Sun Temple had put in a lot of effort for it to take such a long time. You're heartless, aren't you? Gao Shui Ting didn't intend to give up. After handing the spirit fruit to Yang Kai, she still stared coldly at Wen Zishan, her eyes as sharp as swords. When Zishan gritted his teeth and showed a resolute expression as he shouted at Yang Kai, This is not good. This temple master will take his leave first. Little brat Yang, do as you please later. Remember, if you encounter any trouble in the future, come to the temple. Yang Kai didn't even have time to thank him before when Zishan's figure flickered and disappeared. Want to run? A cold light flashed in Gao Shui Ting's beautiful eyes as she instantly summoned the Emperor artifact, the blazing sun mirror. In an instant, when Zishan's figure became faintly discernible, although Gao Shui Ting found his whereabouts, Temple Master Wen still broke free from the blazing sun mirror's shackles with his extraordinary strength and escaped in the blink of an eye. Old thing, don't run. Today, I'll show you what it means to be lawless and heartless. Gao Shui Ting gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and chased after him. Outside the temple, many disciples who were guarding the temple opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded, holding the jade box. Yang Kai also watched this farce with a smile on his face, but soon he couldn't smile anymore and slapped his thigh in annoyance. I forgot to ask about the Shattered Star Sea again. Chapter 2248. Maplewood City, Qin Family. In Qin Yu's boudoir, Qin Yu lay on the sickbed with a pale face. She coughed softly from time to time. Sometimes her coughs were so severe that she couldn't even breathe. An inexplicable death qi lingered around Qin Yu. Even an ordinary person who had never cultivated before could faintly sense that something was wrong with Qin Yu's current state. If someone with a little bit of cultivation used their divine sense to scan Qin Yu, they would clearly see that she was currently shrouded in a faint black qi. As time passed, this black qi became denser and denser. No one knew what kind of energy this black qi was. Since it appeared 2 months ago, it had been devouring Qin Yu's vitality, causing her condition to worsen day by day. The heaven and earth body was a very special physique. It was a physique that the heaven and earth did not tolerate. Anyone with this constitution couldn't live past the age of 18 because the laws of heaven and earth would cut off this person's vitality. Beside the sickbed, the maidservant who served Qin Yu secretly wiped her tears. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Qin Yu was a kind and amiable person. She was always warm and courteous to her superiors and subordinates. Everyone in the Qin family treated her with utmost respect, and this servant girl was naturally the same. Seeing that her young miss had contracted some kind of serious illness and had actually become so weak in just 2 short months, the servant girl felt extremely distressed. "What are you crying for? Useless thing! Why haven't you scrammed out yet?" Qin Zhaoyang suddenly roared furiously. He had been extremely worried these days and was already upset. Now that he saw the maidservant crying in front of him, he became even more irritated and couldn't help but shout. The maidservant was instantly terrified and knelt down with a thud. However, she didn't leave. She said, "Ancestor, please forgive me. Please calm down. I won't cry. I won't leave. I want to stay and take care of young miss," she kept begging in a sincere tone. Qin Chaoyang opened his mouth, but in the end, he sighed deeply. He raised his hand, and an invisible force spread out, lifting the maidservant up. He restrained his anger and said, "Forget it, forget it." His tone was indescribably desolate. "It's my fault. I didn't take good care of young Mississippi." As the maidservant spoke, she wiped the corners of her eyes again. However, she forced herself not to cry out loud. "Ancestor." On the sickbed, Qin Yu suddenly called out softly. As soon as the words left her mouth, she coughed violently again. The maidservant hurried forward and used her hand to help her breathe. After Qin Yu regained his strength, Qin Chaoyang said softly, "Have a good rest. Don't say anything." Qin Yu shook his head slowly. "Big brother Yang, he hasn't returned yet?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyang's expression changed slightly. He didn't know how to respond. Now, Qin Yu's 18th birthday was approaching, and the only hope for Qin Yu's survival was Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Qin Chaoyang couldn't help but wonder if he had trusted the wrong person. He had already investigated the situation in the Four Seasons realm. Yang Kai had displayed his skills in the Four Seasons realm, refining the extraordinary spirit pills all by himself, playing with the elite disciples of the various sects in the palm of his hand. This matter had long spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. Although Maplewood City was a small city, under Qin Chaoyang's intentional inquiries, how could he not have heard of it? However, the Four Seasons realm had closed 3 months ago. If Yang Kai had really obtained the tribulation fruit, he should have returned to Maplewood City long ago. So why was he still nowhere to be seen? Qin Chaoyang didn't want to measure the heart of a gentleman with his own petty heart, but as long as he didn't see Yang Kai, he couldn't feel at ease. He didn't know if Yang Kai didn't have the face to see him because he couldn't find the tribulation fruit, or if Yang Kai didn't take the tribulation fruit seriously at all and had long since disappeared. Now that the world was so vast, even if Yang Kai wanted to find Yang Kai, he didn't know where to start. What's more, time was running out. "Old ancestor, are you doubting Big Brother Yang?" Although Qin Yu was terminally ill, she was as intelligent as ever. As soon as she saw Qin Chaoyang's expression, she guessed the concerns in his heart. "Old ancestor doesn't want to think too much about it. I hope that little brother Yang can return that thing as soon as possible, but even if he didn't get it, he should have come back to greet me. Sometimes a person's strength is limited. This old master can understand, but now he... Maybe Big Brother Yang was delayed by something important," Qin Yu said softly, but just as she finished speaking, she coughed violently again. "I hope so." Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly, but in his heart he didn't think so. Even if Yang Kai was really delayed by something important, couldn't he have asked someone to send a message back? Yang Kai felt more and more that Yang Kai probably took the Qin family's myriad sword and didn't want to come back. The Emperor artifact, myriad sword, was lost. Although this thing was precious, the Qin family was now in decline, and no one could use its power. An innocent man would get into trouble for possessing a jade ring. However, the price of misjudging someone made Qin Chaoyang's heart ache, and he secretly regretted that he had entrusted such an important matter to someone he had just met. If he had personally gone to the Four Seasons realm at that time, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope, and Qin, you wouldn't have to lie here waiting for death. The deep self-blame in his heart made Qin Chaoyang unable to sleep at night, unable to eat or sleep in peace. Big brother Yang will come back, Qin Yu said firmly. He isn't the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others and leave without saying goodbye. Young lady, at this time, you're still speaking up for that person. The maidservant felt distressed as she watched from the side, tears almost flowing out of her eyes again. What do you know? Qin Yu reprimanded her, then continued, although I haven't had much contact with Big Brother Yang, old ancestor should know that I have the fated fortune heavenly pupil, so I can see through people very accurately. Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang's eyes lit up, and a little hope inexplicably appeared in his originally despairing mood. Indeed, although Qin Yu's cultivation wasn't high because of the fated fortune heavenly pupil, she could see through people very accurately. Generally speaking, she could tell at a glance whether a person was good or evil, and whether they were trustworthy. If Qin Yu hadn't agreed, Qin Chaoyang wouldn't have dared to give the quota to Yang Kai to enter the Four Seasons realm. Therefore, Big Brother Yang must have been delayed by something. Qin Yu concluded. After saying that, she continued, Old ancestor, you should go and do what you need to do. You don't need to worry about me. I'll get better sooner or later. As for Maplewood City, I heard from that a lot of master have come to Maplewood City recently, and even one of them is staying in my Qin family? Qin Chaoyang nodded. You've been seriously ill these days, so old ancestor didn't tell you about this, but this little girl has been gossiping behind my back. While speaking, he glared at the maidservant called Hui-er. The maidservant quickly stuck out her tongue and explained. This servant saw that young miss was bored, so this servant casually said something. This servant won't dare do it again. If this happens again, I'll break your dog legs. Qin Chaoyang coldly snorted. Don't be afraid. Old ancestor is just scaring you. Qin Yu smiled and patted the back of Hui-er's hand. Qin Chaoyang sighed deeply and said, The servants in the family have been spoiled by you. Old ancestor, what happened in the city recently? Why did it attract so many people? Qin Yu turned his head and asked. In the past 2 years, Maplewood City had not been peaceful. First, the divine spirit appeared, causing overlords like Star Soul Palace to send masters to investigate. Then, the demonic chi besieged the city, creating an uproar. The nearby forest city was almost destroyed because of the demonic chi, but fortunately, the demonic chi retreated at the last moment, allowing the demon dwellers to regain their sanity. Otherwise, Forest City would be an empty city right now. At that time, several masters from the Emperor realm had spared no effort to personally investigate. Now, for some unknown reason, it had attracted so many masters. Although Qin Yu had heard some rumors from Hui-er, he didn't know the details, so he naturally wanted to ask for clarification. If we trace it back to the source, this matter is related to the last demonic chi reappearance. Qin Chaoyang sighed, his face full of worry. Hearing this, Qin Yu's pretty face changed slightly, and he exclaimed, Could it be that the demonic chi that disappeared inexplicably has reappeared? Hui-er, who was standing next to him, also trembled, a look of horror on her face. That's not it, Qin Chaoyang replied. Last time, the demonic chi retreated inexplicably and never appeared again, but under the seal we went a last time, a high-rank earth vein appeared. High-rank earth vein? Qin Yu's beautiful eyes lit up. There's actually a high-rank earth vein near Maplewood City? Qin Chaoyang also smiled and said, This matter also surprised us old fellows. You also know that the reason why Maplewood City has never been occupied by a great force is because not only is this place small, but the world energy here is also not rich, and there are no special products here. So all these years, the City Lord's mansion has been in charge of managing this place. But now that a high-rank earth vein has appeared, the situation is completely different. A mere high-rank earth vein shouldn't be enough to attract so many great forces, right? Could there be another reason? Exactly. Qin Chaoyang's expression became solemn near that high-rank spirit vein. There seemed to be many branches of mid-rank and low-rank earth veins. In addition, there seems to be a source crystal vein near Clear Jade Mountain, but I don't know what grade it is. Qin Yu couldn't help but be moved. Hearing this, she finally understood why Maplewood City could attract so many people. Just the source crystal vein alone was enough to make people bleed, not to mention the many other earth veins of different grades. These earth veins and source crystal veins may not attract the attention of Star Soul Palace and several of the top great forces, but the first and second tier forces that are inferior to these top forces can't just ignore them. The situation in Maplewood City is changing rapidly, and there are already several dozen third-order Dao Source Realm Masters here. I don't know if the Emperor Realm has also come, but as long as the benefits here are big enough, it's only a matter of time before the Emperor Realm is attracted. After Qin Yu heard this, she sternly said, "Old ancestor, at such a critical juncture, my Qin family shouldn't do anything. We should just wait and see. In front of these behemoths, my Qin family is just a pebble. We are powerless to resist." Chapter 2249. Old Ancestor is naturally aware of this matter. Qin Chiang smiled bitterly, but my Qin family has taken root in Maplewood City, so we can't stay out of this matter. The masters from the first and second tier sects came to Maplewood City, but they weren't willing to stay in the inn, so they went to our local families. The Zhou family, Du family, Liang family, and Xin family all received many people, and even the City Lord's mansion was taken over by the Flying Saint Palace. Even the City Lord's mansion. Qin Yu couldn't help covering her red lips with her hand. Qin Chaoyang continued, "The Flying Saint Palace has a master from the Emperor Realm. So how could the City Lord's second-order Dao Source Realm cultivation compete with such a force? In comparison, my Qin family only sent a single force, which is already good enough, but the City Lord's mansion, TSK, it's the real trouble." "What's going on?" Qin Yu asked, in confusion. Qin Chaoyang's face darkened as he said, "Zhuang Pan is back." "What?" Qin Yu's pretty face changed when she heard this. She gritted her teeth and said, "That coward still has the face to come back." When the demonic Qi besieged the city, everyone formed the 7 points black tortoise spirit array and rushed out of the city to reinforce the seal of the demonic Qi. In the end, Zhuang Pan abandoned everyone and fled at the critical moment, causing the 7 points black tortoise spirit array to collapse. Although Duan Yuan Shan turned the tide at the last moment and brought Qin Chaoyang and Qin Yu back to Maplewood City, the matter of the seal was a perfect, and they didn't know what happened after that. They only knew that the 3 great emperors had arrived. After that, the demonic Qi took the initiative to retreat. Zhuang Pan's whereabouts were unknown. He was originally the deputy city lord of Maplewood City, and like Drunkard, he assisted Duan Yuan Shan in governing the tens of thousands of kilometers around Maplewood City. After he left, the position of deputy city lord was naturally lacking. Duan Yuan Shan had tried to rope in Yang Kai to fill the vacancy of Zhuang Pan, but Yang Kai politely refused. But because of what happened last time, the Qin family, Duan Yuan Shan, and the others had a lot of opinions of Zhuang Pan, and Duan Yuan Shan even said in public that if he saw Zhuang Pan in the future, he would kill him. Who would have thought that after a few months, this guy would actually return? How could Qin Yu not be surprised? Not only of the face of the demonic Qi sect, but he also of the demonic Qi? He's back, so the family sect. She felt that there was more to Yuan Yen Yang than Yuan Shan. Phase over at what? He just sided with the Flying St. Palace. Qin Chaoyang sneered. The Flying St. Palace's people were the ones who led the City Lord. City Lord Duan's days now. I'm afraid he's having a hard time. Hearing this, Qin Yu fell silent, as if he could imagine Duan Yuan Shan's helplessness. Now that Zhuang Pan had sided with the Flying St. Palace, he was probably using Flying St. Palace's power to intimidate Qin Yu. With the Flying St. Palace's backing, Duan Yuan Shan couldn't do anything to him. Instead, he had to act according to Qin Yu's wishes. In the past, Duan Yuan Shan's position had been reversed, and now Duan Yuan Shan was probably feeling extremely sullen. The City Lord's mansion now only existed in name. Every family is having a hard time now. The Zhou family, Du family, Liang family, and Xian family have all been stirred up. That old man, Xen Gao Jia, has come to me more than once to complain, Qin Chaoyang said, sighing and slowly shaking his head. Then my Qin family. Qin Yu wanted to say something, but hesitated. It's fine for now, Qin Chaoyang said in a deep voice. The sect that lives in my Qin family is called the Octagonal Door. It's a medium-sized sect, and the leader is a young man. He usually lives in seclusion and cultivates very hard. He doesn't ask my Qin family to do anything, and the others are quite easy to get along with. That's good. Qin Yu's expression relaxed when he heard this. Compared to them, my Qin family is quite good, Qin Chaoyang said with a faint smile. As they were talking, they suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside. It seemed that someone was hurriedly running towards them. Qin Chaoyang couldn't help but frown. After a short while, a maid's voice came from outside the door. Old Ancestor. Her voice trembled slightly, showing her emotional instability. Have a good rest. Old Ancestor will be back soon. Qin Chaoyang didn't want to disturb Qin Yu's mood because of trivial matters, so he said gently, then turned and walked out. Old Ancestor. Qin Yu called out from behind. Be careful. Qin Chaoyang nodded slightly, then walked out and closed the door. His eyes flashed like lightning as he looked at the maid standing outside the door. The maid's eyes were full of tears. Just as she was about to say something, Qin Chaoyang glared at her, and she shut her mouth. In the next moment, Qin Chaoyang walked out with the maid, following closely behind. When they were far enough away from Qin Yu's boudoir, Qin Chaoyang said, "What's the matter? Say it now." Old Ancestor. The maid hurriedly told him what had happened just now. Qin Chaoyang's face darkened when he heard this. His figure swayed, and he rushed out of the courtyard. In the boudoir, Qin Yu said to Hui-er, "Help me up." Hui-er was startled and asked, "Young miss, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to take a look. I keep feeling a little uneasy." As if something is going to happen, Qin Yu said with a solemn expression, "Old Ancestor is taking care of you outside. What could happen? Young miss, you're not feeling well right now, so it's better if you don't get up. Are you going to help me or not?" Qin Yu glared at Hui-er. Hui-er panicked and said, "Young miss, this servant doesn't dare. If Old Ancestor finds out, then I'll get up myself." Qin Yu gritted her teeth and slowly got up. It was just a simple movement, but it made her forehead break out in cold sweat, and she groaned with difficulty. Hui-er watched from the side and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She tried to persuade Qin Yu, but she didn't listen. In the end, she could only cry and help. City Lord's mansion. In the City Lord's hall, a man who looked to be about 20 years old sat at the head of the table. Although the man had a dignified appearance, he gave off an extremely sinister feeling, as if this person was constantly plotting some scheme. The man's cultivation was not very high, and he was only from the First Order Dao Source realm. But his temperament was definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary disciple of a sect. This person was the current young palace master of Flying St. Palace, Ning Yuan Shu. Since the previous young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuancheng, died inexplicably, Ning Yuanshu, who was Ning Yuancheng's younger brother, was appointed as the young palace master. Beside Ning Yuanshu stood a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm. One of them was expressionless, resting with his eyes closed, while the other had a dignified expression. These two, they were the two protectors of Flying Saint Palace, Gao Shan and Lu Shui. The one on the left was Gao Shan, and the one on the right was Lu Shui. Both of them were proficient in music and were good at using sound attacks. At this moment, Ning Yuanshu was tasting the spirit fruit on the table with a smile on his face, and below him, the former deputy city lord of Maplewood City, Zhuang Pan, was coldly looking at a person with a look of contempt and pride on his face. The person he was looking at was Duan Yuanshan. Drunkard's face was flushed red as he stood beside Duan Yuanshan in a drunken state. He seemed to be drunk, and his eyes were a little hazy. I didn't know that young palace master had summoned the two of us. What is the matter? Duan Yuanshan suddenly cupped his fists and asked. His expression was unpleasant. No one would be in a good mood when their home was occupied, but because of the strength of the other party's protectors, Gao Shan and Lu Shui, and the background of Flying Saint Palace, Duan Yuanshan did not dare to resist and could only acquiesce to the other party occupying the city lord's mansion, which symbolized the dignity of the city lord. These days, he and Drunkard had been living in seclusion, not paying attention to worldly affairs. But today, Ning Yuanshu suddenly called them over. I called the two of you here because I have something for you to do. Can't you see that the young palace master is tasting the spirit fruit? Just wait obediently. Zhuang Pan suddenly reprimanded coldly. A few months ago, he had a conflict with Yang Kai. His artifact spirituality was destroyed by Yang Kai, and he was almost seriously injured. At that time, not only did Duan Yuanshan not help him, he even stood on Yang Kai's side and reprimanded him. Zhuang Pan naturally held a grudge in his heart, and now that he had turned the tables, he could not wait to return the humiliation 100 times over. Burp! Drunkard suddenly let out a loud burp. Suddenly, the hall was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. Ning Yuanshu, who was sitting at the head of the table, frowned. He was no longer in the mood to taste the spirit fruit, and put down the thing in his hand, with some displeasure. Sir City Lord, burp this old man. Ugh, why do I hear a dog barking? Ugh. His sentence was divided into several paragraphs before he finished. His sloppy appearance made it hard for people to look at him directly. Zhuang Pan was furious when he heard this. How could he not hear the undisguised insult and ridicule in the other party's words? Ning Yuanshu, however, waved his hand and stopped him from making any more noise. Seeing this, Zhuang Pan did not dare to say another word. He just glared at Drunkard with resentment, as if he wanted to remember this hatred. City Lord Duan. Ning Yuanshu greeted Duan Yuanshan with a smile. The latter frowned. Although the other party was smiling, he gave Duan Yuanshan the feeling of a poisonous snake that was constantly hissing and spitting out its forked tongue. This made his heart tremble. What orders does young palace master have? Duan Yuanshan asked, in a deep voice. When this young master left the palace this time, my father specifically asked protectors Gao Shan and Lu Shui to accompany him. These two protector master are masters second only to my father in this palace. They will not be dispatched easily. Does City Lord Duan know why? He asked with a smile. Duan Yuanshan thought to himself, your father sent people to protect you. What does it have to do with me? Moreover, don't young masters of sex always have a few bodyguards when they go out? Although he thought so in his heart, he still said, I don't know. Ning Yuanshu smiled slightly and said, of course it's to protect my safety. Duan Yuanshan's face sank, revealing an expression that said, you're kidding me. If this question was so simple, why would he need to ask? Sure enough, Ning Yuan Shu changed the topic and said, "My father said that the security in Maplewood City is very bad." Duan Yuanshan frowned and said, "Where did this come from?" This humble one has been in charge of Maplewood City for many years. And although the cultivators in the city are not all kind and easy to deal with, there are still very few cases of murder and robbery. This public security is not good. So please forgive this Duan for being unable to agree. Chapter 2250. Is that so? Ning Yuan Shu smiled meaningfully as he stared at Duan Yuan Shan. Then, "May I ask how my brother died?" Duan Yuan Shan trembled and frowned. "What do you mean, young palace master?" "Ha ha." Ning Yuan Shu chuckled and said, "My brother, Ning Yuan Chung. City Lord Duan should know him, right?" Duan Yuan Shan remained silent. He naturally knew who Ning Yuan Chung was. When the divine spirit had appeared last time, Ning Yuan Chung had brought some followers to Maplewood City. Duan Yuan Shan also knew about this matter. Later on, he had organized a large auction, and Ning Yuan Chung had also participated in it. Ning Yuan Shu said, "As far as I know, my brother went missing after participating in the auction in Maplewood City. Although his body was not found, the life soul lamp placed in the palace was extinguished. Obviously, he was killed. Even if the place where the accident happened was not in Maplewood City, it should not be far from here. Shouldn't City Lord Duan give me an explanation?" Duan Yuanshan's expression changed when he heard this. He thought the other party was trying to settle accounts with him. Although Ning Yuan Cheng's death had nothing to do with him, and he knew nothing about this matter, the last time he appeared was in Maplewood City, and then he was killed. In any case, Maplewood City had some responsibility, and if Flying Saint Palace really pursued this matter, Duan Yuanshan really wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Seeing his ugly expression, Ning Yuan Shu laughed and said, "City Lord Duan, there is no need to panic. Speaking of this young master has to thank you. Young palace master. Are you joking with this, Duan?" Duan Yuanshan looked up with a gloomy face. Ning Yuan Shu shook his head and said, "Of course not. It's just that if my brother had not died in your Maplewood City, I would not have been able to become the young palace master. However, this young palace master has not died. City Lord Duan, don't you think this young master should thank you properly?" Hearing this, Duan Yuanshan did not feel the slightest joy. Instead, he felt cold all over. His own brother had died, but this guy in front of him was not sad. Instead, he was extremely happy. He was happy that he had replaced him, and even said so in public. Ning Yuan Shu's vile character was obvious. When interacting with such a person, Duan Yuanshan did not dare to lower his guard. Sitting at the head of the table, Ning Yuan Shu continued, "It's fine that my trash big brother died, but because of him, our sect suffered a great loss. In addition, Elder Fu, who came to investigate the cause of my big brother's death, also died in Maplewood City. Elder Fu is a cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source Realm and is a rare powerhouse in our sect. You can't just die like this. Shouldn't City Lord Duan give me an explanation for this?" As he finished speaking, his expression gradually turned gloomy and cold as he looked at Duan Yuanshan in an overbearing manner. Elder Fu, Duan Yuanshan was startled upon hearing this, before his expression changed slightly as he thought of a person. The person young palace master is referring to. Don't tell me it's like this. As he spoke, he waved his hand in front of him. Origin energy surged in front of him, and the image of a person quickly appeared. Ning Yuan Shu glanced at him and nodded. "Yes, he is our Sex Fu stone. Elder Fu." Duan Yuanshan's expression changed drastically as he muttered, "So he is an elder of your noble sect. No wonder his cultivation is so high." He suddenly remembered this person, but he did not expect that this person was really the Elder Fu that Ning Yuan Shu mentioned. He was not familiar with this person, but when the demonic Qi besieged the city, the Qin family contributed the 7 points black tortoise array and wanted to rush out of the city. When Duan Yuanshan was looking for a suitable candidate, this person volunteered to be a member of the array. At that time, there was another young woman from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Although Duan Yuanshan knew that these two people had extraordinary backgrounds, he did not carefully inquire about their backgrounds. It was not until today that he learned that one of them was an elder of Flying Saint Palace. He pondered for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, "Young Palace Master, if you want to know how Elder Fu died, this Duan knows a thing or two." "Oh, tell me about it." Ning Yuan Shu raised his eyebrows. "A few months ago, the ancient great demon demonic Qi appeared near Maplewood City. I'm sure young Palace Master has heard about it." He immediately recounted what happened at that time, including the fact that Zhuang Pan was afraid of death at the last moment and abandoned everyone to flee. Zhuang Pan's face sank as he listened, but he could not refute, so his face turned red and blue. The two elders, Gao Shan and Lu Shui, looked at Zhuang Pan with disdain, making him want to find a hole to hide in and never come out for the rest of his life. The spirit array was broken, and the demonic Qi was fierce. This Duan was powerless to resist, so he could only risk his life and rush back to the city with the two members of the Qin family. However, Elder Fu did not leave immediately and chose to stay. This Duan has no way of knowing what happened after that, but since Elder Fu is dead, it is possible that he was injured by the demonic Qi. So it's like that. Ning Yuan Shu did not have much doubt after listening to his account, but after pondering for a moment, he said, "So, this matter is not City Lord Duan's fault, but Deacon Zhuang's?" He suddenly turned his gaze to Zhuang Pan. Zhuang Pan's cultivation was not low, and he was at least a Dao Source Realm cultivator. He joined Flying Saint Palace halfway, and even got the position of deacon. He thought that he would have a meteoric rise, but who knew that Duan Yuanshan's words would draw his hatred towards him? He immediately cursed Duan Yuanshan in his heart. Noticing the coldness in Ning Yuan Shu's eyes, Zhuang Pan was so scared that he knelt on the ground with a thud. Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard looked at him with disdain. Young Palace Master, the situation that day was definitely not what Duan Yuanshan said. The reason why this subordinate did that was actually, he was at a loss for words when he found that he could not continue. He was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Actually what?" Ning Yuan Shu sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes, as if saying, "If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll teach you a lesson." At this critical juncture, Zhuang Pan's mind was suddenly enlightened. He kept saying, "That day, this subordinate saw that the situation was hopeless, so I boldly retreated in order to stay alive and serve young Palace Master. I will follow young Palace Master everywhere." After he finished speaking, he looked at Ning Yuan Shu with a flattering look. "This flatterer is really good." Duan Yuanshan whispered to Drunkard, "Why didn't I know this guy was so eloquent before?" Although he lowered his voice, everyone present was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so who didn't hear him? Burp. Drunkard was still drunk and hazy, as if he would never wake up. Hearing this, he let out a loud burp. On the other hand, Zhuang Pan could not help but glare at him fiercely. His face was red and white, as if he was a little embarrassed. And it's rare for Deacon Zhuang to be so loyal. Reward. Ning Yuan Shu was stunned for a moment, but his expression soon turned joyful. Saying so, he threw a spirit fruit at Zhuang Pan. The spirit fruit rolled and accurately landed in front of Zhuang Pan. Instead of feeling humiliated, Zhuang Pan laughed and cupped his fists. "Thank you, young Palace Master, for your reward." As he spoke, he bent down and lowered his head. Like a dog eating its food, he bit the spirit fruit into his mouth and swallowed it down with a smacking sound. Duan Yuan Shan couldn't stand it anymore and turned his head away. Remembering that he used to work with this person, he felt disgusted. City Lord Duan. Ning Yuan Shu turned his gaze to Duan Yuan Shan again and said, "This young master has a request." Duan Yuan Shan said, "Please speak." "Young palace master." Ning Yuan Shu said, "This young master is an outsider. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. This is City Lord Duan's territory. So this young master hopes that City Lord Duan can help this young master investigate the cause of my brother's death. If someone tried to harm him, we must find the murderer." The corners of Duan Yuan Shan's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to reply casually, Zhuang Pan stood up and said with an anxious look on his face, "If young palace master wants to investigate the cause of young Master Cheng's death, this subordinate has a suspicious candidate here." "Oh." Ning Yuan Shu looked at him in surprise. "What do you know?" "Tell me, a boy surnamed Yang once used one of our sex ship artifacts," Zhuang Pan said. "As for that ship artifact, subordinate once saw young Master Cheng use it. If I'm not mistaken, that little brat surnamed Yang must know something about it. Perhaps that little brat surnamed Yang killed young Master Cheng out of greed." "Is there such a thing?" Ning Yuan Shu's eyes flashed coldly. "Yes." As soon as Zhuang Pan finished speaking, he saw Ning Yuan Shu suddenly throw a palm at him. Source chi pulse from the palm, indicating that he was using some kind of secret technique. Zhuang Pan was shocked and instinctively tried to resist, but just as he did so, Elder Gao Shan, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them and a ray of light shot out from his eyes, enveloping Zhuang Pan. Zhuang Pan suddenly froze in place. The next moment, a muffled bang came from his chest, followed by a miserable scream. Zhuang Pan was sent flying and slammed heavily into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with stars and his expression was dispirited. Young palace master. He forced himself to stay alert, looking flustered. "What is the meaning of this?" Ning Yuan Shu coldly snorted. "Since you have such important news, why didn't you report it earlier?" Zhuang Pan opened his mouth wide and stood there dumbfounded, muttering this subordinate thought. "What did you think?" Ning Yuan Shu looked at him coldly. "You thought this young master didn't want to find out the cause of that waste death?" "Humph. Although this young master didn't like that guy, he was still a member of our sect. How could he die for no reason? The cause of death must be found out, and the murderer must be severely punished." Yes, this subordinate didn't think it through. Zhuang Pan responded repeatedly. "Where is that boy surnamed Yang now?" Ning Yuan Shu asked in a deep voice. "I'm afraid we'll have to ask City Lord Duan about his whereabouts." Zhuang Pan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced coldly at Duan Yuan Shan with a gloating look. Ning Yuan Shu also shifted his gaze and looked at Duan Yuan Shan in an aggressive manner. Duan Yuan Shan frowned and said, "He has left Maplewood City for several months. This Duan doesn't know where he is now." "Then which sect does he belong to? Does he have any close friends in Maplewood City?" Ning Yuan Shu asked again. "This Duan doesn't know which sect he belongs to. He came to Maplewood City 2 years ago, and there doesn't seem to be any relatives in the city." Chapter 2251. In the Qin family, Qin Chaoyang anxiously rushed to a courtyard. When he swept his gaze inside, his expression immediately sank. There were many people gathered in the courtyard. Some of them were the disciples of the octagonal door, who lived in the Qin family, while others were the guards and servants of the Qin family. Although there were many people from the octagonal door, all of them were Tao Source Realm cultivators. On the other hand, although the Qin family guards surrounded them in layers, all of them were either origin kings or origin-returning realm cultivators. Although there were more people, their auras were incomparable. The atmosphere at the scene was somewhat heavy, and there was even a faint smell of blood in the air. Qin Chaoyang's heavy and urgent footsteps alarmed everyone. Many of the guards turned around to look at him, and when they saw him, they all called out, "Old Ancestor." On the other hand, the disciples of the octagonal door, who were surrounded in the middle, had slightly ugly expressions on their faces. Qin Chaoyang gently nodded and walked straight forward. The crowd took the initiative to part, allowing him to pass unimpeded. When he arrived at the center, Qin Chaoyang swept his gaze across the ground. His eyes narrowed as a trace of anger rose in his heart. There was a female corpse lying on the ground. The ground was covered in blood, and she had died a miserable death. This female corpse was obviously one of the maidservants of the Qin family. Qin Chaoyang recognized her at a glance. A few days ago, this maidservant had brought him tea, but today her corpse was lying here. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, as if she had died with grievance. Looking at the maidservant's cause of death, it seemed that someone had smashed her chest with great force. Her entire chest had caved in, and there were pieces of her internal organs in the vomit at the corner of her mouth. When Qin Chaoyang saw this miserable scene, his mood fluctuated. The source qi in his body trembled slightly. The disciples of the octagonal door all looked at him. All of them had awkward expressions. Among them, there was a handsome young man with pale skin who stood out the most. Who did this? After a long silence, Qin Chaoyang took a deep breath. Although his tone was calm, the slight tremble in his voice revealed the injustice in his heart. As he spoke, he raised his eyes and swept his gaze towards the people of the octagonal door. Those people averted their eyes, not daring to look him in the eye. Does anyone know anything? Stand out and speak loudly. Don't be afraid. Qin Chaoyang shouted in a low voice as he swept his gaze over the guards and maidservants. One of the maidservants bit her red lips and stepped forward. Her face was deathly pale, as if she had yet to recover from the fright before her eyes. And swollen red, old ancestor. And stand up and say, what exactly happened? Qin Chaoyang bowed and helped the maidservant stand up. After the maidservant stood up, she raised her head and glanced at one of the people of the octagonal door. Seeing that person staring at her fiercely, she couldn't help but let out a scream. Qin Chaoyang naturally sensed this. He reached out and placed his hand on the maidservant's shoulder. He poured a stream of pure source qi into her, calming the fear in her heart. He said softly, with old ancestor here, no one can bully you. Tell me the truth. Yes, the maidservant gently nodded and opened her red lips. Under old ancestor's orders, this servant and little Huan are here to take care of the master's daily life. We do our best and dare not slack off in the slightest. Today, this servant and little Huan came here to deliver some food to a certain master. After putting down the fruit platter, this servant and this servant were about to leave, but unexpectedly, as she spoke to hear, she seemed to recall something extremely terrifying. Her delicate body trembled, and she couldn't continue. Qin Chaoyang waited patiently and continued to use his source qi to assist her. After a long while, the maidservant gradually calmed down and said, unexpectedly, that Lord had evil intentions and wanted to force this servant and Xiao Huan to stay behind to serve him. Naturally, the two of us were unwilling and made excuses in every possible way. We don't know what happened, but Xiao Huan suddenly screamed and flew out of that side room. When this servant came out to investigate, hearing this, Qin Chaoyang exerted a little force, and the maidservant fell unconscious. He turned to a guard next to him and said, "Take her away and let her rest." Yes. The guard heard this and quickly picked up the maidservant and rushed out of the courtyard. Only then did Qin Zhaoyang turn his head to look at one of the rooms in the courtyard. He saw that the door of the room was already broken. It was obvious that it had been smashed by something. Combined with the words of the maidservant, it should be because the maidservant named Xiao Huan had been beaten out of the room and destroyed the door. Which friend lives in this room? Qin Chaoyang pointed at the room where the incident had occurred and looked sharply at the people from the octagonal door. Several people averted their gazes, their eyes flickering, as if they knew they were in the wrong and felt somewhat embarrassed. However, there was one person who flew into a rage out of humiliation. He stuck out his chest and shouted, "This young master lives here. So what?" As soon as this was said, the gazes of all the Qin family guards locked onto this person, including Qin Chaoyang. This person was none other than the pale-skinned, handsome Eight Paths sect disciple. Under everyone's watchful eyes, this person didn't show any shame. He sneered and said, "What do you want to do? Before you try to do anything, you'd better weigh your own abilities first." As he spoke, he pushed the source qi in his body. In an instant, his second-order Dao source realm cultivation was revealed. Qin Chaoyang was forced to take a few steps back by this imposing aura. The guards were even worse. They all felt like they were being crushed by a mountain. Their expressions were difficult, and the bones in their bodies creaked. Although Qin Chaoyang was suppressed by the other party's imposing aura, he didn't flinch in the slightest. Instead, he pushed his source qi and forced himself to stand in place. He said in a deep voice, "What? Friend, do you want to destroy my Qin family?" "I didn't mean that. Don't make irresponsible remarks." The pale-skinned man shouted, "Friend, did you kill little Huan?" Qin Chaoyang gritted his teeth and asked. The fair-skinned man's expression turned awkward as he stammered, "I didn't want to either. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that she bit me." "I was angry and made a mistake. Look at how hard she bit me." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. Sure enough, a row of fine teeth marks could be seen on his arm. "You killed her because of this?" Qin Chaoyang suddenly took a few steps forward. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. Although his cultivation was higher than Qin Chaoyang's, the pale-skinned man's imposing aura shrank when he saw Qin Chaoyang's angry look. He took a few steps back and quibbled. "I already said that I didn't do it on purpose. What else do you want? You're also a cultivator. Naturally, you know that mistakes can happen occasionally. This old master is a cultivator, but this old master will never force an ordinary person who has no cultivation to do something they don't want to do, let alone kill someone by accident." Qin Chaoyang said angrily, "You old man." The pale-skinned man was also angry. "I can't explain it to you. At this time, another middle-aged man stepped forward. He laughed and cupped his fists towards Qin Chaoyang. "Qin family head, is it convenient for us to talk?" "If you have something to say it here," Qin Chaoyang replied coldly. After being rebuffed, the middle-aged man looked embarrassed. He secretly scolded Qin Chaoyang for not knowing how to appreciate kindness, but he didn't want to force it. After pondering for a while, he said, "Qin family head, my junior brother Lin Yun accidentally killed your family's servant girl. Although he was at fault, he is now filled with regret. I hope that the Qin family head can be magnanimous and turn this into a small matter." Filled with regret? Qin Chaoyang glanced at the man named Lin Yun and sneered. "Is this old master blind? Why can't I see the slightest bit of regret in him?" The middle-aged man immediately cast a glance at Lin Yun. Lin Yun muttered a few words in dissatisfaction and quickly lowered his head, looking listless. "Qin family head, the dead can't be brought back to life. You can't ask my junior brother Lin Yun to pay with his life, right?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "He dares." Lin Yun suddenly raised his head and sneered. "Shut up." The middle-aged man glared fiercely at Lin Yun, which made him behave a little. The middle-aged man then looked at Qin Chaoyang and whispered, "Qin family head, I won't hide it from you. My junior brother Lin isn't an arrogant and despotic person. He's just a little obsessed with women. Today's matter is probably because of this. He has been here for a while now and has always been very well behaved. Who would have thought that today's matter would take over his head? I really don't know what to say about him. When he was in the sect, the vice sect master spoiled him very much. Some of his temper is unbearable to us. Qin family head, please don't bother with him." "Vice sect master?" Qin Chaoyang narrowed his eyes. "Oh, right. Vice sect master Lin Rui is his uncle," the middle-aged man explained with a smile. How could Qin Chaoyang not understand the meaning behind his words? Not to mention that Lin Yun had a backer. Even if he didn't, no one in the Qin family would be able to restrain him with his second-order Tao source realm cultivation. Now, with this additional concern, Qin Chaoyang immediately knew that it was impossible to make him pay with his life. The Qin family couldn't provoke the octagonal door at all. Although the latter wasn't a big sect, it was hundreds of times stronger than the Qin family. Thinking of this, Qin Chaoyang couldn't help but feel a little disheartened and lonely. His own maidservant was killed in his own home, and as an old ancestor, he couldn't punish the murderer. This made him feel uneasy. "Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Lin Yun seemed to be extremely impatient and shouted at this moment, "Isn't it just a maidservant? Can't you just compensate her with some money? Is 100,000 source crystals enough? If not, I'll give you 200,000. For a small family like yours, 200,000 is a huge sum of money. It's enough for you to spend for several years. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." He had a look of contempt and disdain. So how could there be any remorse? It was as if he didn't kill the maidservant on the ground. When the middle-aged man heard this, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping him. Obviously, he also had the same idea. It would be best if they could compensate some money and settle the matter peacefully. If not, he didn't mind tearing off all pretense of cordiality and threatening them. In any case, today's matter couldn't be spread out. When Qin Chaoyang heard this, his originally lonely expression suddenly became furious. The middle-aged man hurriedly comforted him. "Qin family head, please calm down. Although my junior brother Lin Yun's words are unpleasant to hear, what he suggested is not a solution. If the Qin family head sets a price, we won't refuse." Chapter 2252. It could be seen that the middle-aged man from the octagonal door wanted to minimize the problem. Although the Qin family couldn't resist the strength of the people from the octagonal door, they were still in the wrong. The middle-aged man didn't want to make a big deal out of this matter, so as to avoid losing face if rumors spread. Qin Chaoyang's expression was mild and angry, but he didn't say a word. No one knew what he was thinking, but anyone could see the unwillingness and anger in his eyes. He just stood there, clenching his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. When Lin Yun saw this, he sneered and said, "Old Patriarch Qin, you'd better think it over carefully. A wrong decision is enough to cause a small family like your Qin family to lose everything." When he said this, his tone suddenly became gloomy and full of threat. At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. 200,000 origin crystals. You want to buy a life? Cough, cough, is a life so cheap? When this person spoke, it was accompanied by light coughs, as if he was seriously ill. Who is it? Lin Yun was furious. He turned his head to look in the direction of the voice and shouted loudly. Qinyu was slowly walking over with the support of Xiao Hui. Her face was pale, and her body was delicate. She was like a small flower blown by the wind and rain, making people feel pity for her. Lin Yun was stunned when he saw this. Then his eyes lit up as he stared at Qin Yu with an excited expression. Qin Yu was already very beautiful. Although she was seriously ill, it added a morbid sense of beauty to her. Lin Yun was quite captivated by her beauty and couldn't stop himself. As the middle-aged man said, Lin Yun was somewhat infatuated with women. He had been in Maplewood City for almost 2 months. These days, he had been living in the Qin family, but today, he didn't know why he was so obsessed with the 2 servant girls. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused such a big mess. At this moment, when he saw Qin Yu, he suddenly felt that he was blind before. He actually had thoughts about those 2 plain-looking servant girls. It was a disgrace to his status. Even if he had any ideas, it should be the woman in front of him. Qin Chaoyang's expression changed slightly. He hurried over to Qin Yu and supported her. He scolded, "Why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to have a good rest?" Qin Yu forced a smile and said, "I had a feeling that something was going to happen. I was worried, so I came over to take a look." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes glanced at the corpse of the servant girl called Xiao Huan. Seeing her miserable state, her already pale face became even paler. "Miss..." Lin Yun smiled brightly. Just as he was about to greet Qin Yu, the middle-aged man glared at him and said, "Back off. Don't you think you've caused enough trouble?" Lin Yun seemed to be a little afraid of this middle-aged man. Hearing this, she couldn't help but look embarrassed. He shut his mouth and didn't say anything. The other disciples of the octagonal door also looked at him with resentment. Blaming him for not knowing how to restrain himself was simply intolerable. "This should be Miss Qin Yu, right?" The middle-aged man cupped his fists and smiled at Qin Yu. "Senior, do you recognize me?" Qin Yu coughed a few times and looked at the other party with clear eyes. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "When I was inquiring about the news in the city, I heard many people mention that the Qin family has an extraordinary woman. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." She was just a trivial origin returning realm cultivator, and he didn't know what kind of serious illness she was suffering from. Her vitality was dim, but she could speak with confidence in front of a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. This wasn't something an ordinary girl could do. But looking at Qin Yu, the middle-aged man couldn't see the slightest panic or fear in her eyes. Most importantly, the middle-aged man could feel that Qin Yu didn't have long to live, but she didn't show the slightest fear. Her expression was calm. Even an old man who had lived for hundreds of years and had seen through the world wouldn't be as calm as her. The middle-aged man couldn't help but look at Qin Yu in a higher light. "What Monsieur said just now, are you complaining that the source crystals offered are too little?" Although the middle-aged man felt that Qin Yu was quite extraordinary, he didn't take it to heart. This girl was just an origin-returning realm cultivator, and the young lady of a small family. She could only enter his eyes slightly and didn't require too much special treatment. So, after exchanging a few pleasantries, he went straight to the point and said with a smile, "If that's the case, Miss, you can give me a price you want. Although my octagonal door isn't a big sect, we can still afford a few 100,000 source crystals." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu continued coldly, "Do you think this is a transaction? You think you can bargain?" The middle-aged man's expression turned awkward, and he laughed dryly. Then, "Miss you mean, life is priceless." Qin Yu shouted. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, and his tone suddenly became much colder. "Miss you, please make it clear. I understand a little." He was gradually losing his patience. Although this matter was indeed caused by Lin Yun as a second-order Dao Source realm master, he had to lower his stance and even put aside his face to deal with this matter, hoping that the other side would be tactful and give everyone a way out. But unexpectedly, the Qin family's elders and juniors refused to listen to him, and neither of them were willing to give up. Naturally, he was extremely annoyed. He felt that he had already given the other party a lot of face by negotiating with them in such a way given the huge gap in strength between them. However, The other party had repeatedly refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, making him feel like he had lost face. A life for a life. It's only right and proper, Chinyu shouted in a low voice. What? The middle-aged man's face changed. He didn't expect Chinyu to make such a ridiculous request. Lin Yun jumped up in shock and shouted, "Little bitch, are you crazy? How dare you ask this young master to pay with his life? How can the life of a trash make compare to this young master's? Do you want to die? Clean your mouth. Did you eat shit?" When Qin Chaoyang heard that this little brat actually dared to insult Chinyu, he immediately became furious and directly scolded back. Lin Yun was so angry that he laughed and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. You're just a small family, but your courage is bigger than the sky. Today, this young master will teach you how to behave. As he spoke, he actually urged his source Qi and showed signs of making a move. Bastard! The middle-aged man suddenly shouted at Lin Yun and gritted his teeth. What do you want to do? Lin Yun was stunned. He pointed at Qin Chaoyang and Chinyu and said, "You heard what they said just now. Isn't it obvious what I want to do?" The middle-aged man's face was as calm as water as he quietly transmitted his voice. It won't take much effort to kill them. Even if the news spreads later, it will only cause the sect a loss of face. It's impossible for anyone to stand up for this small family and cause trouble for our octagonal door. Then what are you worried about? Lin Yun couldn't understand why the middle-aged man stopped him. Do you want to alarm that person? Do you know what will happen to you if you alarm him? The middle-aged man looked at him coldly. When Lin Yun heard this, his expression changed. The person the middle-aged man mentioned seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence to Lin Yun. Just hearing it made his face turn green and his momentum disappear. This scene was imprinted in Chinyu and Qin Chaoyang's eyes. They didn't know what the two people of the octagonal door secretly communicated with each other, but they actually made Lin Yun give up. The middle-aged man looked at Chinyu and cupped his fists. "Miss Yu, I can pretend that I didn't hear your suggestion just now. Please change it." Chinyu coughed a few times and said, "I know. With the strength of my Qin family, we can't make you pay with your lives. Miss Yu is indeed sensible." The middle-aged man smiled and praised Chinyu for being tactful. Chinyu continued, "But Xiao Huan is a servant of my Qin family. She can't die for no reason. Since we can't avenge her, we can't let our enemies stay in the Qin family. You should leave." As soon as he said this, the people of the octagonal door were all stunned on the spot. They all stared at Chinyu with wide eyes. Their expressions were very interesting. The middle-aged man was silent for a long time before he coughed dryly and said, "Miss Yu, what did you say just now?" Chinyu said, "Don't you understand what I said? My Qin family won't entertain you anymore, but we will remember this hatred. One day we will avenge Xiao Huan." When she spoke, she looked straight at the middle-aged man without any intention of avoiding his gaze. The middle-aged man's face became colder and colder, and the expressions of the other disciples of the octagonal door weren't much better. A cool breeze blew over, causing the smell of blood in the courtyard to become even stronger. The middle-aged man stared sharply at Chinyu. He was silent for a long time before he said, "Miss Yu, are you serious?" When he spoke, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he didn't expect things to develop to this point. If they were really driven out of the Qin family by Chinyu, then where would the octagonal door's face go? Most importantly, if they were driven out, it would definitely alarm the guy that he was extremely wary of. When that guy asked for the reason, how would he explain it? He couldn't tell that guy that because Lin Yun accidentally killed one of his maidservants, he couldn't take revenge, so he didn't let them stay and drove them out. If he really said that, the middle-aged man was sure that he and Lin Yun wouldn't have a good ending. That guy wasn't easy to talk to. Do I look like I'm joking? Chinyu bit her red lips and didn't back down. The middle-aged man suddenly closed his eyes and said slowly, "Miss Yu, can you make an exception for this matter? We can't leave the Qin family for the time being, and it's not convenient to tell you the reason." Without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, he suddenly raised a finger and said, 1,000,000 source crystals. How about it? As soon as this was said, the expressions of Lin Yun and the others changed greatly, and they cried out involuntarily, "Brother, are you serious?" 1,000,000 source crystals wasn't a small amount, and the octagonal door wasn't a large sect. Although this amount wasn't something that Lin Yun and the others couldn't afford, it would still hurt them. So unless it was absolutely necessary, they weren't willing to pay so much. Thinking of this, Lin Yun shouted, "She's just a servant. So just kill her. Why are you so long-winded? I'll give you 100,000 source crystals. Take it or leave it. We won't leave the Qin family. So if you really have the ability, come find me for revenge at any time." Chapter 2253. You guys are scoundrels. Qin Yu stomped her feet in anger. The Qin family was no match for them in terms of strength, so they naturally couldn't use force to chase them away. If these people from the octagonal door really wanted to stay, the Qin family wouldn't be able to do anything to them. However, what Qin Yu didn't expect was that the other parties still had the face to stay even after speaking to this extent. The level of shamelessness was rarely seen in her life. "Ha ha ha!" Lin Yun laughed loudly and said, "So, what if this young master is a scoundrel? Miss Yu, do you want to teach me a lesson? If you do, this young master will give you a chance. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Qin Yu in front of everyone. His hand formed a claw and grabbed towards Qin Yu's shoulder. The middle-aged man's expression changed when he saw this scene, but he quickly closed his eyes and pretended not to see it. The Qin family's failure to appreciate his kindness made him very angry, so he couldn't be bothered to care too much about it. He only felt that this small family was going to suffer a great loss. Only then would they know what it meant by "there was always someone better than them." "Scram!" Qin Chaoyang suddenly shouted. He was originally beside Qin Yu, so when he saw Lin Yun charging towards Qin Yu, how could he just sit back and watch? As he shouted, the source qi in his body trembled, and a large hand that was strong enough to split open stone was pushed forward. The source qi in the palm of his hand was as fierce as a tsunami. It was obvious that he had used his full strength right from the start. Lin Yun sneered and said, "Old man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think you can stop this young master?" As he spoke, he didn't dodge. Instead, he turned his claw into a palm and slammed it towards Qin Chaoyang's large hand. A soft and gentle force leisurely spread out, and Lin Yun's entire body seemed to have turned into a venomous snake at this moment. He flicked his forked tongue, choosing people to devour. Qin Chaoyang's face changed as he realized that if he took this palm head-on, he would not have a good end. After all, he was already old and weak. Although he was a Tao Source realm cultivator, his true strength was no longer comparable to when he was at his peak, while his opponent was still young and full of vigor. What's more, he was a second-order Tao Source realm cultivator. He wasn't someone Yang Kai could contend with. However, this was related to Qin Yu's safety. Even though he knew he would be injured, Qin Chaoyang didn't back down. His eyes flashed fiercely as he circulated all of the source energy in his body, causing his already violent palm strike to become even more ferocious. "You overestimate yourself." Lin Yun clicked her tongue and shook her head slowly with a mocking smile. Bang! The two palms collided. The intense collision of origin energy shot out in all directions, sweeping up a violent gale. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with sand and stones. However, then, a shocking scene occurred. The moment the two sides clashed, Lin Yun's body actually trembled, And then her expression changed drastically. After a miserable shriek, she flew backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. She directly smashed into the back of the room, smashing a big hole in the wall. Asterisk, hong long long. Asterisk, continuous crashing sounds came from the room. It seemed that Lin Yun couldn't control her momentum and smashed a lot of things. What? The eyes of the middle-aged man and the other 8 paths sect disciples almost popped out of their sockets as they stared blankly at this unbelievable scene. The Qin family guards, who were originally on tenterhooks and had a common enemy, were also shocked to the extreme. But soon, all of them were beaming with joy and cheering. Old ancestor, you. Qin Yu's pretty face was full of confusion. Although she couldn't see through Lin Yun's true realm with her cultivation, she could feel that Lin Yun was much stronger than the old ancestor. But why was the old ancestor able to repel her in one move? This was simply impossible. Qin Chaoyang was also stunned. He had already mentally prepared himself to be injured. He also planned to risk his old life to protect Qin Yu's safety if the other party was still unwilling to let the matter go. No matter what, he couldn't sit idly by and watch Qin Yu be captured and humiliated by Lin Yun. But the final result was very surprising to him. But soon he seemed to realize something and turned his head to look. The next moment, a smiling face appeared in front of Qin Chaoyang. This person's hand was pressed against his back. From the palm of his hand, a pure and vigorous source power poured into him. The power to repel Lin Yun was obviously due to this person's secret help. Qin Chaoyang's eyes widened in an instant, and he immediately exclaimed in joy, "Little brother Yang." He found that the person who secretly helped him was none other than Yang Kai, who had never returned to Maplewood City. Ah! Qin Yu was shocked when she heard this. She followed Qin Chaoyang's gaze. When she saw Yang Kai, she couldn't help but cover her red lips with her small hand and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Yang." "Who is it?" The middle-aged man from the octagonal door finally came back to his senses. He shouted loudly and looked at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. His face was as calm as water as he said, "Who are you? How dare you secretly attack and injure the disciples of the octagonal door?" The octagonal door? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He glanced at the middle-aged man with some surprise, then looked at the disciples of the octagonal door. But he didn't see the person he was looking for. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed and said, "Are you disciples of the octagonal door?" "Of course." The middle-aged man saw Yang Kai's expression as if he had heard of the octagonal door for a long time and immediately became confident. "Who are you, sir?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man was also at a loss. He didn't know why, but when he looked at Yang Kai, he felt that he looked a little familiar. He vaguely felt that he had seen him somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember where. He said sternly, "No matter who you are, if you don't give a proper explanation for injuring the disciples of the octagonal door today, don't even think about leaving." He said this with full confidence because when he scanned with his divine sense, he found that Yang Kai's cultivation was only in the first order Tao source realm. He didn't take this kind of cultivation seriously. It was just that he didn't know what kind of secret technique Yang Kai had used just now that allowed him to join forces with Qin Chaoyang to send Lin Yun flying. But now, it seemed that the secret technique Yang Kai had used was the kind that allowed 2 people to join forces. Lin Yun had been careless for a moment, so she had been hit by it. Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged man in surprise and said, "I really didn't know that the disciples of the octagonal door were all so powerful. Those who didn't know would think that you were from Star Soul Palace." Yang Kai's sarcastic words made the middle-aged man's face turn pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Cut the crap. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently and accept your fate." Otherwise, don't blame this one for not showing mercy. Ew. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression and said, "Do I know you? If you don't know me, why are you talking about feelings? How interesting." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Qin Yu and whispered, "Is there something wrong with this person's head?" Seeing his mischievous appearance, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Qin Chaoyang, on the other hand, frowned. Although he also knew that Yang Kai was not an easy person to deal with, otherwise he would not have given him a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm that day. But now that the other side had more people, he didn't know if Yang Kai could deal with this matter, so he couldn't help feeling a little worried. "Boy, you're courting death," the middle-aged man shouted angrily. "Don't shout." Yang Kai looked at him with disgust. "It's embarrassing." After speaking without waiting for the other party's reaction, he looked at Qin Chaoyang and said, "What's going on here? I just arrived not long ago and only heard you say something about 1,000,000 source crystals. Explain it to me." He was telling the truth. After obtaining the tribulation fruit from Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai rushed to Maplewood City without stopping, but as soon as he entered the city, he felt that there was something wrong with Maplewood City, as if there were many more masters. After hurrying to the Qin family, he happened to see the scene of Qin Yu driving people away. He didn't know what was going on, so he hid in the dark and secretly observed until Lin Yun made a move. Only then did he show up to help Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang heard this, glanced at the middle-aged man resentfully, and briefly explained what had happened before. After listening, Yang Kai was silent for a long time before he looked up at the middle-aged man and said, "So, the situation is roughly like this. The Qin family treated you well, but one of your servants was killed by one of you. As a result, not only did you not have the slightest remorse, you didn't even admit your mistake. Instead, you relied on your numbers to seize the Qin family's young lady." The middle-aged man couldn't help but be silent, speechless, because what Yang Kai said was indeed the truth. TSK, such bullying of the weak and tyrannical is simply outrageous. Yang Kai was full of disdain. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, "I also said that I was willing to settle this matter with 1,000,000 source crystals, but they didn't know how to appreciate it." "Good." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. According to this friend, killing someone for 1,000,000 source crystals can be settled, right? If they don't accept it, then they don't know how to appreciate it. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, a small mountain of source crystals was piled up in the courtyard. There were so many source crystals that one didn't need to count to know that there were at least tens of millions of them. Even though the people from the octagonal door were not poor, they were dazzled for a moment. All of them swallowed hard, wanting to take that mountain for themselves. Qin Chaoyang and the others were stunned, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. Come. Yang Kai enthusiastically greeted the people from the octagonal door with a bright smile on his face. "Don't be polite. Everyone take 1,000,000 source crystals. Don't take too much, don't take too little." At this point, he changed the topic, and the smile on his face instantly turned into a cold sneer. He said in a low voice, "After you take it, I'll send you on your way." Asterisk deng deng deng. Asterisk the people from the octagonal door all took a few steps back, looking at Yang Kai in horror. One of them even shouted, "What kind of joke is this?" Although source crystals were good, one needed to be alive to enjoy them. If one didn't even have one's life, what was the use of source crystals? The middle-aged man's face was ashen. At this point, how could he not know what Yang Kai wanted to do? He was clearly going to give them a taste of their own medicine. After understanding this, he couldn't help but sneer. "I don't think you're a member of the Qin family, so why do you have to get involved in this mess? If your excellency retreats now, we might as well be friends." "Who wants to be friends with you?" Yang Kai curled the corners of his mouth. "I told you to take it, so take it. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness." The middle-aged man was furious and snapped. "It seems that we have nothing to say." Chapter 2254. Sword-piercing Yang Pass, freezing 9 heavens. The middle-aged man was also a decisive person. When he saw that there was no room for negotiation, he immediately launched an attack. A snow-white longsword was unhurriedly drawn, and when the rhythm of the sword swept out, a strand of coldness descended from the sky. That coldness seemed to be able to penetrate into the depths of one's soul and freeze it. When the octagonal door members saw him use this move, their expressions changed slightly, and they quickly retreated. Obviously, the power of this move was not to be underestimated. Qin Chaoyang, on the other hand, hurriedly protected Qin Yu and retreated several dozen meters. The Qin family guards and servants also ran away in an instant, lest they be caught in the crossfire. Sword Qi and Sword Qi appeared. With a flick of his wrist, the middle-aged man wrapped himself in Sword Qi and shot straight towards Yang Kai, freezing the air in his wake. Ha ha ha! Yang Kai stood in place, grinning as he looked at his opponent contemptuously, not showing the slightest intention of dodging. Seeing him so arrogant, the middle-aged man's heart couldn't help but thump as a bad feeling filled his heart, as if something terrible was about to happen. You dare act so presumptuously in front of me? Yang Kai's grin turned into a sneer as his feet moved, and his figure suddenly blurred. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the middle-aged man, stretching out a finger and pointing it forward. On the tip of his finger, a golden light suddenly appeared. It was the purest and richest source qi. Asterisk dang. Asterisk with a light sound. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened as he stood in midair, watching in horror as his all-out attack was blocked by a single finger of his opponent's. What made him feel despair was Yang Kai's finger was made of flesh and blood. It was actually stronger than an artifact and remained unscathed. On the contrary, the power bursting out from Yang Kai's fingertip had bent his sword. As he lost control of his mind, the sword trembled, and the concept of ice suddenly disappeared like ice and snow. How is this possible? The middle-aged man exclaimed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He continuously released his divine sense to check Yang Kai's cultivation. He discovered that the other party was indeed only at the first order Dao source realm level, which was slightly lower than him. However, the power that came from the other side was definitely not something that a cultivator of the first order Dao source realm should possess. The power that overturned his worldview completely messed him up. He only felt that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Calling out Luo Yuan is more like it. You're not strong enough. Yang Kai coldly snorted as the source qi on his fingertips suddenly increased in intensity. All of a sudden, he was pushed forward. You know, junior brother Luo? The middle-aged man shuddered, looking at Yang Kai in horror. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly exclaimed, "You're Yang Kai? You are that Yang Kai from the Four Seasons realm." He seemed to have thought of something and cried out in alarm. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light engulfed him. The middle-aged man let out a miserable cry. He fell directly to the ground, smashing a crater in the ground, making for an extremely embarrassing sight. Yang Kai, the Yang Kai from the Four Seasons realm? Yes, it's him. It's definitely him. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. Below, several disciples of the octagonal door shouted, all of them looking flustered. It was not until this moment that they finally recognized Yang Kai. After all, they were in the Four Seasons realm. When Yang Kai threatened everyone with the extraordinary treasure pills and wanted to exchange them for something useful, these people had also watched from afar. It was just that at that time, Luo Yuan was right next to Yang Kai, so they did not dare to get too close, so they did not recognize him at first sight today. It was not until the middle-aged man's flash of insight that they realized Yang Kai's identity. For a time, Everyone was covered in cold sweat, and their faces were pale. Although they had not fought with Yang Kai before, they were well aware of what happened in the Four Seasons realm. Even someone as strong as Wu Chang, Luo Yuan, and the others could not do anything to Yang Kai, let alone them. This time, the opening of the Four Seasons realm had brought two rising stars to fame. One was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. This person had fought Wu Chang of Heavenly Martial Holy Land head-on without falling into a disadvantage, proving his extraordinary strength. The other person was Yang Kai. He only had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source realm, but he was also a Dao Source grade alchemist who could refine extraordinary treasure pills and play with all the masters in the Four Seasons realm in the palm of his hand. It could be said that even if the reputation of these two rising stars was not as good as Xiaosheng Wu Chang and Xiao Qin, they were not far behind. This was also why the other families in Maplewood City had 2 or 3 sect disciples living there, while the Qin family only had one octagonal door. Because Luo Yuan was here, how could any cultivator from any sect be willing to provoke this fiend? He was not even afraid of Wu Chang. So in this world, besides the masters of the Emperor realm, who else could make him afraid? Cough, cough. The middle-aged man from the octagonal door was forced back by Yang Kai, and although he was injured, it was not serious. After quickly standing up, he looked at Yang Kai with a look of dread, grit his teeth, and cupped his fists. So, it is Grandmaster Yang. This one had eyes but failed to see before, and forgot to take offense. His cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, and he was older than Yang Kai, so calling Yang Kai master was naturally a loss of face. If he called him brother, Yang Kai would not be happy, so he simply called him grandmaster. In any case, with Yang Kai's Dao Source grade alchemist skills, he was worthy of this title. What? Qin Zhao Yang was stunned as he stared at the middle-aged man in astonishment. He didn't know how this fellow, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, had become so respectful in the blink of an eye. Even addressing Yang Kai as Grandmaster, Qin Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, as if she was thinking about something. What's there to take offense? Yang Kai grinned. Grandmaster Master Yang is magnanimous. The middle-aged man looked happy. Yang Kai changed the topic and said coldly, "There is no need to bicker with a dead man." The joy on the middle-aged man's face suddenly froze as a chill ran from head to toe, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He hurriedly said, "Grandmaster Yang, today's matter was indeed my junior brother Lin's fault. It was his fault to begin with." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "But Grandmaster Yang, please give my junior brother Lin a chance to turn over a new leaf, considering that he has already been taught a lesson." He pleaded with a sincere expression. "A life for a life. I just knocked him out and you call that a lesson?" Yang Kai sneered and said sarcastically, "Are other people's lives so cheap to you?" Seeing that he was unmoved, the middle-aged man couldn't help sweating on his forehead. He didn't know whether it was because of anxiety or pain, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Grandmaster Yang, junior brother Lin Yun, is my sex vice sect Master Lin Rue's nephew." He brought up Lin Rue in hopes that Kai Yang would give him some face and refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. But Yang Kai sneered and said arrogantly, "Who is Lin Rue? It's none of my business." The middle-aged man's face paled, realizing that today's matter really could not be resolved peacefully. "Anyway, I have to kill someone today, either you or that fainted guy." Yang Kai flicked his wrist, and the myriad's sword appeared leisurely. Endless Emperor intent instantly filled the air. The unique Emperor aura and sword fluctuations were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that spread out in all directions. He pointed the wide myriad sword at the middle-aged man and said, "Choose one yourself." Saying so, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he sneered, "Or are you willing to die in place of that guy? That guy is your vice sect master's nephew. If you die in place of him, maybe your vice sect master will take good care of your family." This, 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 I. The middle-aged man kept retreating, incoherent, his eyes trembling as he stared at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. Although he had never seen an emperor artifact before, he could feel that this sword was extraordinary at this moment and knew that Yang Kai was not joking. He could clearly see the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, which was so thick that it was almost tangible. However, although Lin Yun's identity was not low in the octagonal door, how could he allow him to die in place of someone else? If you don't choose, then I'll make the decision myself. Yang Kai snorted, then looked at Qin Chaoyang and said, Qin family patriarch, they killed one of your family members. I'll kill them with the Qin family's artifact. This can be considered as the Qin family's revenge. What do you think? Good. Qin Chaoyang shouted heavily. Thank you, Brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded slightly and moved the myriad sword. Just as he was about to perform a killing move, his expression suddenly changed. He looked up at the sky and curled his lips. Since you're here, show yourself. Why are you sneaking around? There's someone else? Qin Chaoyang's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked in that direction, but he could not help but feel suspicious when he saw that there was no one there. Right at this moment, there was a ripple in space, and two figures suddenly appeared like phantoms. These two figures were a man and a woman. The man was a young man with an indifferent expression, as if nothing could affect him. The woman was petite and cute with a round face. She stood quietly behind the young man, her beautiful eyes fixed on the young man's tall and straight back. It was as if in her eyes there was nothing else in this world other than the young man in front of her. It's him. Qin Chaoyang's face became gloomy. He naturally recognized this man and woman. They were both disciples of the octagonal door. On that day, they came to the Qin family with the middle-aged man and Lin Yun. These people from the octagonal door also followed this young man's lead. However, since this young man moved into the Qin family, he had been in seclusion. According to the servants, he had been cultivating diligently and had not slacked in the slightest. Qin Chaoyang also knew that this person was called Luo Yuan, a rising star who shone with Yang Kai in the Four Seasons realm. As for the round-faced woman, she seemed to be the daughter of the octagonal door's sect master. She had a special liking for Luo Yuan and had been guarding the courtyard where he was in retreat. It was a pity that the falling flowers were unrequited, and Luo Yuan didn't seem to care about her at all. Junior brother Luo, eldest young lady. When the middle-aged man saw the two appear, he could not help but be overjoyed and exclaim. But soon he seemed to think of something, and his face became terrified. Luo Yuan glanced at him faintly and frowned. You're very noisy. As soon as this remark came out, the people from the octagonal door all fell silent, and their faces turned pale, as if they were extremely afraid of Luo Yuan. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.